This mouse over. Pretty please. Sugar on top.
Oh, it has me showing. No.
Can I get a sound check from Zoom, please? Can I get a sound check, please?
Hello.
Hi, Commissioner. Thank you.
Who is that?
Mariah. So we're not.
Miss Mariah, how are you? I wasn't sure who was that addressed to, so I just, hey, okay, we're good. Thank you.
We are live on YouTube and UGTV will be starting in just a moment. We are live on UGTV as well as YouTube.
Well, let's go ahead and get started. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by 5 p.m. Thursday before the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal office building. And with that, I will now call the meeting of the Economic Development Finance Standing Committee to order. And I would ask the clerk to please call roll.
Roll call. Haley,
Present.
Davis,
Present.
Townsend,
Here.
Stipes,
Here.
McKiernan,
Here.
Burrows.
Here. Thank you, clerk. Committee, we have 5 items this evening. Item number 1 is the use of reserve funds for the tuberculosis outbreak outreach response. And that is a response from our health department. At this time, I will recognize Julian Van Loo Director of Health.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for
Excuse me.
having us this evening.
Commissioner, we had a set of minutes to approve.
They want to approve the minutes from
There was a
last
set
time
of
first.
minutes
On the line.
from November 29th.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I didn't see that on my agenda, but I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from last month.
McKiernan move to approve as submitted.
Stites, second.
We do have a motion and a second. I would ask clerk, please call roll.
Roll
Mr.
call.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner
thank you, Commissioner Townsend, District 1. I did have a question or request concerning the Economic Development Standing Committee minutes from Monday, January 3rd of 2022. On page 1 of those minutes, it mentions my name. It lists those who were present, says Commissioner Burrows, Chairman, Commissioners Davis, Townsend, and following my name, it says substituted for Ramirez, Stites, McKiernan, and BPU Board Member David Haley. And I wanted someone probably in the clerk's office might be the most appropriate person to clarify what substituted for Ramirez meant.
Can anyone from staff answer that?
Yeah, I didn't know if they were intimating by that I was substituting for someone when I was not. I was a full-fledged member in attendance. So that's what I'm asking for clarification about.
Commissioner Townsend, this is Monica Sparks, acting clerk. When we have a committee member absent and another committee sits in, that's how we show them as substituting for whoever is absent.
Well, that's what was confusing because I don't know are we saying that Commissioner Ramirez substituted for somebody or?
Yes, because he is not normally on this committee.
And so he substituted for whom? The way it reads, one might think he was substituting for me and I was in attendance. So I just wanted some clarification on that.
I'm going to pull the minutes up and check them.
Okay. May I make a substitute motion that these particular minutes be set aside so we could move on with the meeting? That would be if the maker of the motion would accept that these minutes be brought back next month, the January 3rd, 2022, so we can get clarity on that.
I second that motion, Commissioner Davis.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, but we also have a member with their hand up, and I believe Senator Haley, BPU board member. Welcome, Senator Haley. You have a comment?
No, thank you. That was from before, Mr. Chair, to see if my audio was working. I'm pardon me the interruption.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second to set aside Monday, January 3rd minutes of 2022. I'd ask the clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Haley,
I'm sorry, point of clarification. This is to set the minutes aside until next time, correct?
Correct.
Yes, aye.
okay. Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye. Thank you, committee. The other minutes, are you all right with those?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My motion pertained only to those January 3rd, 2022 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'd have to entertain a separate motion on approving the remainder minutes.
I so move.
Okay,
McKiernan second.
we do have a motion and a second to approve the remaining minutes. I'd ask clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Burrows.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. Thank you, staff, for reminding me about the minutes, approval for the minutes. And as I stated, we do have 5 action items. And our first item, we go back to Julianne Van Loo, Director of Health, over the tuberculosis outbreak outreach response. Ms. Van Loo?
Thank you, Commissioner. While our PowerPoint is being brought up here, I would like to quickly introduce our new Deputy Director of Public Health, Amber Banner, who is here with me this evening. You will begin seeing her in coming months, occasionally represent the Health Department and myself. So, yes, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so as Commissioner Burrows mentioned, we are here to talk about our tuberculosis outbreak. Unfortunately, in Wyandotte County, we are seeing a multi-drug resistant tuberculosis outbreak currently, and this is requiring us to utilize resources that we don't currently have in place in order to adequately respond. Next slide, please. Thank you. I'm going to give a very, very brief update or overview of tuberculosis so everyone understands. Tuberculosis is caused by a bacteria that's transmitted through the air. So this is similar to COVID in its transmission route, but it is not similar to COVID in how easy it is to catch it. So I want to make sure everybody leaves this understanding that tuberculosis is an airborne disease, but that it requires significantly longer, repeated, and prolonged exposure. So we are talking about infectious disease, but it's much more difficult to contract than COVID. There are two types of TB, active and latent. One of them has an active illness in the body, usually the lungs, meaning you can spread it to others. And the other is when it's just hanging out in the body, not causing illness. You can't spread it to others. What's important is that we need to treat both of these types of tuberculosis, and both can be cured completely by antibiotics. However, if either is not treated properly, TB disease can escalate and can be fatal. Next slide, please. Oh, I have this now, sorry. A few other basics. I want to make sure everybody understands this is what we call multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. And this is important because it makes it a much more difficult outbreak to handle. This means that first line medications that we typically use, so the first, second, third line antibiotics we usually use for tuberculosis do not work for this strain of TB. That means we have to use stronger medications that have potentially toxic side effects for these patients. I also want to be very clear that we in the health department are not concerned about the risk of TB for the general public at this time. We believe that we have this contained. We believe our patients are adhering to our isolation requirements. And we believe that we have identified any potential points of exposure and taken care of them. But it is important that we do have a window of time to squash this strain of MDR-TB, and immediate action is required. If we do not do something right now, we could end up with a strain of TB that sits in our county for decades, or we can rid our county of this in the next 12 to 18 months, depending on what we do next. So a quick update on the outbreak of the status. We have 12 active cases and 10 to 15 latent cases. Again, these are really small numbers compared to what we've been experiencing with COVID, but because these cases are so intensive, that actually are pretty high numbers up there. But I do want folks to know that none of these patients remain in the hospital. We have previously 6 of these clients have been in the hospital and have been discharged successfully with medication plans that we are putting in place. So this brings us to the health department's response. What have we been doing to make sure that this does not get out of control? I want to make sure everybody knows that we have been consulting weekly, if not daily, with CDC and KDHE officials. CDC has sent someone here to work with us in our health department for a month to make sure that we are doing this by the book. We are also consulting with Heartland TB, who are national experts on clinical care for TB. We're conducting the epidemiological response around sample collection, case investigation, patient interviews, all of that standard work that our EPT conducts. And then we are also engaging in really intensive clinical care. And this is where the expense comes from that I'm here to talk to you about this evening. This is a higher level of clinical care than the health department typically needs to have on staff for this type of work. So we are being supported by KU as well as Children's Mercies for some of these imaging and diagnostic tests that we need. But this medication management, the case management, the nursing all lies with the health department. And this is especially important because these medications are incredibly toxic and they require daily nursing assessments and checks for toxicity to make sure that as we're trying to medicate these patients, rid their bodies of TB, we're not causing liver failure and other long-term problems. The last part of our response is a social service and support. These folks must remain at home and isolated to ensure we don't pose a risk to the broader public of tuberculosis spread. And in order to keep them isolated, we must put in supports around housing, food, transportation to medical appointments, translation, all of those things. And we have put these into place in the last 2 months. to such an extent that we feel extremely confident that these folks are isolating appropriately. And again, we are not worried about community spread. So that brings us to our request this evening. As I mentioned, our epidemiology team does not typically have this level of clinical expertise on our staff to meet the needs that we are seeing right now. And so in order to meet those needs, we are requesting the ability to move 400,000 of our prior year accumulated funds to an account that I can access immediately to begin utilizing for this response. And just very high level, this is what that $400,000 is going to get us. You'll see it's almost entirely staff time. I've had to bring on 2 additional full-time nurses with specific infectious disease knowledge, specific to TB, 2 licensed professional nurses, a community health worker and translator who speaks this particular dialect of this particular language that we're working with, and then a modest amount of money for mileage and travel because most of this care is taking place in the homes of these individuals in our community. So this is a very community-based response. That is all that I have for you this evening. Happy to take any questions. I'll go ahead and hand it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say that as unfortunate as it is that we have had this outbreak in our community, this is exactly the type of response that needs to be coordinated by a community health department. I believe we are blessed to have your organization, your department, able to coordinate this. And this to me seems like a perfectly valid, reasonable, and very necessary expense, especially considering that it's coming out of reserves that you have previously set aside for contingencies just like this. So I fully support.
Employees once this epidemic is, or once this
No, sir. So these are currently on via contract agencies. We call them Favorites Nursing. They're a local contract agency. So we've got them on currently only for 3 months contract, and we'll extend them by 3 months as we go. So I don't even have them on for 12 months at this point because I will siphon them off as soon as I don't need them. So the plan is that this will get us to 12 months. If we need it, I'll cycle them off and end those contracts early if we don't need that entire 12 months. But no, these positions are not forever permanent positions in the health department. They are only for the duration of this response.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're very fortunate to have the people working for our health department that we have. Please share with them that we're very supportive of this endeavor, and it's important that we do address this outbreak. So we have 2 other speakers. Commissioner Townsend, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Good evening, Ms. Van Loo. Good to see you back. I think your presentation addressed the majority of questions I had written. There's only one that remains. You mentioned that part of the treatment included isolation of those people who are currently infected. The 400,000 on the schematic you had did not seem to take into account any social services. Like food or some of the other things you mentioned to address those, as was done for COVID. So is there other money that you can access in your budget that will deal with those issues, or those types of needs will be handled by an outside social agency?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. That's an excellent question. We made a special request to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment for $45,000 for things like incentives to stay in the home, for dropping off groceries, for covering their utilities as needed. So we have identified an external source of funding for those particular needs, but I assure you they are being taken care of.
Thank you. And welcome to the new staff member. I couldn't quite hear her name, but welcome to her as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, I was just going to motion to approve. Thank you.
Before I accept the motion, I do need to ask the clerk if there are any comments received from the public.
There were no communication received.
Is there anybody on site?
No communication.
Thank you.
On site.
Commissioner Davis, I'd entertain that motion. I need a
Commissioner
second.
Davis, motion to approve.
Thank you.
McKiernan, second.
We have a motion and a second. I would ask clerk, please call roll. This is an action item.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Stipes,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Ms. Failer.
Thank you very much.
Our second item this evening is the creation of a new pilot classification, and this deals with the BPU pilot classifications. And this, I believe, is a action item. And I would ask that Kathleen Von Atchen is our CFO. So Kathleen, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for the introduction. I did want to point out one thing. The presentation I'm about to provide is covering items 2 and 3. But both items, if you were to proceed with voting on them, they'd have to be voted on separately. Okay.
So just for clarification, items number 2 and number 3 will be presented collectively.
I sent you the link in my email.
Bear with us just one moment. Thank you, Kathleen. If I understand correctly, just so those that are watching and joining us by Zoom, that both items 2 and 3, the rebate program, as well as the water pilot, the electric and water pilot, will be discussed as one item, but it will take action as 2 separate items.
Correct.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right. So, so first off, let me go to the first. Do I have control? Okay. So there are 2 proposals being discussed, and the first one, and both of them are a means of reducing tax burden on residents, either through the BPU pilot or property tax or other utility.
You're gonna have to pull your. Yeah.
Sure. Other utility taxes and fees. So the first one, these are 2 proposals to reduce tax burden. And we want to provide this information for you to consider and to, discuss further. So the first one is to create 2 classifications, a residential and a non-residential, for the BPU payment in lieu of taxes, which we refer to as the pilot. And I'll talk about that in more detail in the next slides. The second one is to expand the existing seniors and disabled tax rebate program to all households that have a gross income above $25,000 a year or less. Or that are at 25,000 or less, right? And currently, this program is only provided to those residents that meet that income limit that are 65 years or older. And so I'll talk more about that one in a minute too here. So the next slide here. All right, so the BPU pilot, this is a chart that shows the amount of revenue that we've collected since 2013. And this is a both electric and water franchise. And what we do is we charge a 10.9% tax or pilot payment against the gross revenues of the BPU. And over the course of during 2013, it was 10.9. And then in 2014, it was increased to 11.9. And that's where it's been ever since. So right now it's at 11.9% of the gross revenues of the BPU. 20% of the BPU pilot, both electric and water, represents 20% of the total revenues of the city general fund. And then this chart kind of shows how much, how it's performed over the years. So for example, there was a 14% increase in the pilot revenues in 2014 due to the change in the percentage from 10.9 to 11. And there were increases in 2017 and 2018 of 7 and 9% respectively. And that was due to the BPU adopting their own electric rate increase of 4% in March of those years in order to pay for their operating and capital needs. And then in 2020, the BPU pilot was $32.7 million, which was a 4.2% reduction, and that was due to COVID. In 21, it further reduced to 31.7, and that was a 3.1% reduction from 2020 due to COVID. So, all right, the next slide. So as you can see, there are various classes. The electric pilot is the largest. So we're going to talk a little bit more about the electric. The electric utility has various classes, and you can see those there. There's the residential and commercial, the industrial, and other. And you can see that, for example, the residential is this purple, and then the commercial and other are all these above. So you can see that all of the many accounts paid by households represents roughly 33% in 2021 of the total electric utility sales. So over the past 5 years, the average has been roughly 31% of the total electric utility sales. And the BPU experienced a drop in electric consumption during COVID because large industries and businesses closed or reduced their capacity due to the pandemic. But we do expect major industries to come back up to full capacity or nearly by the end of 2022. So in providing some tax relief, what we thought we would propose for your consideration is that we create 2 classes, one for residential and one for commercial. And that would provide the Board of Commissioners with greater flexibility as to the percentage of total revenues the BP that we would charge the total percentage of BPU revenues. So right now, as I mentioned earlier, the pilot is calculated based on 11.9% of any individual's bill, if roughly speaking. But if we created 2 classes, then if you're a residential customer, you could pay some other or lesser percentage. And if you were a commercial customer, you would still pay the 11.9 or whatever percentage the Board of Commissioners finally decides to assess, which is done at the end of as part of the budget process. So just to point out real quickly, tonight's consideration simply creates the classifications. It does not reduce the rate at all. The reduction of the rate happens as part of the budget process. And so all the way in August, when the commission actually approves the budget resolution, you also approve a resolution that sets the rate for the BPU pilot. So that's when that would be done. If you created 2 separate classifications, then in August sometime when you set the rate, you'd have to set 2 rates. Now, our legal department, and I do have the legal department on the line, so they'd be happy to answer any questions. By the way, we also had the BPU represented, so they're happy to answer any questions too. But the thought was that this is just a proposal. So, it's something to consider. It's kind of a new idea. And, but in order to do it legally, we would have to amend the charter ordinance, CO 5-01 and CO 3-02 in order to provide the separate residential pilot versus commercial classifications. And in order to, a charter ordinance requires, or an amendment to the charter ordinance requires the commission approval of 2/3 vote or 8 votes of the members. So plus you need to wait 61 days in order to, after the publication of the change, in order to make sure that there aren't any protests being filed by any citizen. So 61 days before it would go into effect. So I would assume that, well, it would be best to have that in effect prior to the budget approval, but by the end of the year at the most, that would need to take place. So there is a little bit of a waiting period we need to consider.
Kathleen, we have legal. Patrick Waters has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've lost my video here. Not sure why, but I'll go ahead. I wanted to let you know that since we don't amend chartered ordinances very often, we felt that in addition to the main change here, that we should clean up any other issues that we notice. And there were a few. We clarified what exactly is meant by gross operating revenues. And the BPU is here to talk about if you want more detail about why we separate out this regional transmission activities involving this regional transmission owner from the gross operating revenues. I also noticed that in the way it's currently written, if the commission wants to increase the pilot, it makes a request for a joint meeting with the BPU. But if that joint meeting for some reason is not able to happen, if the two boards just can't agree on a date or the BPU can't get a quorum, it would technically prevent the commission from raising the pilot. And I don't think that was the intent. I think at the end of the day, the commission should have the authority to do that as long as it provides notice and makes a good faith effort to meet and inform the BPU board. And so the final change is that because of the change in the budget timeline, where we're kind of going into late August and early September now, the current ordinance says that we have to provide notification to the BPU of the pilot amount by September 1st. That's not always going to be possible. And so we just extended that to October 1st.
Thank you, Patrick. You gave us a lot of information there. We may have, are there any questions from other commissioners in reference to what legal just stated? Staff, I don't see any hands raised. Okay, thank you. Kathleen, please continue. Thank you, Patrick.
Commissioner Townsend has her hand up, I guess.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Question for Councilor Waters. Is it required under the present language of the charter that the BPU and the unified government have to meet if they want to reduce the pilot?
No, Commissioner, only for an increase. We always have to provide notification of the final amount, but currently it states that we must meet if there's an increase.
Thank you.
Patrick, just for clarification, if I may, I believe that the joint meeting would occur if the commission chooses to take action to raise the rate.
That is correct. That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none. Kathleen, please.
Right. Well, this is another slide. I'm not sure we had to go over this, but generally speaking, this is some legal research that the UG Chief Legal Counsel did, and it's for information. So this is an example of how creating a residential pilot and potentially reducing the percentage of gross revenues from 11.99 to some other percentage would have. So as you can see, there's electric and water, right? And in 2003, this is the estimate of what we'll be collecting in 2023. $28.4 million in pilot for the electric utility and $5.6 million for the water. And so a total of $34 million. Now, of that 34 million, if you're only looking at the residential accounts, then that equates to 8.8 million and 1.7 for a total of 10.5. So that 10.5 is part of that 34 million, you understand? The difference being the commercial and the industrial and the other accounts. So here's all the other accounts. Now, if you were, for every 1% of residential accounts, you would collect $740,000 from the electric and $140,000 from water for a total of $880,000. So if we were to, for example, reduce the pilot percentage of gross revenues from 11.9 to 6%, then we would be collecting 4.4 million and for the water portion and 800,000 for the for the electric portion and 800,000 for the water portion for a total of 5.2. And so basically, this is cutting it in half. And so the difference is that we would save or would not be collecting, or that taxpayers would pay, would be 4.4 million and 900,000 and 5.3. So that's how it, for example, if we cut the residential pilot by half roughly, then we would not be collecting 5.3 million in revenue. That's how much, and so residents would be paying half of what they are currently paying now, just for residential accounts.
Okay, so if just for clarification, if I can, Kathleen, it'd be half of the 8.8 million, it would be 4.4 million.
Yeah.
And then the water portion would be 800 and some thousand.
Yeah.
And so that's what would be affected if we were to cut the pilot by 50%.
For residential accounts.
Residential. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, we would still be collecting this 23.7 million for commercial and industrial accounts.
Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathleen. I just want to reiterate something you did say earlier. What's before us tonight is changing the structure that would enable other things like this to happen at some point in the future.
Right.
This is a hypothetical reduction, and we're in a what if scenario here. So the two blue columns that are at the far right are if we were to set up this structure, and then if during the budget process we were to make some change to the percentage, it would lower the income from this particular line accordingly. And in this case, it would lower it by about $5.3 million. I just want to make sure we're clear tonight. We're not considering any percentage of reduction. We are simply considering creating the framework that allows us to potentially do something down the road.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. So for every 1% of gross revenues that you would reduce it, we would lose 880,000 in revenue in the city general fund. So just an example.
Okay. And certainly this is something that we would take up as a full commission during budget deliberations that we would have over the course of summer heading into fall.
That's right.
Thank you.
So, so we did provide you the ordinance, charter ordinance to vote on. And so you are able to vote on that tonight if you wish. I did want to point out also that Potentially you may want to talk with your constituents and find out how they feel about all this. But we've provided the document that you would be voting on either tonight or in the future. Okay. All right, now the second proposal is to amend our current program, and that's called the Seniors/Disabled Citizens Utility Rebate Program. That's officially the title of this program. It is administered by the UG Clerk's office, and they take those applications, I think, at the beginning of the year. And so the clerk's office has been working with my accounting division to make sure that that process is a little bit more streamlined and automated, but still it does require senior citizens to come in and fill out a form. And I think they may be able to do it online, but there are certain income guidelines that they have to prove, and then they need to supply some documents in order to get a refund. So in order to be eligible for the current program, the eligible applicants, they can receive a portion of the taxes that they've paid. It's not just taxes, but also fees, okay? So for example, they can get, if they meet the guidelines, they can get 90% of their water or their wastewater bill rebated. It includes the gas franchise as well, telephone franchise, and then the BPU and water payment in lieu of taxes or pilot, and then as well as city sales tax refund. Now, to be eligible during 2020, at least, individuals must have met the following criteria. You have to live in Kansas City, Kansas. You must be 65 years of age for the entire year or older. And your annual gross revenue from all sources cannot exceed $25,000, including your spouse. And the application deadline is March 31st. So these taxes, this total amount, also the program limits the amount you can get to, I think it's $315, but I think it's on the next slide, but there's a limit on it. And not very many people actually get the total $300. So it isn't a substantial amount. It's a lot less than you would think. So in 2001, which was for the 2020 tax year, the program provided total refunds of $134,000 to 578 eligible participants. And so I have a couple of slides here that demonstrate over the past decade the participation of seniors to this program. And you can see that that roughly it's been declining over the years. And I'm not really sure why that is, but each year we get fewer and fewer participants. It did drop quite a bit in 2020, and I'm guessing that's because of COVID. So, but if you look in this rebate amount, well, I can't see because you move it up a little bit. No, not that way. No, the other way. There you go. Yeah, that's better. Thank you. Sorry. The pie chart here shows that. So that's the program rebate amount. So so you can tell that 51% of the participants received less than $50. And on the other hand, the maximum is $301. And as you can see on the max, only less than 1% got the max. So between the $50 and between 200 and 250,000 or $50, that was about 23% of the total. So, the most of the participants got about less than 50, and then about a quarter of them got between $200 and $250. But just to give you a little idea. So what we've, and this is just a little bit more information. So I'm going to go back to this. All right. Can you move it up just a little bit? Oh, good. All right. Right. So what I want to point out is what you have in your packet as item number 3 would be the amendment to the resolution, or the ordinance actually, that created this program. And how it amends it is it takes away the age requirement. Simply stated, that's what it does. And if we took away the age requirement and we left everything else the same, which is also, something that you all might want to consider. You might want to change the income limits, but for now, what we're proposing is that we simply take away the age requirement. And based on the participation rate of those that were seniors that participated in this program, I am estimating that it would be, whereas, it would probably triple the amount of individuals that would participate in this program. I was estimating based on the past trends with the seniors program, I estimated that about, and given what we know of the income levels in the various areas of our community, I figured that about 1,500 residents would likely participate in a rebate program, and that it would roughly cost an additional $250,000 in rebates. So, but I've left, just for argument's sake, or just for your consideration, we have left the income limits as well as the maximum amount at $301. So we've left everything the same. The only thing we've changed is the age. And I'd like Patrick, if he doesn't mind, he might want to make a few comments.
Thank you, Kathleen. I think you covered everything. The only other change we really made was that the existing ordinance uses the phrase like husband and wife, and we changed that to married individuals to reflect updates in the law. But other than that, it's really just eliminating any time that the ordinance mentions age limits, taking out those sections.
Thank you, Patrick. Any other questions from the commission members?
Mr. Chair,
Bridget, Ms. Cobbins?
Good evening, Commissioner and Chairs. I just wanted to also bring to the attention of the chair and the committee that with the increase of those individuals that will be eligible to participate in this program, then that would also increase staff's responsibility of making sure that we're staffed up to get those applicants processed. I think that Ms. Van Achen indicated that she thought it might be 1,500 is what she's projecting. Right now, we're not seeing that increase in the clerk's office for the current senior utility rebate. So that is something to also be mindful of, that it is approved. We will certainly make sure that staff is available, but that will certainly increase the staff's responsibility in the clerk's office to possibly process that many rebates going forward.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cobbins.
We'd have to, it would increase the staff time in the clerk's office. My recommendation for one would be to, I think these participants would likely submit their application over the web. They're probably more likely than the seniors would. But also we'd probably want to make the deadlines, or not, perhaps, staggered throughout the year. So you kind of spread out the applicants, but I don't know, just an idea.
Well, we definitely have some options as to if we want to raise the limit, lower the limit. You're opening it up to all those below 25,000 income, if I read it correctly in the presentation. And you're talking about an additional 250,000. And as we go into the budget, I find, I myself find it a little onerous for us to make that decision without talking to my fellow colleagues, impacting the budget the way it would without getting their input. But that's just myself. I believe we have Mr. Haley with his hand up. Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a very interesting concept, and I appreciate the discussion that's ensued. Just to clarify that there is no residency requirement of any particular time, just as long as, so someone could ostensibly move in to Kansas City, Kansas, the 1st of March, and still qualify as long as the application would be in by March 31st. But they have no history of having been here prior to that. Would that be correct?
Well, I'd have to leave that question to Bridget Cobbins. She probably knows better than that.
The way that the process is currently, we look at the previous year and we established presidency that you have to be a resident of KCK for the entire year of the previous year. That's how the current program for the senior utility rebate is structured.
And I certainly support that. Thank you, Ms. Cobbins and Ms. Van Achen. I certainly support that. It's just as it read in the presentation, it just said resident, did not say resident for 1 or more years. But I certainly would support that current interpretation of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Haley. Any other commission members? Any other comments? And Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Just want to go back over a few points made, especially with the comments made by Assistant County Administrator Cobbins. On the slide that Ms. Van Achen showed, what was for the last year we paid this, the number of persons who actually took advantage of the benefit offered in the rebate?
Yeah, if I remember right, I think it was 539 participated in 2020. And we don't know what the 2021 number is because the deadline just passed a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, 529.
I think that's what it said. I don't have it in front of me. It's something like that.
Okay. And I'm going to ask Ms. Cobbins, Assistant County Administrator Cobbins. I know she has a lot of experience with this. Is there any way to tell us if that number that you just heard is if it's consistent with past years, the number of people who participated, or it's higher or lower, if you can recollect?
Yeah, certainly, Commissioner. I would definitely mention that during COVID, the numbers were slightly less than what we had seen in years past. We did change the process, and we had the senior citizens, instead of physically bringing in those applications, we asked that they would mail it in or fax it in or whatever was conducive to them, just to make sure that they weren't exposing themselves or just didn't feel comfortable coming up to our building. But one of the challenges that we found in the clerk's office when you're trying to do these type of programs, I think that just messaging and making sure that the general public is aware that it's available, because over the years, sometimes it'll be high and then it'll kind of fall. But I'm not quite sure if that number, if it was 578, I think Monica would probably be able to verify what the numbers were in 2020. That seemed kind of high. I know that on occasions, area aging, they also help support this program, and they do process from their constituency base. When those applicants or seniors come in from the area aging, they will process and assist us with filling out those senior citizen rebates. I'm just cautioning that if it is going to be up to 1,500 right now, we have to verify income, and that's not done on online. It's actually brought into the department where we look at those tax statements to verify their income to see if they're eligible for the utility rebate program.
Okay, thank you. And what was that? Oh, you mentioned head count. I guess it's kind of hard to say what the increase in head count may be needed then if we don't know how many additional individuals may take advantage if this Crawford ordinance goes through. But you anticipate a need for increased head count in the office, in the clerk's office?
I would just caution that it's going to take a lot of staff time to go through it, because you do have to verify the income. That's one of the components to ensure that that person made that income category to see if they're eligible for it. And the only way that you can verify that is by looking at their tax documents. I mean, unless we do have a process in play, I know Ms. Van Achen mentioned something about maybe individuals doing it online. I guess they would just have to upload their tax information for that to be verified. But that would be the only way that we could verify that individuals were within that threshold to ensure that they're eligible to take advantage of the program.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the online because we don't really know what additional demographic I guess we're going to get if we remove the age factor. I would think senior citizens would be less likely to do anything, to do this online, less likely, not that they wouldn't at all, but less likely. And I appreciate that while you were in the clerk's office, you made it as convenient as possible for that demographic so they could do it by mail. I'm not sure. We just don't have a basis to know if this expanded group, those who were less than 65, what method of getting those applications in would be. And one last, I guess, comment question for clarification. This proposed ordinance change does or doesn't have anything to do with the proposal that we just heard about in terms of separating out the BPU pilot into a residential versus a commercial group. Does it? We're talking about it at the same time, but I want to make sure I don't miss something here.
No, they're not interrelated, except for the fact that they're two ideas for providing some tax relief to our residents. That's all.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Stites?
Commissioner Stites, District 7. So I want to be clear when on the slide that showed that it was for Kansas City, Kansas residents only. So the residents of Edwardsville that pay this same pilot are not eligible for this program. Is that correct?
Well, right now the program is just set up for Kansas City, Kansas, and it's the only thing I changed was the age requirement. So if the commissioners all want to include residents in Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, you could just add that too.
Commissioner Stites, did you get your answer?
Well, yeah, I guess. I just don't understand why why they would be excluded. If they're paying the pilot, why they would be excluded. So I guess we can discuss that further. But I mean, if they're paying the BPU pilot, which we are, why it would they would not be eligible for this program. Thank you.
Thank you. And this might be a question for Kathleen or legal. Commissioner Stites brings up a fine point because you do have Bonner Springs and Edwardsville specifically, but it wouldn't come out of the city's portion of the budget. We're talking about what the pilot affects on the city side. The county, is there a county assessment on the pilot?
No, all the pilot is deposited in the city
Into
general
the city. So that might be what we'll have to discuss, Commissioner Stites, that it is a city pilot and not a county pilot, and the city of Edwardsville is a city in and of itself.
Yeah, and I think that is something that that we have discussed. That's interesting that that a city pays into another city general fund. So yes, okay, I appreciate that.
Yep, thank you. Great question. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Davis, District 8. Yeah, I would agree. When Commissioner Stites brought up that point, there wasn't a lot of clarity on this particular issue. And forgive me for being redundant, but just so we have clarity, and Kathleen or ACA Cobbins or whoever, is Edwardsville and Bonner and everyone else, are they paying the KCK BPU pilot? That question's for anyone on staff.
So, so Patrick, were you on that email that Misty wrote? About,
Kathleen, could you move your
Definitely.
microphone a little closer, please?
I don't know. This is Patrick Waters, Deputy Chief Counsel. I don't know the answer. We do have some BPU staff on the line that could potentially help out.
Angie.
I see Angie Lawson has her hand raised.
Thank you, Patrick. Ms. Lawson and Monica both have their hands up. Monica, would you like to go first, please?
I was just going to let you know, we do have the numbers for the last 3 years. In 2019, we processed 745 applications for a combined total of $171,000. In 2020, we dropped to 576 applications for a combined total of 134,000. And so far this year, we have 533 applications for a total of 127,000.
Thank you. Ms. Lawson, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Just to answer the question that yes, BP or not, yes, the pilot is collected from anyone who takes BPU utilities, no matter where they are situated, even if they were out of state. The state law provides that the pilot goes to the city where the production facilities are, where the water plant and the power plant is located. And the concept behind that is it is to reimburse that city for not receiving the property tax on those properties. And so that's why the pilot goes to Kansas City, Kansas General Fund.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Stites, any questions, comments in reference to that?
Yes. So does BPU currently supply utilities to any other cities outside of Wyandotte County?
So there are some portions of Bonner and Edwardsville, and I know Lori Austin is on.
No, I said Wyandotte County, Bonner and
I
Edwardsville.
know, but there's some portions of those communities that are located in other counties. And I'm not sure if our service goes into those.
Commissioner Stites, this may be some information we can ask the BPU and staff to collectively put together for the next opportunity when we have an opportunity to vote on these. I will make a statement once we have the testimony tonight and we're finished with this, but it may be an opportunity for us to get up-to-date information, correct information to ensure that we're addressing it properly as you questioned and as Commissioner Davis raised his position. So I see Commissioner Davis with his hand up. Commissioner Davis.
No, I'll just finish up, and I appreciate that, Chairman Burrows. I'm not 100% sure what Bonner Springs is or Edwardsville is outside of Wyandotte County, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
And Leavenworth County does pay. Leavenworth pays on, I believe, some wholesale water. So there are, there are their pilot is collected outside of Wyandotte County.
Okay. I might suggest that we continue to address the questions that have been raised, Angela, if we can, to get more accurate information to find out what those totals might be and how many residents may be impacted. I think it's a fair and equitable question when it talks about the pilot and those that can participate in the pilot, but that's under this present ordinance. So if I would just encourage us to continue to look to get information. Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do think that ordinarily when, and I certainly absolutely would endorse moving these items forward for the consideration by the full commission. Ordinarily, when we move an item forward from a standing committee, if the vote is unanimously to move it forward, then it goes on a consent agenda when it arrives at the full commission meeting. I would suggest that these items either not be on the consent agenda or that we specifically pull them off, because I think these are discussions that should be continued by the entirety of our commission, myself. So that'll be one thing that I'll say is certainly we need more discussion, but I think the entire commission needs to be engaged in that. Second thing would be to staff. I love the red line and strikeout copies of these ordinance changes that you have included in the agenda packet. So thank you for red line and strikeout. It makes it very easy for me to see what our proposed changes are. On the first one, we talked, item 2 is only talking about the pilot, but item 3, which is the senior ordinance here, is not just the pilot. It is the entirety of the utility charge. And so we need to make sure we keep clear in our mind that item number 2 is dealing with the pilot only, but item number 3, although it's utilities, is the entirety of the charge, not just the pilot amount. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. And so with those clarifications, I do see that Commissioner Davis has his hand up, but I would definitely encourage us to have a discussion and deliberation by the full commission.
Thank you.
And if you want more information on different scenarios, we can provide that. You just send me an email, for example, what would it be if the income limit was 30,000 or what have you? I can.
Well, I think it's obvious it's a endorsed concept by the members of the commission. Anytime we can lower the rates and for the ratepayers that have asked us to do something about the pilot, I think it's important that we as a commission send the message, at least we're listening and taking some action. Commissioner Davis, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I had another question, but I do think getting some clarity on that, and I would agree with Commissioner McKiernan. I think there's a lot of questions around this. We're kind of processing this in real time. I had another question, and Mr. Waters may be helpful in helping answering this. What happens if a charter ordinance that's passed is challenged by our citizens? Like, what can you give me some insight on that?
Sure, Commissioner. It's again Patrick Waters, Deputy Chief Counsel. So under Kansas law, the citizens would have 61 days after the publication to submit a petition and have a referendum held on it. I don't know the exact percentage that it would take. I can get that for you in terms of the exact percentage of petitioners that it would take to initiate that referendum. But we don't have a lot of charter amendments and we don't amend them very often. So it's not something you see a lot, but it's basically kind of a protest petition, to analogize it to the planning and zoning way, where citizens can challenge it.
Mr. Waters, Commissioner Burrows, the number of those, the petition would have to be, would it be what percentage of the voting in which election would that occur? Do you know?
I think it would probably be the percentage. I don't know the percentage off the top of my head, Mr. Chairman, but I think it would be based on a percentage of the voters from the 2021 election, most likely. But I can get that information by full commission for you.
Thank you. I would challenge us to have that information if we could, because I believe that question will most likely come forward from the full commission. Any other hands? Any other commission's questions? Kathleen, is that your presentation? Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask the clerk, are there anybody from the public that'd like to speak on either issue?
No communication received.
No hands from the public?
No.
Anybody online?
No one online.
On set?
We do have someone online. Louise Lynch has her hand raised.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Lynch? Please announce your name and place of residence, please.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes.
My name is Louise Lynch. I live in Kansas City, Kansas, 737 Miami Avenue. In listening to this proposal tonight, I can't begin to tell you how horrified I am and the parameters that are being set forth. if this were the 1950s, I guess those limits of 25,000 per household with a two-spousal household might work. In this day and age where we have COVID, where we have multi-generational families struggling to make it together, limit them to be able to take advantage of what is being offered. We offer more to corporations coming in abatements than we do to how to help those needing to survive here locally. If we want to be truly helping our community, those limits have to be raised, and we need to be able to include extended households with a graduation of income. BPU is very good at going around issues. As I applied for a disabled accommodation months ago and have not heard in over 6 months the result. And they didn't need to hire any additional people for that. If they have enough money for all of these raises, they have enough money to help all of these citizens struggling. If we want to make a better Wyandotte, we need to regroup and reframe on how we do things here in the dot if we want to keep them here. Leaving citizens to be by themselves and struggle because they won't get the help is absurd and inhumane. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. I did see a member of the audience who would like to speak. If you would please approach the microphone, list your name and place of residence, please. You have 3 minutes. Turn the microphone on, please.
My name is Shirley Carter Alford. I live at 804 South 89th Street in KCK, Wyandotte County. And I happen to file every year for the rebate. And I was always told that the rebate is the maximum you can get is $150. And this year it's very slow sending out the rebates. If you're going to get a rebate, most people put it right back into BPU. But I wonder where all these other numbers are coming from. $301, $200. I've never gotten but $150. And I file every year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eichert. I'm sure those will be some of the questions that'll be answered when we have further discussion with the full commission. Any other hands, any other participants in the audience this evening? Seeing none. Committee, I'm inclined to entertain a motion as it was stated by Commissioner McKiernan about going on the consent calendar. We're dealing with two issues. One is an ordinance change dealing with the pilot, and the other one is a ordinance change for the 25,000, lowering the age limit of from 65 and opening it to all residents under 25,000. So we do know we have preliminary numbers of roughly 330, just under $4 million or $400,000 if we if we open it up to all in Kansas City, Kansas. There's questions about Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. And there's also the question of the ordinance change itself for the pilot. I'm one that believes this is something the full commission should discuss. I would, out of respect for my fellow commissioners when it deals with the budget, I'm one that would like to have that, at least opportunity for them to have that discussion. I'm going to ask legal what our opportunities are this evening. If we forward this to the full commission and it's not 100% consent, I don't want it to be seen as a commissioner didn't support the idea of lowering the pilot or addressing the lowering of the age limit for the rebate. So legal, I'm going to ask for some assistance. We could advance it forward, I believe, and put it on the consent, but I would ask that legal would speak up or staff speak up at the full commission and ask that it be pulled.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman, Patrick Waters, Deputy Chief Counsel. So in order to avoid a commission member having to cast a false no vote, you could either make a motion to put this on the non-consent standing committee agenda, or you could just have a clean up and down vote, assuming everyone votes in favor, obviously. Or if it was a clean all yes vote, you could just remove it from consent that night. So it's either way you want to take it.
Thank you, Patrick. My concern is it being on the consent calendar. If it got biased that night, then it's action taken. So I would hope that we, as a commission, would have a chance to do that. Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would on item number 2, the amendment for the new classifications, move to approve the item to move forward to the full commission with the stipulation that this item not be on consent, but rather be considered by the full commission at that meeting.
Commissioner Townsend, District 1, second.
Thank you. I do have a question. Legal, would that be considered a non-consent calendar?
Yes, that will go on the standing committee's regular non-consent agenda.
As a non-consent item. It's hard to hear you, Patrick. I
Yes,
apologize.
I'm sorry. Yes, on the it would go on the standing committee's non-consent agenda.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. We do have a motion and a second. I would ask clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye. Thank you, committee. Item number 3, Commissioner McKiernan.
Mr. Chair, I would move that item number 3 be approved to forward to the full commission with the same stipulation that it be not considered on the consent agenda, but rather be considered for discussion by the full commission. I would also ask, not as a function of this motion, but I'd also ask that staff bring forward any information that we've talked about or requested tonight for the purpose of the full commission meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Townsend, District 1, second that motion.
Thank you, commissioners. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair, sorry, this
Yes.
is Haley. This is
Yes,
the
sir, Senator Haley.
Just clarifying that this is the motion regarding the reduction on the senior, that's this motion.
Yes, sir.
Right. All right, just clarity, just keeping up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. And ask clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye. Thank you, committee. That takes us to item number 4. That's an ordinance and resolution of the Arpa capital projects and other needs allocations. This is the capital projects, and we'll have Kathleen Von Atchen presenting again. Kathleen, please.
Thank you. So now I'm talking about ARPA. And as you know, we have a subcommittee formed, and the slide number 2 has the members. But and we've been looking at all of the various ARPA needs and have recommended some, which I'm going to talk about, and they were all approved by the commission. Over the past few months, we've been working with the commissioners to look at and evaluate and prioritize those needs that are capital related, that are eligible uses under the ARPA. So that's what we're going to be talking about here tonight. And Sherry, by the way, I also am joined by some of the ARPA subcommittee members are members of this committee, so they can make some comments. But in addition, I have John Kelly, who's the Building and Logistics Director under Public Works. And I have Angel Obert, who's the Director of Parks and Recreation. And then I believe I have Sarah Schaefer or Sarah White, who are representing the stormwater and wastewater projects in the Public Works Department. So they're available to answer questions. So just as a reminder, the committee members for our ARPA subcommittee, which was formed and began their work sometime in November, I think. The chairman is Angela Markley, And then we have Commissioners Melissa Bynum, Andrew Davis, Brian McKiernan, and Gail Townsend, who are on this committee. And they've been working hard evaluating the projects. And this committee is also staffed by myself and Ashley Hand, the Strategic Communications Director, Alan House, our Director, Assistant County Administrator, and Lavert Murray from the Mayor's Office. So just as a reminder, the U.S. Treasury has a publication they call the Final Rule, which is a code. It was in the U.S. Code. It basically stipulates all the eligible uses that ARPA funds can be used for. So there are restrictions for how we can spend this ARPA money, and it is rather restrictive on the capital side. So, and tonight we're only just talking about capital type activities, not programs or services. So we can spend ARPA funds on air handling systems like HVAC systems of public facilities. We can spend ARPA funds on some park-related trail improvements if it's tied to offering more outdoor activities for disproportionately impacted populations. We can spend ARPA funds for wastewater and for stormwater and for broadband. And by the way, you can also spend money for water projects, but the unified government doesn't provide water, the BPU provides water. So just as a reminder to let you know where we are so far, the US Treasury allocated these amounts to the unified government. On the Kansas City, Kansas side, $55 million, and for Wyandotte County side, $32 million, for a total of $87.5 million. And then these are the various actions taken by the Board of Commissioners to allocate and spend these funds. There was the immediate needs that was adopted in August, as well as the housing assistance that was adopted in August. There was the revenue replacement that was deposited into the various UG funds that was adopted as part of the budget. There is the employee incentive program that was adopted on September 30th. And then finally this February, and additional needs for the public health department were adopted on February 10th. So in all, after all of these allocations, this is the remaining amount of funds available of the ARPA allocation. On the Kansas City, Kansas side, it's $22.1 million. And on Wyandotte County side, it's $7.1 million for a total of $29.3 million. So all these funds have been allocated. And yes, I'll try to anticipate a question that you all have. I'm not going to talk about tonight because it'll just cause more confusion. But these amounts that were allocated for revenue replacement in the various operating funds, we'll talk more about that as part of the budget process, because not all of those funds were necessarily appropriated in the respective operating funds and are still sitting in fund balance. So that's going to be part of the budget process as we move forward in the coming months. So the point is that we wanted that what's left is to determine, of this total amount, 22 million and then the 7, what portion of that should be spent on capital needs, and then what portion should be spent on nonprofit service providers, and what portion should be spent on other programs that other UG departments offer that could be also be funded from ARPA funds that are eligible. So tonight we're just talking about capital. So the process that the subcommittee undertook to decide those questions took place during their February and March meetings. And the first was that staff provided the subcommittee with a list of properties or priority unfunded projects that met the federal eligibility requirements. And by the way, that list was, I think there's over 50 projects that cost $90 million or more. So lots of projects were brought forward. And of course, we didn't have 90 million because we only have that 21 and that 7 million, right? The second were that presentations were made on the merits of the projects and the community needs. We also did a community outreach program, and really went. We engaged the public in one event about a month ago that was very successful. The subcommittee also decided upon the level of ARPA funding dedicated for capital projects, allowing for enough remaining for nonprofit and UG allocations. And then the subcommittee members reviewed the list and the staff project rankings to arrive at a consensus amongst them for the final project list. And then finally, the subcommittee produced a consensus list of the projects and voted to forward those to us, the standing committee here, for your review and approval. So here's the list of the ARPA capital projects. And so the top part are the Kansas City, Kansas projects. And the first one is a wastewater project. And it is the combined sewer separation 15 and 18 Jersey Creek Basin for $2 million. There are two projects. By the way, in the coming slides, there'll be more details of each of these projects. So, and I'm going to ask that the respective department staff be able to talk a little bit about those. So, so bear with me because there's more to come. The next two are stormwater projects, one in the Wyandotte High Lombardi Drive area, and another is for green infrastructure on 8th Street Park. And then there are a whole variety of air handling systems, which total these amounts here. And a number of these air handling system improvements are recommended in various recreation facilities, such as Armadale, Beeley, the Kensington, and Parkwood. On the county side, we're recommending $2.5 million for in air handling system improvements to partially fund the total. The actual air handling system is much more than $2.5 million, but this will help. This will go a long way in helping that at the courthouse. There's a little bit of money for the public health department. The jail really has some dire needs for air handling system improvements. That's $2.3 million. And then there are $700,000 each for these two trails, one for Wyandotte County Park and the one for Pearson Park. So in order of that list, I'm going to go through some of these projects. Is Sarah on? Okay, so maybe not.
Can you hear me now? Sarah Schaefer with Public Works.
Great. Sarah, can you talk a little bit about this project and the next two?
Yes. So the three projects that Public Works has on the ARPA presentation are supportive of the sewer separation within Jersey Creek. So this is the sewer separation project itself. This is a small area map to just get you oriented, but it's north of 25th Street, Glendale Street to the east, Troop Street on the north, and Richmond Street on the south. This sewer separation and storm infrastructure is approximately 3,200 linear feet of new pipes. And those pipes range from 15 to 27 inches in diameter, depending upon design criteria. This project is $2 million in nature and would be our wastewater component. Next slide. Our stormwater components, these are in support of our sewer separation projects. So these are the capacity building green infrastructure projects that the ARPA committee is bringing forward. So Wyandotte High Lombardi Drive area is green infrastructure to capture the runoff and remove that flow from the existing combined systems and build capacity for the area. Improvements would improve the water quality and neighborhood aesthetics. So it is approximately $3.4 million in investment. The green infrastructure large project is our 8th Street Park. So it's a total reimagination of the 8th Street Park potential to build runoff capacity and create aesthetics to our downtown park area. This is in support of a sewer separation project that has already occurred and is completed that supported the Juvenile Justice Center as well. So this potential project could also assist in the redesign and redevelopment of the surrounding roadway. So this is a $6.2 million investment, and these are both from our stormwater components. And that's all that I have for the explanation at this time. Yes, thank you.
All right. On the facility side, I'm going to talk a little bit about, this is in reference to all the HVAC systems, but to give you some, a bigger picture overview, the current deferred maintenance in our, of all our properties right now was totaled by our recent Amoresco consultant study to be $91.5 million, right? And so a lot of that is needed to be addressed early on and, either this year or next. And then after that, in order to maintain the facilities, this is the level that we need to fund for each of these years in order to maintain the facilities. Of that 91 million, 48 million of it is city and 42 is county facilities. Now, of course, ARPA can't handle all that. It can only handle HVAC systems. So if we were to spend $10 million in HVAC system improvements, which is what this is recommending between the city and the county, 5.9 million on the city and 3.5 on the county side, then that would reduce this total by 12%. So it would reduce the 91 million by 12%. So it would make a big dent in this deferred maintenance and improve the services we're providing to our residents by, well, having better air quality in our various facilities. So I'm not going to talk about all of them. I think there's about 7 or 8 of them. I can go back and show you here. Yeah, there's City Hall, and then the Armadale, and then the recreation facilities, Armadale, Beeley, Kensington, and Parkwood. And then there's the courthouse and a little bit for the public health center, and then the jail, right? So, but I'm just going to talk briefly about some of the larger ones. So City Hall was built in 1971. It has 200,000 square feet, and the current replacement value is $59 million. Total deferred maintenance on this facility that this is unfunded or is $8.8 million. 8.3 of it is considered high priority. And the current facility condition index is 15.6. And I do have, I'm going ahead and doing the slides for John Kelly because he's a little, he's calling in from his car, I think, but he is available to answer some questions, right? So
yeah, Kathleen, I'm here. If anybody does have questions, I'm able to be here by phone.
Well, it would be great if you could explain what the facility condition index, what does that 15.6 mean?
So commissioners and staff, when you kind of saw the slide there that kind of talked about our overall, needs are, which was, cresting 90 some million dollars. The facility index report kind of just gives an overall condition of all of our facilities. And when you see a rather large number like that, you think, wow, that's shocking. And it is a big number, keep in mind, but we have a lot of different facilities and a lot of different infrastructure. So as the report has been coming down over the last couple of years, or the number's been growing, and we have made some improvements over the last 2 years with some of the early dollars that we received through the COVID and the pandemic on addressing some HVAC and other air handling needs. So that number's come down a little bit. Health department had a bigger project that we did with roof and lighting. So that number's come down a little bit. The high priority for that particular, this slide here, talking about City Hall, and then the facility condition index port of 15.6 isn't really that bad. Our numbers are really kind of good when people look, meaning good in the fact that all the types of buildings we have and all the repair that we've been keeping up on, older equipment, it's older, it's antiquated, but we've been maintaining it good enough that we've gotten by. So a lot of the equipment that we're asking for is going to help reduce costs as far as electrical needs. It's more state-of-the-art type systems. And so that's this particular slide. So yes, facility index report number at a 15 isn't real alarming. If we keep going down the path without addressing and getting some of my CIP dollars bumped up and some cost, it could start getting away from us. But also, I just want to make known to the board here tonight, Amoresco is also doing a tiering study, and we have an infrastructure committee that is sitting in, and there will hopefully by, I'm guessing the 1st of June, hopefully we'll be getting that report back that will start telling us how we can have a game plan of addressing some of our needs to some of our other facilities just based on standards in this day and age for square footage and people in the workplace. This slide here, okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So this slide here is the request that we were looking for DDC controls, just strictly for City Hall. The county, just as everybody knows, the county in the past, the funding mechanisms for the county hasn't been as good as the city has been. The mechanical equipment at City Hall is more up to date than, of course, the courthouse is. We have newer boilers there, newer chillers, but this is to address DDC controlling to the system and piping and distribution of the air handlets and unit heaters in the building. So those systems are still they've had updates with drives, which basically produce the airflow to different floors of City Hall. So this is one of the requests that we had that just was updating. Like I said, all these things that we're requesting to do is to make the air quality better in the building, make them run more efficient, and reduce electrical needs to our facilities. Next.
And I did want to just remind you all that these deferred maintenance costs will have to be paid at some point. They're not something that we can just avoid. They're not discretionary, I guess, is my point. So, and they continue to rise with inflation. The county courthouse was built in 1929. It has 180,000 square feet. The current replacement value is $46.7 million. It's a beautiful building, but its deferred maintenance right now is $10.5 million, and of which $9.5 million of it is high priority. And its facility condition index is 22.6. So the proposal is to, although the needs, I'm not sure I put that, no, the total needs for HVAC exceed 2.5 million, but in order to not spend too much of the ARPA funds on the county side, the request is to ask for $2.5 million for air handling, tuck pointing, masonry, building envelope, and exterior restoration. And John Kelly, would you like to add any more to this on the county courthouse?
I guess, yeah, just real quick, Kathleen, I just want everybody here on this committee to know, along with the ARPA committee, this was one that I've really been pushing to hope to get. We talked about where the ARPA funding could help leverage other projects. we've had dollars allocated for the courthouse for the roof, tuck pointing, and things where the number has just been moving the last couple of years just due to the construction market. And then, of course, with our current inflation that we're seeing. So my hopes for this thing to get approved will really allow us to leverage and make some big steps in addressing that facility index report and then just the deferred maintenance for the county. Unfortunately, the county facilities have always been in a condition with getting less funds to be able to address things that really needed to be done. So this is really a key project that will really allow us to get a big thing in the courthouse done. Like I said, the boilers inside that facility are ancient. There's only one chiller that supplies the building, so there's no redundancy like there is at City Hall. So this is just really a key project, and I'm really hoping that we can get this to help leverage the overall project, which will result in, like I said, tuck pointing, masonry cleaning, all new heating and cooling throughout the building, electrical distribution, and like I said, when it talks here about the 2.5 million through ARPA, this is just some of the dollars that we'll be able to help leverage the original project that we've been working with our consultants over the last couple of years to get this project underway.
Right.
That's all I have on this slide.
Right. That's great. And, just keep in mind that all these funds will assist and help avoiding to issue debt to pay for these improvements because it's all just cash right out from the federal government. And then finally, there are two parks that we've included in the recommendation, Wyandotte County Park and Pearson Park. They're both county parks. They're both getting $700,000. I do have Angel Obert on if you want to say anything, Angel.
Yes, thanks, Kathleen. And good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time tonight. So these two projects we did bring before the commission at one time when we were going through the decision-making process to decide which trail to fund first. And at that time, the commission did vote for Clam Park. So that project actually is going to be underway this year. And then so these two trail projects were also part of that original conversation. So these projects were scoped out softly at that time. And so the Pearson Park is anticipated to be 1.05 miles long. And then the Wyandotte County Park Trail is also anticipated to be 1 mile long. We all know COVID got a lot of people back out into the parks. Our parks are used more than ever nationally across the United States. Parks were just being used more than ever. A lot of people getting outside and exercising and using those trails. And we also know from the 2017 master plan and some recent studies that we've done in surveys for our community that trails in our parks still continue to rank very high. So we're excited about the funding for these projects, being able to do these two trails in addition to the Clam Park Trail that were in that original set of 4 parks will be really exciting for our department and also the community. So also happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Angel. So tonight we're asking for,
BPU board member Haley has his hand up.
Oh, thank you, and I'll be brief. To the last point with the trails, very excited about that. Obviously, having a more ambulatory community participating at Wyco and Pearson and Clam are greatly appreciated to improve our general habits and our infrastructure. I've heard a little bit about what's called the Heritage Trail or a connectual that would go from what's called Call Point, coming westward and going as far as Quindaro, like Quindaro Ruins. I didn't know if they had made application or if that would be a part of what has been inside of the projects through the UG parks. And if they did make application, I know they called it Heritage Trails and just didn't know if that had been considered, or would that be a subsequent discussion we should have?
So, I think that the I'm just going off the top of my head here, but I believe that the ARPA final rule talks about park improvements. I'm not sure it really allows for building new trails, but just improving existing ones. But there may be that. But Angel, can you answer his question?
Sure, yeah, I can try to answer that. I don't believe that in this initial round that the larger group working on the Northeast Heritage Trail, they were able to submit for this initial round of ARPA projects. I do believe that I think with the second opportunity coming out for nonprofits and also additional UG departments, that there will probably, I would anticipate them also submitting through that avenue for some funding for that trail project, definitely.
Very good. Thank you both very much.
Right. So, let me just finish real quick. So, I just want to finish this one slide.
Kathleen, finish, and then we have two other conferees that would like to speak. So,
okay. Well, so what we're actually, there's not only are we asking for approval with an action to fund these recommended ARPA capital projects, but there's also a small correction in the resolution/ordinance to shift $150,000 for the municipal court fine waiver program. That was approved as part of immediate needs and the additional needs in February. It was erroneously approved as a county project, but it actually should be a city project. So we're recommending that be shifted to the city allocation side. So as a result, if the resolution ordinance that is in your packet tonight, if we're approved, then the remaining funds in the ARPA allocation would be $4.4 or $4.5 million on the Kansas City, Kansas side, and $900,000 on the Wyandotte County side. Now, not to further confuse things, but I did want to point out that about roughly, we're estimating roughly $1.6 million in health department funds that was approved as part of ARPA in the first immediate needs report adopted back in August. Since then, we learned that some of those projects, 1.6 million of them, are FEMA reimbursable. And so we have submitted our applications to FEMA for those costs, and we're just waiting to hear back and to get the funding. We expect it within a few weeks. So if those are reimbursable, then that will free up ARPA funds in the amount of roughly 1.6 million on the county side. So that $900,000 will increase by 1.6 million more. But right now we're not betting on it just yet, but it's likely. So, and as you know, we have opened up the ARPA subcommittee has opened up an application web portal to our nonprofits and to UG departments to submit proposals for services and programs that of which this funding could be utilized. So that deadline is approaching the end of May, and that's it. So I'm happy to answer any questions from the commissioners.
Yeah. Commissioners, I know your hands have been up a while. If you had your hand up, please raise them again. You'll be recognized. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. If Mr. Kelly is still available, he may have said that and I missed it, but I wanted to make sure that we got on the record what the significance of that facility index is. There are numbers mentioned. What is optimal? Are the numbers provided bad? What would make it better? I'm just trying to get some relevance with regard to the numbers that were shown and the significance of what that facility condition index actually means.
Commissioner John Kelly here. I am kind of unavailable as far as having my notes for the part to talk about the facility index report, except for the fact that with working with Amoresco, that number is it's not that it's great, but it's not bad either, is what it is. As that number grows, that becomes the concern. So when you see the deferred, let me go. Can you go back to the slide, Kathleen, that kind of talk, or here it is. No, I'm sorry. You were on the right one, where it just kind of talks about the deferred maintenance just for the courthouse itself, shows it at 10.5 million. And then the high priority deferral for it is right around 9, when the overall building's close to 50. And I think with the cost of different things, I don't think that we would probably, in all honesty, be able to build that courthouse back to the nature it is for the tune of 50 million, just the way things are currently now over the last couple of months. So the facility index report of showing it at a 22% versus City Hall, the City Hall number was less of a number, showing that, meaning that the condition of that building had better scoring, which was, I think, around 15. So as you get into 22 and up, that index report, or the index of the condition of the building, starts showing that it needs more attention. So the higher the number means the facility is needing to be addressed. So when you start getting around probably the 30%, and that number starts moving to a direction where it just keeps moving north of you, that's when it starts becoming a problem. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Commissioner Townsend, I think you muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're right. I was talking away. Yes, Mr. Kelly, that did answer my question as to the relative importance of the numbers themselves. So from what I understand from your explanation, the higher that facility condition index number is an indication of, us being worse off for whatever the building is.
I just figured it out. Hey, Commissioner, I just figured it out. Actually, it represents 22.6%, which is taking that $10 million into the replacement value of 46 million. That's what it is.
Okay, but again, I guess the point is, I think as Mr. Kelly was saying, that the higher that number, that's an indication of worse off that building or whatever it is. I think you mentioned the City Hall was at 15 something. So that means it's not quite as bad off.
Correct.
The more deferred maintenance we have. Okay.
The county infrastructure and the condition index for the facilities on the county is a number that we would see probably across the board, that it is higher than any of our other facility condition index on the city. So Kathleen's right, in the replacement number, that's where the number's coming from. So the higher that number comes into play, just means the condition of the building needs more money put at it.
Okay. That's what I was trying to get at, to see what that really is telling us. So, all right. Thank you.
If it were 50%, then you'd probably have to decide, well, do we want to really spend, that much money to repair an old building, or do we want to tear it down and build a new one? So that's sort of why the index is a key component.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure I understood what that meant. So the higher, the worse off it is. And as you're saying, you may be talking about, instead of repair, or replace. So thank you.
Correct. And that's why, she talks about 50%, but as we've been working with Amoresco over the last couple of years, when we're around that 30 to 35, that's where we're really trying to get you guys to say, hey, we need to start addressing these. And like I said, coming out of our tiering study and working with the infrastructure committee, we're going to have more information to come to kind of talk about some of our other facilities. But if you were to ask me if I'm nervous about this 22.6, no, I'm not. I think this is a historical building that will continue to be in our community, and hopefully be able to put the money into this building and get the long time needs that it's been needing, Commissioner.
Well, one thing I'll say about some of these, and it's been a point of concern as we've gone through the last year with COVID, how important it is to get air handling systems dealt with and are improved. So apart from COVID, whatever maintenance needed to be done was something to consider. But as we've seen in the last 2 years, these air handling systems are very important to improving or keeping the health of our community up. So thank you.
Commissioner McKierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Monica and staff, my Zoom connection just dropped over here. And so it says it's trying to reconnect, but that's how I've been monitoring who is participating or wanting to participate. So I may ask you for some help troubleshooting that in just a second. Regarding these items, I'd like to thank the members of the ARPA subcommittee, Commissioner Markley, who's been chair, and then Commissioners Davis, Bynum, Townsend, and myself for putting in some work on these various items. None of these projects are necessarily sexy, but they're all very necessary projects, and they meet the eligibility guidelines of the ARPA process. And so we've gone through an iterative process, which just means that each member of the committee has come forward with feedback on the potential list of projects, not once, not twice, but I think we're up to about 4 times that we've gone through the process of considering ranking all of these projects beautiful. I just got my Zoom back, so life is going to be good here in just a second. But I do want to say that this is an iterative process. The committee hasn't just considered these items one time, but multiple times before coming up with this list. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Are there any hands, staff?
VP Haley.
Didn't hear. Oh, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been most enlightening for me to go through this process. And I'm just wondering if this is a cumulative or multi-year. Are these brought annually? And pardon my naivete, but how often do we review what the, because we reached the point of deferred maintenance, but this is a multi-year, I would imagine, that this just didn't come up, that there have been some early warning signs as we reached this point that we probably could have addressed. I just wonder how often, I am new, of course, to this process in this committee. How often is this presented to the commission? Annually, or how quickly do we get here?
Commissioner, we every year update the capital maintenance and improvement program, which is called the CMIP. In fact, on May 19th and May 26th, we will be making presentations to the full commission of the CMIP needs, not only the facilities, but streets and other infrastructure, sewer, and storm. So this is a listing of all the projects is presented and prioritized and discussed and provided in our budget document. What you're looking at right here, though, are projects that have been that are not funded, but have a high priority and could benefit from utilizing these federal funds that are one-time in nature from the American Rescue Plan Act. And so that's what this is specific just to ARPA as their funding source. So.
And thank you for that. I appreciate the current ARPA, the projects that are listed. I guess I was still thinking of the county courthouse and city hall. I know the air handling is one that's a line item in this current one, but for their various deferred maintenances, this isn't in the last 12 months. I think that these kind of costs that bring that rating would have occurred. I just didn't know when last this was presented to the commission, when this discussion was had by the commission. It predates my service to it, and just wondered what, if any, response there was and how it was addressed then as we look at the maintenance of both of these beautiful but aging buildings, and what the response might have been then and how often this is done.
Kathleen, you may take that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Commissioner John Kelly, Facilities Director. So just like Kathleen was saying, we go and look at our facilities, from the courthouse to, county structures to city structures on a yearly basis, or, some of the consultants that I have on our team that will review, building envelopes to roof systems to mechanical systems. And we make those, projects that we schedule out in the out years to go through the budget process. So just with these particular ARPA dollars, we looked at, having leverage to get some of these things done quicker and faster to reduce this deferred maintenance log at a much larger scale. When people think, and somebody hears, wow, $95 million worth of deferred maintenance, and until I walked you through and you looked at that report that we've had Amoresco provide for our county administrator's office and the mayor and the commission, as that report's been given, as you really kind of go through all those different slides and you kind of look at the buildings, we could be in a much worse condition, but now is the time that we need to start addressing some of these needs before it does get to the point where things start getting away from them. So I don't want to imply sitting at $95 million is a good place to be, but this is a time for us to take an opportunity of the ARPA dollars to, take a heavy hit at this, some of these needs, and then just in our future years, just be going through the CMIP process, trying to, leverage our, CMIP dollars for maintenance for facilities. But I think with our tiering study that I referred to that Amoresco is working on a report, it's going to be allow me to come back to the commission and share some information on maybe what it looks like for us, post-COVID and how the workplace is as far as, I think you could probably guess when City Hall was built in the early 70s, and the way people were sitting in office location and the spacing of, cubicle or office setting today in the 21st century type stuff, people are more together in space, and some offices may be able to work from home, so to speak. And I don't want to get too much into that, but I think there's different departments that work a lot out in the field, and what's it look like for them having, traditional office spaces. So we're looking at all those things, and I think it will help continue us to address the deferred maintenance and some of our cost and some other facilities that we may not really need to have if we can reduce our footprint and, move into some of our buildings where we actually have the space and just have to make the investment to get the space right. But it has been an ongoing process for years for the Division of Buildings Logistics to go through the CMIP process, putting projects together for multiple buildings. We don't come at the, to the tune of where you see the $95 million slide. We just, take approaches to the buildings that need things the most, from mechanical to roof systems, and just kind of put them in the out years. But the Amoresco over the last couple of years is going to be kind of that asset planner that allows us to grab buildings and follow a trajectory of moving forward to the buildings that need the attention the most to help work away that deferred maintenance log.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I appreciate that analysis and that review. Thank you, Ms. Von Achen and Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Any other hands? I see no other hands. Is there anybody from the public want to speak to this? We do.
No communication from.
We have Elnora Jefferson online.
Ms. Jefferson, you have 3 minutes. Please list your name and place of residency, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Elnora Tellis Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. The question I have concerns the B-Lee, the Beatrice Lee Community Center. If my memory serves me, a couple of years ago, I sat in on a CMIP budget overview. And at that time, the Beatrice Lee did not fall within the top, I want to say top 10 projects to be addressed. I'm wondering whether or not the sidewalk, what do they call it? The walkway to the Beatrice Lee upper level has needed repair for a number of years. The cones there have been for a number of years been in place. And I was wondering if this is the appropriate, does that walkway, can it be defined as part of infrastructure, or how should that be addressed?
Kathleen, and would you like me to respond to that? So Kathleen, I'm not able to hear you. So,
Oh, so sorry. I just wanted to point out that ARPA funds spent on facilities can only be spent on improving air handling systems. That's why this recommendation for Beely only includes HVAC systems. So what you're talking about is other repairs, which would be paid for out of the broader UG CMIP budget, which I mentioned we are having those conversations on May 19th and 26th.
and Kathleen, I would just like to touch on that. I think Angel's still on the line, but to the question about the entryway, that has been brought to my attention, and I think you had stated that as something that you had asked as seeing if that was a priority. I will tell you, as director of facilities, is working with Angel's staff over the past week at looking into that more to see where we can see how we can address that potentially this year. I'm not making any commitments, but I feel pretty strong between me and Angel and some other allocation of dollars that I have through some ADA funding that we might be able to address that in response to your question about that entryway.
Did that answer your question, Ms. Jefferson? Okay. Is there do we have anybody else online? Any more from the public? Anybody?
I don't see any more from the public.
Great, thank you. This is an action item. I will state that it's no secret. I'm not supportive of some of the items on here. I do believe that the air handling equipment is important, and I do have some questions. And Angel, maybe you can help me in reference to the cost for trails. Can you tell me, will that just be a bobcat running through the woods and knocking small plants and dirt trails? Will it be paved? What kind of surface are we talking about?
Yes, Commissioner, I can answer that. It'll be a 10-foot wide ADA compliant trail. So that will include the concrete surfacing, aggregate base, compacted subgrade. So it'll be a very nice, well-constructed ADA compliant trail. Originally, because in our budget, we only get allocated $100,000 per year for trail funding, which we all know doesn't get us very far. So originally the way that it was scoped out was as a 7-phase project for Pearson, and then a 7-phase project for Wyandotte County Park. So this opportunity through ARPA allows us to be able to do this at one time, which is amazing for the community.
And thank you for that clarification. I guess the only other comment I would make is under the previous administration, I had clearly asked and pleaded with the former administration to have representation from Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. This is a second allocation that has occurred through a subcommittee that has not included a Bonner Springs or Edwardsville commissioner. And I don't know how the commissioner from Edwardsville feels about that, but I don't see a project on here that really deals with some of the concerns we might have out west and south in reference to projects. I mean, the closest we get might be Wyandotte County Parks Trail, but I don't know if that's Wyandotte County Lake or if that's Wyandotte County Parks out by the Legends area. That I will leave it to the wisdom of the committee. I will share with you, I will be voting no, because I don't like the stormwater and wastewater infrastructure being part of the ARPA funding. That if my math serves me correctly, I believe we'll have 6.9 million left if we get the 1.6 million back from the FEMA, if I followed you, Kathleen, on the charts that you shared collectively. Right, but that would give us a total collection of 6.9 million left for disbursement through ARPA funding. Is that correct? Okay, the 2.5. And then the 4.4. So that would be the 6.9 that we would have left to spend on ARPA funding. And then we haven't had our not-for-profits or anything like that. We haven't gone through that process yet. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Stites.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Stites, District 7. And I agree that I'm not sure about the process here and why Bonner Springs and Edwardsville were not included in these discussions. And I think that goes back to what I've been trying to work on since I've been elected, is that, you know, we are a unified government, and unified government includes Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. And at some point, we're going to get to the point that we treat Bonner Springs and Edwardsville like we're unified. And it's frustrating every step of the way when I continue to hear that they are left out. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites. Any other comments? And can somebody share with me the definition of the disproportionately impacted populations, just exactly what that means?
Yeah, so you might remember back where I showed you a census map of all the census blocks, and it pointed out the various censuses, the census areas where the populations living in those areas met several criteria. I don't remember offhand now, off my head, but it had to do with the level of wages and income and another criteria I can't remember. And so those census tracts that met that criteria where low-income people live, that's where they felt that those populations had been disproportionately impacted by COVID due to their, people of color or their income, and their access to healthcare, so forth. So that's what they're referring to in the final rule.
Well, I appreciate the reason why I bring that up, because I'm kind of wondering how the trails as well as the sewer and stormwater issues impact their health with that reference. But
the broadband doesn't address the disproportionate, but the parks do.
Right, and that was another issue I wanted to bring up, broadband. But I'm going to stop with the questions. I've made my comment. We have 3 others who want to speak. Commissioner Townsend, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend. To the concerns that were raised by you and Commissioner Stites, I can't speak to the appointments that were made or not made, but I will say I was in attendance at one of the meetings where representatives from Western Wyandotte Bonner, and I believe one of the other entities did make presentations. So even though there may not have been any persons from those areas who were actually subcommittee members, consideration was given to projects from those areas.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Chair. And I was just going to mention that Commissioner Davis, District 8, thank you, Commissioner Townsend. I was just going to mention that we did have a joint meeting with representatives from both Edwardsville and Bonner. They were considered, they presented their projects. What the committee decided was that for and Kathleen and staff, if you all want to provide kind of more insight on this, please do. What we decided, if I'm not mistaken, was that Bonner and Edwardsville would send in applications with other UG departments so that they, if the projects were to be approved, they'd be approved along with competing with nonprofits and other departments. Again, the appointments is not necessarily my purview as a commissioner. I've advocated that we, looked at other funding mechanisms and things to make sure that Bonner and Edwardsville were included, but they were considered. These particular projects, I do want to add, took a long time for us to come together as a subcommittee, find a consensus within, was it the 5 of us, and submit these projects. I would just hate for us to say no and kind of prolong that particular process. We do have an application out there that Bonner and Edwardsville can apply for. But beyond that, I'm not sure what else we could really do, and would love to hear other thoughts. But beyond appointment, which again is not the purview of us as commissioners, I don't know what else could be done to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would just, I guess, respond to that this is the second time around with the ARPA funds. And it is, as it's been stated by my colleague that represents, our colleague that represents southwestern Wyandotte County, we are a unified government. And it's one thing to appear and participate in committee hearings, and nothing to have representation from those communities on the committee. And that was an issue that was raised before. And to ignore it a second time is just not something I'm willing to do this evening. But I do have Commissioner Townsend's hand up again. Commissioner Townsend?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I appreciate your comments. Again, the appointment of representatives from those areas, as Commissioner Davis said, beyond the purview of that, I would hate to see the items that have been brought forth not given full benefit of input or input from the council as a whole. So I would move that this resolution be moved out of committee and move forward to the full body for further action. I do respect your comments about participation. But again, those entities, Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, were part of the process, even though there was not a representative on the subcommittee, and will be able to submit applications if they believe that they should do so. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Davis, second.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the second.
Davis.
Oh, Commissioner Davis, you seconded?
Second. Yes.
Right, thank you. All right.
Chairman, you have a hand raised. BPU Board Member Haley.
Okay. Senator Haley.
I guess I'll consider this discussion on the motion, Chairman Burrows. I just am very sensitive to the comments that you and others have raised regarding the participation of Bonner and Edwardsville, and it's being a part of our unified government and considered in some of these allocations and appropriations. It's been an ongoing issue since the inception of our unified government as to what that participation would be. I remember back in '97 when we were putting this unified government in place when the community was. And I think there should be this ongoing dialogue. We in the Northeast area, as far as I'm concerned, have been, with lack of a better description, the red-haired stepchild of Wyandotte County in terms of the allocations that we have received and other funding. It's been an ongoing issue that predates Bonner and Edwardsville being a part of our unified government. And we've often been overlooked. You can't look at any capital improvements or maintenance improvements in the Northeast area of which I'm aware. I guess the B. Lee Center, arguably. But anyway, I digress. I'm going to grudgingly support the motion that was made by the two preceding commissioners. But and I guess from there, I lose my ability to have any input as it goes to the full UG Commission, if in fact the motion prevails. But I'm very sensitive to it from the regionalism aspect of how we in our county do for parts of the county and leave the others, all of whom participate from our tax base, and now as we see from our pilot base and others who contribute to but get very little received. I know we're talking federal funding here, and we're calling about lifting of the all, like our municipal buildings. But I'm going to grudgingly support the motion to move it forward to the full UG, and hope that in ensuing discussion we'll find greater parity throughout the county for the various parts of our county. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Okay, we do have a motion on the table. Oh, Commissioner McKiernan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also support moving this forward to the full commission for consideration. I think there are some things that we probably end up needing to clarify in full commission regarding the cities of Bonner and Edwardsville, and if they got their own allocations above and beyond those monies that we are considering right here tonight. Because I want to make sure that I'm correct on this, but I do believe that that is correct, that those cities have allocations that are separate from everything that we're considering tonight. And so I absolutely endorse moving it forward. I do think that the committee has tried to be very, very sensitive to allocating these dollars in the best way possible. I know that on stormwater, you and I agree to disagree on this one, but I do think that making stormwater improvements directly contributes to improving the health of our city and county, and therefore that makes them, in my mind, very eligible and very useful improvements, and really exactly what this kind of money is designated for. So I think we need to clarify the allotments that the cities of Bonner and Edwardsville may have gotten above and beyond this process. So that's something we need to bring to full commission. And then if we as a full commission decide, much like we would on a planning and zoning item, that this needs to be sent back, then that's something that we can certainly decide at that time. But I just want to say, I do absolutely endorse the work of the committee, not just because I was a member of said committee, but because of the effort that staff and the other committee members put into it. And I do think that these are very worthwhile projects that do bring benefit. And so I would like to move this forward to full commission as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kiernan. We do have a motion and a second. I would ask clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Haley,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Stites,
No.
McKiernan,
Aye.
Burrows.
No. Thank you, committee. That takes us to item number 5. And Kathleen, I think you will be making this presentation again this evening. You have been our stalwart presenter this evening. So item number 5 is budget revisions in excess of $50,000 for cybersecurity incident response. So Kathleen, please.
Good evening. We have a quick presentation. So our budget policy states that the mayor and the county administrator, actually, we can go to the next slide, please. Oh, I got it. Sorry. Well, actually, I'm going to go to this one. So per our operating budget policy, the county administrator has the authority to approve budget revisions that exceed $50,000 for matters that are health and safety concerns or other emergencies, or to sustain ongoing operations subject to the approval of the mayor. And if an item is over $50,000 and it meets that criteria, what we're required to do, the budget office and the finance department, is to provide all of you the information in the subsequent ED&F meeting, which is what we're doing right now. Okay. So this past month is, as you all know, we encountered, or we're living through a cyber attack, and we're experiencing a cybersecurity incident. And in order to address that, we've had to enter into 3 contracts, 2 of them with Microsoft Corporation for various services, and another one with Technology Group Solutions, Sophos Security. So First one is for 320 hours of professional services for problem resolution support and service delivery management and other assistance. The second one is for tactical recovery plans and delivery, a delivery summary and a closeout and recommendations. And the last one has to do with the management of our website. It's a rapid response services for about 199 endpoints, which is the number of devices, I imagine. I am not an expert in this area, so I'm just providing the information that's in the contract. So the total for these three contracts is $796,000. And so the resources to pay for these three contracts, which were not budgeted, are coming from contingencies in our various operating funds. We're going to allocate these costs across the various operating funds based on an FTE basis. And we will be including that as part of our amended 2022 budget recommendations. So we're just providing this information to you so that you're aware of it, and that the county administrator entered into these contracts to help assist us with managing this attack.
Okay. Thank you, Kathleen.
Yeah.
Are there any questions, any hands up from the commission? Yes, please, Commissioner McKiernan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kathleen, for bringing this forward. Thanks to all the staff that have been and continue to work on resolving this. Just a quick survey of the literature, so to speak, would reveal that we certainly are not the only municipality that has been dealing with issues just like this, even very recently. I think our staff have done, as both our mayor and our county administrator have said publicly, our staff have done a great job of picking up the pieces and moving on. What I'd like to be presented to the commission is we've been getting trickles of this has been restored, this has been fixed, we're back online. I'd just like to ask that at some point in the future, not tonight, that the commission just get another more comprehensive update on the progress we've made and the steps we still need to take to get back to fully normal functioning. But thank you for this. This is great.
Thank you, Commissioner McKiernan. Well stated. Kathleen, I just have two comments, if I may, and they may be more questions. One, are we insured for any kind of episode like this incident?
So cybersecurity insurance is a kind of a relatively new product. It's been out about maybe 10 years. Now, it's not super common for municipalities to have it. It's also a little difficult to get because you need to have all of your processes and policies and training set up and 100% in order basically to qualify for it, or at least to have a reasonable premium offered to you. So actually, Kevin Bibbs and I over the past year have been working with Homeland Security and other federal agencies related to cybersecurity in doing the assessment process. That is one of the first steps towards getting cybersecurity insurance. In fact, that assessment was taking place during the time in which the attack occurred. So, I mean, just coincidentally. So, we were in the process of getting our systems in place so that we could proceed with cybersecurity insurance. I should point out it's really expensive. And so that's one of those things that you hate to spend money on, but you kind of wouldn't be a bad idea to have it. So,
well, when I see the cost of what it's going to cost us from the budget to get back up, two things. One, I would say, I understand not having the insurance. I did notice in the budget, we had budgeted a little over $90,000 for a cybersecurity position, and it wasn't filled. And that I also would state that that is not a market rate that would attract anyone to take that job. So I would encourage my colleagues to give consideration. Either you pay now or you pay later. And obviously we're going to be doing both now. But next question I would have is for the safe and health and safety of our community, would this qualify for ARPA funding? in any way, shape, or form because it had our health information as well as safety information that was compromised. So I don't need an answer this evening.
No, it
I would
is.
just ask that legal give that some consideration so that we can deal with this issue in one fell swoop and not have to work through a couple of budgets to remedy it.
Yeah, the American Rescue Plan discusses, encourages the use of the ARPA funds for cybersecurity measures. So my guess is that these would qualify and be an eligible use. Also, I did want to mention that just preliminarily, we got an estimate of about a year ago of how much cybersecurity insurance would be annually, and it's around 600,000 a year. So you know.
Understood. And a security officer would probably be a third of that cost. So it's still more than what we advertised for, but it would be cheaper than the insurance. But doing nothing is not an option anymore. But thank you for that. I would encourage us to give consideration of ARPA funding to be utilized to address this. Now you see why I was talking about the ARPA issues earlier. Okay, thank you. This was for information only. There will be no action necessary.
Chairman,
I
you
would
have a
ask
hand
if there-
raised.
Yeah, I was going to ask if there's any other commissioners and any members of the public. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, very quickly. Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Davis, District 8. I would just echo what Commissioner McKiernan has said. There's a lot of work that is left for us to do to be fully secure. I do believe that during the budget process that we also need to include a robust conversation about cybersecurity. I am comfortable to say that the way that we invest and we value public safety, very, very valuable, right? For law enforcement, for our firefighters, we need to add cybersecurity to that measure. It needs to get that level of attention. It needs to get that level of investment because of what recently has taken place. And I echo Commissioner McKiernan's desire that the commission and the public be given more information on how recovery is going as we are making our way through this very, very interesting time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Anyone else? Any comments from the public? Anybody in the lobby or present here want to speak to the issue?
No comments.
Seeing none. As I stated, it's for information only. That concludes the Economic and Development Finance Committee. I now relinquish the leadership role to my friend and colleague, Commissioner McKiernan, for the Neighborhood and Community Development Committee.
This is Commissioner Davis. Before we do that, should there be a motion to adjourn?
Nope. We're not adjourned. We're moving on to another
Oh,
committee.
we're just moving on. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for attending tonight. Given the length of this first meeting, I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute recess and plan to convene Neighborhood and Community Development at 7:36 this evening so that everyone can just get a break in between these two meetings. We do have a fairly full agenda for the next meeting, so let's be prepared. We'll come back at 7:36. Thank you.
Good night.
and we will start this meeting momentarily. All right, I'm going to take a look around on Zoom. It does appear that we have all of our committee members back. And so before I do call this meeting to order, which by the way is Neighborhood and Community Development, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. That also applies to people who are connecting by other electronic devices like computers. During the meeting, please make sure you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that's observing knows who's speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by 5 p.m. the Thursday before the meeting. The public will also have an opportunity to provide brief comments, either by telephone or via Zoom from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal office building. I will now call this meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee to order. Ask the clerk to please take the roll.
Roll call. Stites,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Townsend,
Here.
Burrows,
Here.
McKiernan.
Here. Thank you. The first item of business we have is the approval of our standing committee minutes from January 3rd, 2022.
Commissioner Burrows, move for approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Burrows.
Commissioner Townsend, District 1, second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve those minutes as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. There were no actual revisions to this agenda after it was published. However, for the members of the committee, I do have a request from Mr. Gunnar Hand that we change the order of items in this agenda. Items number 3 and 4 are items that Mr. Hand is bringing before us tonight. Unfortunately, we have him double booked as the Planning Commission also has its meeting going on right now. He is in his office, and I guess I would ask the committee if we would consider bubbling these items to the top of our agenda so that Mr. Hand can deal with us and then move back to the Planning Commission meeting. All right then. So, hearing nothing from the members of the committee, thank you. We will go ahead and move item 3 and item 4 to be the first items that we consider underneath the Neighborhood and Community Development agenda. The first one is approval of a Mid-America Regional Council Planning Sustainable Places grant request. Mr. Hand, I believe you are with us in your office. I see that you are. If you'd go ahead and present this, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Before you, we have a request to pursue a grant. The Mid-America Regional Council just launched their call for projects for the Planning Sustainable Places grant program. It's a biannual grant program. If you recall, 2 years ago, we were successful in 3 grant requests, all which are currently wrapping up right now. That is the GODOT Countywide Mobility Strategy, the Northeast Kansas City, Kansas Heritage Trail Planning Process, as well as the Merriam Connected Corridor. This grant request is in partnership with the City of Westwood and Westwood Hills. We're looking to do a complete streets corridor analysis of Rainbow Boulevard from I-35 to Shawnee Mission Parkway. So it's an interjurisdictional project. The PSP grant does focus on mainly transportation, but also land use integration in the environment. We believe we hit all 3 of those points. It'll be less focused than a more traditional corridor planning process because we've done so much current planning, long-range planning in the current timeline around our Rosedale community. So instead, we're trying to do as far as we can to a design process. Unlike The Missouri side of the Mid-America Regional Council, the Kansas side, KDOT does not allow design for the PSP grants. So right now we're looking at targeting what's called a traffic management plan, really getting as far as we can from a technical standpoint and setting up a potential complete street revamp of the entire Rainbow Corridor with future STP grants. Again, we just missed those grant applications. So in 2 years' time, right when we wrap up this planning process, the STP grant projects will be out. And so we hope to prepare for that process moving forward. I also, actually, before I move on, that grant we're estimating at about $150,000 total. It would be split amongst the 3 municipalities. However, we have a verbal commitment from Kansas Department of Transportation, as well as potentially additional funds from private partners to supply all of the UG portion of that grant request. That is still to be worked out, and that is a critical part of the planning of the call for projects process. So with any luck, this will cost us no money, but we will potentially be on the hook. So we wanted to come before you and seek that funds. The deadline for submissions is June 17th. So we believe we can continue to work on this project, assuming we have a favorable recommendation from this committee tonight. Again, no need to fast track it to the meeting this Thursday. We can wait until May 26th. The other PSP grant, which I was not able to submit any materials on, I only just heard from the Kansas City Area Transportation Authority. KCATA is looking to partner with the Unified Government and Kansas City, Missouri on a potential PSP. They said that if that moves forward, they will also pay for all of that. So again, potentially partnering with other agencies, not 100% focused on, or not necessarily 100% reliant on UG funds, but we did want to bring that forward as that conversation just started like last Friday and is kind of working through the process right now. These call for projects tend to percolate in response. So officially 1.5 requests to move forward with PSPs. And that is my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hand. So does any member of the committee have any questions or comments for Mr. Hand? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I so didn't want to do this, but I wanted to make sure I understood what that half was. I understand this presentation as it's shown on number 3, but what was that half? Did that have to do with the transportation portion he mentioned at the end, or explain that again to me, please?
Madam Commissioner, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Yes. So the materials that I provided for this agenda item only are a reference to the Rainbow Boulevard Complete Streets Corridor project that we're pursuing. Just this past week, late last week, I was approached by the Kansas City Area Transportation Authority to see if we would be interested in another sort of transit-focused connection, strengthening transit connections between our 2 downtowns. And so that is evolving. If we are able to move it forward out of committee today, I can bring more information about that, or let you know that we ended up not pursuing it with the KCATA in Kansas City, Missouri by the May 26th meeting.
Okay, well, transportation is a major issue, and how people, particularly in my district, Northeast End, can get to work. So my question is, in the material provided of the Rainbow Corridor and the Shawnee Mission Parkway part of this, it says no matching funds are expected, I guess, from us. Would that still hold true then with the transportation part that you just referenced?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. That is correct. Right now, KCATA said if they moved forward, they would be able to supply all of the matching grant amount for the downtown connectivity study.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Does any other member of the committee have questions or comments for Mr. Hand? I don't see any from members of the committee. What I would ask, I am having fun stuff with my computer tonight. I would ask the clerk if we had any request for public comment regarding item number 3, the Mid-America Regional Council Planning Sustainable Places Grant Request.
There were no requests.
We did not. What I do have is I have one attendee who would like to offer some public comments. So if we could promote Erin Strika so that she is able to speak. Ms. Strika, it looks like you are able to speak now. If you'd go ahead and just give your name and city of residence for the record, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes to make your comment.
Thanks, Commissioner. This is Erin Strika. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas, and I'm Director of Rosedale Development Association. Just wanted to say briefly that RDA totally supports this Planning Sustainable Places grant for Rainbow Boulevard. As I'm sure you're all aware, the Rainbow Corridor is changing really, really quickly. And in order for all the growth in our area to best serve our neighborhood, we badly need a thoughtful approach to Rainbow and a good way of making sure that it accommodates all users. So we're really excited about this request and hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strika. Appreciate that. Don't see any other requests for comment from the public or from the committee. So I would say to the committee that a motion would be in order. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move for approval.
Commissioner Davis, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve as requested. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. That takes us to item number 4, Mr. Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. The next agenda item is another grant request, this time for the annual State Historic Preservation Office Historic Preservation Fund grant. Again, last year we were successful with this grant program and are currently working on a historic designation for downtown KCK Historic District, as well as a multiple listing for downtown KCK historic churches. On the back of that success, we have sought to apply for a historic preservation plan. It would be a citywide planning effort, really to help us prioritize and think through all the things that we need to do in partnership with our Landmarks Commission to continue to move historic preservation efforts in our community forward. We've had basically a lull over the last decade since we have had our last historic preservationist on staff. We've been doing the best we can, making progress, and we believe that this planning process will help us in the community both better understand our process, understand the benefits of historic preservation, and again, align our efforts in a very highly constrained resource environment. This grant request was provided. I provided the materials to you. The grant request was actually due on March 31st. We did submit it. This is a retroactive request for the committee. So again, I apologize for coming to you after the fact. Again, the State Historic Preservation Office has not made any decisions on this. Their tentative date of decision-making is later this summer. So again, no major issues if this issue does not move forward through this committee and or the full Board of Commissioners. That request is for it's a 60-40 split, unlike the MARC PSPs, which is an 80-20 split. So we're looking at a $50,000 project for around $21,000 local match. That would all come from the Planning and Urban Design Long-Range Planning budget.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. I just do want to clarify one thing. In the item listing in our agenda, the last sentence does say no matching funds are expected. So is that not true?
That is incorrect. That will come all from the planning budget, long-range planning budget.
Okay. So I guess no additional matching funds are expected outside of what your department already has budgeted for same.
That's correct. We will use our existing budgeted funds for 2022.
Thank you so much. Does any member of the committee have comments or questions for Mr. Hand regarding this grant request? I don't see any hands here. Ask the clerk if we got any public comment regarding this grant request.
No public comment.
We did
was
not.
received.
I'd ask if there's anyone online or here present who'd like to offer public comment about this grant request. We do have one hand among the attendees. It looks like Edgar Galicia. So if we could promote Mr. Galicia, it looks like you are able to speak at this point. If you'd give your name and city of residence, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes.
My name is Edgar Galicia. I'm the Central Avenue Betterment Association director, and I reside in the sister city, Kansas City, Missouri. I am under the understanding that this petition is not necessary to pass, and there is time to work with this, but I urge the city council and every member in the commission to move forward with this, because this historic preservation is important not only for the central area or the county in general, but for the value of the property in for all of our residents. And we need to continue this work.
Thank you, Mr. Galicia. Appreciate it. Any other member of the public wish to offer public comment on this particular grant request? I don't see any additional hands. Is there a motion?
Stites, District 7, motion to approve.
Commissioner Davis, second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Yes.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you so much, Mr. Hand. I'll let you return to your other meeting, and we will continue with this. Appreciate your efforts.
Thank you,
That
Commissioner.
does take us now back to the beginning of our committee agenda. Item number 1, an ordinance regarding the adoption of proposed building and fire code updates. I understand that the committee did not want to have all the fun without me last month. And so we are going to consider this item again this evening. I do believe we have Mr. Greg Talkin online with us tonight, who can give us an update on where we have been and where we are potentially headed.
Good evening.
I will say, sitting in this seat, I miss having my 2 monitors in front of me. I'll just whine very briefly. Mr. Talkin.
Good evening, Commissioners. Greg Talkin, Director of Neighborhood Resource Center. Thank you for having me back this evening. So I'll give a little bit of a background history on this, but I don't plan on going into a lot of detail. But if there are questions, I have a number of the other slides from last month if we need to touch on those. So, but I think we kind of started this journey back in January, and I appreciate everybody's patience and help guiding us through this. If I'm not too sure, can I adjust the slides here?
So I guess for staff, is Mr. Talkin able to advance the slides, or does he just need to cue you?
You can just let us know.
Okay, next slide, please. So these are the codes that we're pursuing for adoption. They're all the 2018 international codes, along with the 2018 Uniform Plumbing Code and 2017 APA National Electric Code. And working our way through all these, the only questions that really have come up and we've had to work through is the International Residential Code and just the energy provisions that are provided in that standard. Next slide, please. So the past concerns that we were working through were once again around the amendments in the IECC or the IRC. Amendments affecting construction of 1 and 2 family dwellings 3 stories or less. Just a quick note here, so to avoid some confusion, because I did get some questions outside this meeting. So when we're talking about residential apartments, that falls under the commercial code, which there's been no amendments to that. So once again, we're just talking about 1 and 2, either 1 single family or 2 family dwellings, duplex basically. Original proposals from staff was an effort to be in line with the majority of the metropolitan jurisdictions that have adopted the 2018 standard. And that's where staff still sits. Concerns that the proposed amendments weaken the energy provisions, in turn, would result in a higher energy cost for new owners versus less restrictive energy requirements, providing the benefit of a lower cost of the home purchase itself. Then we also originally, we didn't provide any options for the commission to consider outside of staff's recommendation. And then we also had a request from Commissioner Burrows as far as what the cost would be. kind of some comparisons. So we did reach out and receive some of that information provided last month. And that's one of the items that I won't go too deep in tonight. Other than I do have the slides if we need to. Again, I would be more than happy to. Next slide, please. So for the options, we have option A. This is once again was staff's recommendation, basically amending the standards to an R13 insulation value in the walls, which would allow builders to continue to be able to use basically the 2x4 wall construction that they've normally used for a number of years, not having to require to increase to 2x6s, things along that line, and change the way they do wind bracing and so forth. Amended the building leakage rate to 5 air changes per hour and eliminated the climate zones outside of our area, and mentioned that testing is required. That's been a question along the lines through these presentations. Eliminating the room requirements for fuel burning appliances, allowing building cavities to be used. Building framing cavities are permitted to be used as supply ducts. The cavities used as ducts or plenum are required to be sealed to prevent leakage through the thermal envelope. These cavities are used as part of the return air system. The ducts are required to be sealed, and joints and seams, connections in association with that. These ducts are not located in exterior walls and therefore within the thermal envelope. So even if there was leakage, there's really no leakage to the exterior. It's just within the inside where it's already being conditioned. And then the table in 1106.4, the table was amended to an energy rating index to 80. I do want to note before going to option B that there are a lot of changes between the 2009 standards that we are on and going to the 2018 I-codes. These are only 5 of the numerous changes that have went on that we are asking to amend. Next slide, please. So option B is primarily option A, with the exception of a more stringent insulation requirement in wood frame walls going to an R15. This can still be done without changing construction methods, staying with the 2x4 wall. And then the only other notable change on this is changing the ERA index of 70 to 75 from 80 proposed in A. The lower you get in that index, the more efficient you are you're requiring. Option, next slide, please. And option C is just going with the standard as it's written and no amendments. Next slide, please. So I'll note one of Commissioner Davis's thoughts to kind of try to explain this in a very simple manner. Lower energy efficiency requirements equals lower consumer purchase price for the initial house cost, but higher utility bills. A higher energy efficiency requirement means a higher consumer purchase price for the home, but lower utility bills. Next slide, please. So this chart, once again, I mentioned last month that this chart was actually borrowed from Commissioner McKiernan. He had taken one of my slides and added a lot more verbiage on it to make it more understandable. This is just a reminder that our whole effort was primarily to try to stay as consistent and across the board with the majority of the metro area jurisdictions. So that's what option A is. Option B will tell you that if you see some of the blue items that Commissioner McKiernan highlighted here, that's where the option B kind of come from, picking some of those higher, more efficient values from the other jurisdictions and increasing the efficiency some. Also for Commissioner McKiernan, who wasn't here last time, I will note, because he had mentioned some of these items that are brown in color for especially, it's mainly in the Overland Park line. They were really odd. And I actually didn't understand them initially. And I did seek and talk to Overland Park and found out that actually they allow the provisions that are in the building code or this section itself, but they also offered an alternative. And this is the alternative that they provided that would still allow an R13 wall. but still they made some other increases, just primarily in floor insulation, made it higher than what is required by everybody else. But it still allowed the general construction to continue with the 2x4 walls. So that was interesting. I didn't realize that when we first started this journey. Next slide, please. So in clarification again, once again, on the 2021 code that's been referenced several times, it's my understanding now Prairie Village is referenced up here as possibly looking at the 21 IECC. It's my understanding now they're waiting for the 24 standards. And Gladstone, Missouri, once again, they did adopt the 2021, but they amended the energy provisions back to similar to the 2009 code. So the 21 really doesn't apply on the residential for Gladstone. Now, Kansas City, Missouri, Metropolitan Energy did provide some information as well as some other people to me. Kansas City, Missouri is moving forward to bringing a possible ordinance before their governing body, one of their committees, to start review process of possibly adopting the 21 IECC, but staying with the remaining 2018 standards, just adopt or changing the IECC only. So next slide. So once again, I do have those costs and I'm willing to go over those, but I'll go over this first and then I'll open it up for any questions that might be for me. So wrap up comments here is that all of the options that have been provided, they all provide additional efficiencies over what we currently have adopted. Once again, we're only throwing 5 amendments out of a number of changes that has been made between the 2009 and 2018 energy codes. The cost estimates that were requested by Commissioner Burrows were provided last month. We received those costs, or we obtained those costs by reaching out both to the Kansas City Home Builders Association and Metropolitan Energy for information which was provided last month. And basically, between the values we received from both organizations, the cost of that falls somewhere there in between. Options A, B, and C provided standing committee and the governing body, giving the governing body and the standing committee the option to look and hopefully be able to make a better decision of what they feel like we need to do. Last month, a reference was brought up from Columbia, Missouri, and then there was some other information that just recently been provided, St. Louis and some of the areas in there. Once again, our whole goal was trying to be consistent, similar to the metropolitan area, not Columbia, Missouri, which is miles away from us. So I really didn't look into that a whole lot. Once again, it wasn't the direction we were trying to pursue. The other concern I'm going to bring up that I've never really mentioned, staffing and ability to implement and enforce a major energy provision changes is kind of concerning. We're 3 staff members down, and even then it's already a very busy environment for our building inspection office. You know, we'll do what we need to do, but and whatever the direction the commission wants us to go. But I do have that concern of our ability to continue to train staff of all the changes and getting contractors up to speed of what changes we have in place, and then managing the enforcement of it with big changes, where, like I said, we're offering some smaller changes, is a little bit concerning to me. Once again, down below in the chart is where we're at currently, shows option A. Once again, that definitely has some efficiency improvements. Option B has a little bit more, and option C is going with a full-blown standard. So I'm going to stop there. And once again, to answer any questions, I do have the information on the cost that I can also jump into if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Talcon. Appreciate that presentation. Since I was not here for last month's meeting, I will just share briefly with the committee my perspective on this. Certainly, I think that our whole intent here is to try to strike that balance between maximizing or minimizing utility costs while at the same time minimizing investments that need to be made up front in construction or renovation of a home. I personally favor option B. on this, because my understanding, Mr. Talkin, is that this then puts us at equal to the most stringent standard on each individual item for all of the municipalities in our metro who have adopted an amended 2018 code. Would that be correct?
I think you have some communities that have adopted an an ERI index that I believe is 68, which is more efficient. But otherwise, yes, on the insulation, that would be a correct assumption, and we're not that far off from the 68.
Thank you, Mr. Talkin. Well, as I said, I do favor option B as trying to split the middle between upfront costs and maximizing savings in minimizing upfront costs and maximizing energy savings in the long run. I would say that as communities around us begin to move from an amended 2018 standard to 21 or 24, whatever it might be, even as they might change their amendments, we as a unified government can be quicker and more nimble to follow suit and keep pace so that we are keeping up with the rest of the communities in the metro. But for me personally, I do favor option B. I saw a hand that was up a moment ago. It has disappeared. So Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Townsend, District 1, with the reappearing hand. Good evening, Mr. Talkin. I think this was where I was when this issue last came before, and about option B. You mentioned something tonight I'm not sure that I had considered before. What would selecting option B as opposed to A do with regard to impact of your employees in the department? You mentioned that your department is about 3 heads down. Would there be a significant difference in terms of actually applying and monitoring these options that pass between A and B?
Commissioner, that's a very good question. Thank you. Greg Talkin, Director of NRC. The impacts of option B is the R15 my concern with the R15 is availability of the product for the consumer to use and the contractors, but I'm seeing more of it on the market. It's kind of a new product that we've started to see. That was not an issue for us to be able to enforce. We can get that information out, catch that in plan review, very simple. The energy rating index is usually done by a third party reviewer. So that one won't put a lot of burden on staff. It's just the only burden I see with option B is mainly getting the information out and making sure we're getting that information out to our contractors. And they don't start something that thinking we're still under the old standard and doing it wrong and telling them that it's wrong. We will catch that in plan review. Contractors don't always look at our notes, sometimes, but option B, would not be that much more difficult for us to bring up to speed and enforce than option A.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites?
Commissioner Stites, District 7. Hey, Greg, or Mr. Talkin, hey, would you mind, because I just don't remember, was option B, or well, with R15, is that still can be constructed with a 2x4 wall? Is that correct? Or does that require you to go to 2x6?
No, the R15, and that's the whole goal, is it still allows a 2x4 construction.
Okay. Just me personally, I believe that I am in favor of option B.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend?
Yes, thank you. I had muted myself while I was still talking. So one of the other concerns I had in terms of trying to sort this out was which of these plans would put more of a burden or less of a burden on people who are looking to become homeowners. And I recall some numbers mentioned by one of the speakers, I guess. Well, let's see, I think I can say January 3rd, maybe of 2022. Maybe this was the first time that this committee took this up. And one of the points made by Mr. Reuter was that for every $1,000 added to the cost of a newly built home, 1,238 Kansas City area families are priced out of the market. And so I, for one, want to see availability or encourage availability of homeowners and people with the ability to get into homes. We've all talked about raising rooftop numbers here. So is there any way that you could quantify what the additional cost to a homeowner might be with option B as opposed to A?
Yes, Commissioner. Greg Talkin, Neighborhood Resource Center Director. Can I ask that we advance the slides, 2 slides? 3 slides, sorry. So this information was provided by one of our local builders through the Home Builders Association. So you can kind of see the additional, this first column here is option A, which is what we proposed originally with the 5 amendments. Option B is with the 5 amendments, but changing some of the indexes. So it does cost a little bit more. So as far as the big change here is changing to R15. You can see in this line item, it adds about $1,600 to the price of the home, according to one of our local builders. And then the changing the air leakage rate because of the testing adds about another $675. And then for option B, there is no additional cost because we're not requiring the construction of the room for fuel burning appliances. And next slide, please. And the cavity issue, we haven't changed there, so there's no additional cost for option B. And then on option B here, changing the ERA index to 75 from the 80 is about additional $4,500 cost.
Wow. So the total cost in terms of change between A and B is it $9,000? Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, and the builder put in overhead and profit that would be charged for the cost of doing that additional work, and that's where it came up with the $9,000 additional.
Could you repeat that last part?
Yes, this one line item here. You see that the builder has added some overhead and profit for doing that additional work and those additional materials. And the total cost for going to option B from what we currently adopted would be about $9,000 according to the builder. So option A would be about an additional $900 from what we're currently enforcing.
Wow. So well, I will keep in mind what Mr. Reuter was quoted as saying in the earlier minutes. I guess for me, the difference would be trying to get as many people who want to get into homes into them. And if you believe Mr. Reuter's numbers, he's saying for every $1,000, it's like 1.2 people in thousands who are priced out of the market. So if we're talking about $9,000, you may be talking about, I don't know, maybe 9,500 people priced out of the market.
Commissioner, if I can say, I did see that Mr. Reuter, I believe, is in the audience again tonight. So he can probably add some comment to that when we get to that point.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have any other questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend. Mr. Talkin, make sure I understand this correctly. These are minimum standards, correct? That nothing in these standards would preclude someone from building to a higher standard on remodel or new construction if they so choose?
You are absolutely correct, Commissioner. And if you don't mind, I'd like to add that I know that as commissioners, you receive a lot of complaints about energy cost of homes. Granted, I would be interested in those complaints you received of hitting how many of those homes have been built in the last 10 to 15 years where there's been energy standards already enforced. We know that 90% of our homes in our community probably have very little insulation because they are many years old. Like we have a number of houses that are 50 years old plus. That's probably about 75% of our stock. So, I would be interested if anybody that has complained about energy cost, if they have one of the newer homes. Now, granted, energy is not cheap, but understandably, I think our biggest population is living in older homes and with very little, if any, energy efficiency, no insulation in the walls, no insulation in the attic.
Thank you, Mr. Talkin. Certainly, some of us have been brainstorming ways in which the unified government might be more proactive and more innovative in helping people who are in those older homes to make energy improvements, potentially with the use of grant monies, potentially with the use of very low interest or no interest loans, or any other innovative way that we might be able to reach out into the community and make a positive difference for people who are feeling that they are burdened by energy costs, and that we can draw the line back to some construction improvements that could be made in their homes that might have a positive impact on their budgets. Any other member of the committee have comments or questions for Mr. Talkin?
You have two hands raised.
I do. Yes, I see that. Actually, there's been a third hand that's been going up and down, so I'll keep track of that. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I first want to thank Mr. Talkin because you have gone above and beyond in really getting us the information, educating the public, the commissioners, and I'm sure yourself in this process. And so to you and your staff, kudos. Thank you for your efforts. I do have a question. If I'm not mistaken, we are going to have this conversation in a few years. Can you just comment on how often we will be having this conversation about codes?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the ICC, International Code Council, the codes that we adopt, they put out new codes every 3 years. There's a code cycle that goes every 3 years on this. All the jurisdictions in the metro area, for a while, Overland Park was very adamant. They did it every 3 years, but they've kind of settled in doing it every second cycle. So our next approach to this, unless directed by the governing body, of course, would be looking at the 2024 codes. And once again, there are very few metropolitan jurisdictions that are looking at the 21. Kansas City, Missouri is the only one that appears to be moving forward, maybe with the 2021 energy code only. And then, of course, I think there's that other one city over in Missouri that had adopted the 21. I'm not aware of anybody else that's going to move on the 21. So once again, codes change out every 3 years, but we look at every second cycle, which puts us in the 2024 code, which will come out late in 2024 generally. So you would probably see us back mid 2025 if we're staying in consistency with the community. To let you know that we try to work with all the jurisdictions up front. We did it this time, but we didn't come out of the chute as efficient as we should have. We met with all the jurisdictions in the metro area and discussed the changes in an effort to be consistent, and we'll do that again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Appreciate that. And I do appreciate, Mr. Talkin, you just pointing out that we have the capacity and we have the desire to be more nimble, more proactive as we move forward. I would now open it up for public comment. First, I'll ask the clerk if we got any communication from anyone in the public who would like to offer comment on this item.
Commissioner, we received written comments from Maddie Johnston.
All right, and if you could pull your microphone just a fraction closer to you, and then if you'd read those, please.
I will. Ms. Johnston's comments are about 7 pages long, so I'll just give you the highlight here.
Thank you.
It says, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the City of Kansas City, Kansas code adoption process and the proposed update to the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code. The Midwest Energy Efficiency Alliance is a member-based collaborative nonprofit organization that promotes cost-effective energy efficiency policies in order to reduce energy waste in the Midwest. We have worked with states and localities across the region on energy code adoptions. MEEA commends the city for taking steps to improve the efficiency of new and existing buildings in its jurisdiction. Updating the city's building energy codes will provide numerous economic, health, and resilience benefits to residents and businesses living and working in the Kansas City area. However, the inclusion of the proposed amendments to the residential and commercial energy code will result in missed opportunities to capitalize on these benefits. Specific amendments like removing testing requirements for envelopes and ducts, and especially allowing building cavities to be used as ducts and plenums are archaic building practices that significantly reduce the energy efficiency of the building and increase operating costs while removing the benefits of improved indoor air quality. MEEA recommends the adoption of the unamended 2018 IECC as a citywide minimum energy code for residential and commercial buildings. There are multiple benefits to the unamended code, which maximizes the cost-effective improvements to the efficiency and resilience of buildings, reduces energy costs, and encourages innovation and economic development. Amending an already outdated standard would only make it that much weaker and more ineffective. Moreover, if the region hopes to eventually adopt and implement the 2024 IECC, it would be beneficial to start moving towards that goal now rather than trying to make such a big, potentially burdensome leap later. Lastly, the Kansas City Regional Climate Action Plan recently laid out strategizes to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Interim net zero goals focus on local government operations by 2030, energy generation by 2035, and home and buildings by 2040. This climate action plan serves 5 counties in Kansas, including Wyandotte County. If Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas wish to effectively participate in and contribute to the goals of the Regional Climate Action Plan, the unamended 2018 IECC would undoubtedly be a step in the right direction. If you have any questions about this testimony, noted reports and references, attached fact sheets, or the general impact analysis to building energy codes, please don't hesitate to contact Allison Lindberg, Senior Building Policy Manager.
Thank you so very much. Any other written comment received?
None were received.
Thank you. I do have, first of all, among the panelists, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we get too far away from that, it would help me if Mr. Talkin could clarify something for me with regard to the written comments we just heard. It sounds like the writer is saying the unamended version of this would be better than what you're proposing in A. Just help me out here. I'm trying to understand what they're proposing there and what A or B or C, why that would be better.
Commissioner Greg Talkin, Neighborhood Resource Center Director. That testimony, I believe, was for option C. That's an unamended code. The most efficient, which would provide lower utility bills, but would increase the cost significantly of the initial cost of the home.
Okay, so going back to the chart that you showed that had the 9,000, that was under Plan B. So C, if left unamended, would be higher than that amount?
Yeah, the builder on that option C come up with about $20,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll now go to, we have several online attendees who would like to offer public comment. I'm going to remind it, there we go, we've got a couple more. So I would remind everybody when I recognize you to go ahead and give your name, your city of residence for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes to make your comments. I do see a couple of familiar names in this list. I'll start at the top. Mary English. So to the clerk's office, if we could, there you go. Ms. English, you are able to talk at this time.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Again, I'm Mary English. I'm the Building Performance Program Manager for Metropolitan Energy Center. I live in Prairie Village, Kansas, but have work and personal connections throughout Wyandotte County. I'm here to comment on the 2018 IECC codes resolution being voted on the committee today. To be clear, the unamended code, or option C, is the only way to stand up for Wyandotte County residents for both groups, those that rent and those that buy. Upgrading the energy code from the outdated and antiquated 2009 requires an adoption of unamended code, again, option C. To vote for one that is heavily amended is to support an entrenchment in old technology that impacts quality of life of building occupants. I'm going to start by commenting on two things that were said in this committee's meeting in April. First, a building professional remarked that some of the new insulation requirements in the unamended code would mean that the structure would have to be re-engineered. I want to emphatically state that if the wall is being built correctly, this is an inaccurate statement. If you need documentation, I can provide that information to you in follow-up. Secondly, there was a statement in April that equated upgrading city energy codes to forcing car buyers to buy luxury attributes like leather seats. This is a false equivalency. A better analogy would be to the lawfully required seatbelts and airbags. What if these were made optional and car manufacturers were able to sell cars without them? I say this because energy codes are as much about health and safety as they are about saving on the utility bills. For decades, for example, Children's Mercy Hospital has been teaching about the elements of healthy housing for low-income neighborhoods. We have a plague of childhood asthma in this country, and there are studies that are tracing the ailment back to leaky, under-insulated homes with leaky ductwork. Much of what makes an unhealthy house is related to energy efficiency. And any energy auditor can tell you that homes that are being built under current energy codes, what we've been talking about in comparison, in the area are susceptible to issues like mold growth and discomfort. We audit homes that are 10 and 15 years old, and they still come up with this, that R13 bat.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Residential codes aren't sufficient enough to ensure resilient shelter. Across the river, Kansas City, Missouri has a resolution to adopt the IECC 2021 codes as they are currently accepting public comment ahead of the vote. The development leads to several other cities that have pledged to take up the 2021 energy code. Up to this point, it has indeed been a round robin of amending code and relegating our region to antiquated technology in our residential buildings. So the argument that, quote, just do what other cities are doing has been a circular process where every city listens to this argument out of concern that there will be a drop in construction business. And thus city councils vote to amend the code based on a fear-based myth. And it is a myth. Organizations that conduct research to see if there's a correlation between upgraded energy code and a decrease in permit pulls have so far not seen this claim to be true. St. Louis and Columbia, Missouri, two regional examples, have passed the unamended 2018 code and saw increases in permit requests. Again, we have this information resourced.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. English. I have Emily Wolf. There we go. Ms. Wolf, you are free to talk. Your comment, please.
Oh, are you able to hear me? Oh, yes. Okay. Hello, my name is Emily Wolf. Again, I'm with Metropolitan Energy Center and a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County, currently living in the 3rd District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this and all everyone does for our community. I know it's been a long evening for you all. I want to share why the UG should adopt the set of building codes without amendments, option C, which puts residents first. And I want to say the building codes apply to major renovations and new builds. And we also gave cost estimates, as Greg Talkin mentioned. But first, we constantly hear the term affordable housing, but what does that actually mean? According to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, it is defined as housing in which the occupant is paying no more than 30% gross income for housing costs, including utilities. I did the math for the 640 square foot home I rented in Rosedale from 2019 through earlier this year. In January of 2022, between my BPU bills and Kansas gas bills, I paid a total of $275 in utility costs for the month of January. My rent, which was relatively cheap, was $975. Since it is a very small home, I looked at the median income for individuals living in Wyandotte County, which is slightly below $27,000. For the month of January, an individual at that income level living in a 640 square foot home would be spending 56% of their income on housing costs, well above the 30% defined as affordable housing. Also, I'd like to note those were not my highest utility bills while living there. And also, it was over 30% when I looked at my personal salary. So even though I'm above the median income, I was still spending over 30%. Next, while realtors are beginning to find that promoting energy efficiency in their listings can be valuable, especially among younger populations, which I will be the first to say I'm a lifelong resident. I've seen too many of my friends move to KCMO and JOCO. But as residents, we're not well versed in building science. As policymakers and industry experts, it is our job to ensure codes and standards.
You have 1 minute remaining.
So residents not only have affordable housing, but safe, quality, and efficient options as well. I have some data to support what Mary said. St. Louis saw their construction costs from 2018, which was a little over 7 million, jumped to 1.3 billion in 2021. And finally, as we know, unfortunately, I know Greg Talkin has done so much work and you guys are short-staffed, so we really thank you. So we're not just pushing for this and going to leave. This June, MEC is providing energy code training for local building officials at no cost for continuing education credits. The instructor for the 2-day course is a local specialist with over 5 decades of experience in the industry, so it won't be Mary teaching it. Mary's very experienced, but it would be an outside person. Other organizations such as Midwest Energy Officials Alliance have a plethora of resources, and the Department of Energy is in process of developing their Resilient and Efficient Codes program.
Time is up.
Which is funded by the infrastructure law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. It looks like next we have Charla Reed.
Yes, thank you. This is Charla Reed from the Energy Smart Institute. I'm the SETA instructor for that course. I am an International Code Council preferred education provider and a certified residential energy inspector, plans examiner, and IECC HERS compliance specialist. I live in Kansas City, Missouri, but I work in Wyandotte County and with, I train codes officials all over the country. And I wanted to clarify, first of all, I looked at the attachments and the option B and option, all the option attachments look like they're striking a whole lot more than what was included in that summary. There's a lot more changes in there. One of the things that's being struck that really concerns me is the duct leakage testing. Duct leakage testing looks like it's just completely been taken out. And if you're allowing building cavities to be used as ducts, then the ducts leakage really needs to be tested to ensure that those cavities are being sealed because it's extremely difficult to seal building cavities and make them actually hold the air and deliver the air to where it needs to be. And if all the ducts, even if all the ducts are inside the envelope, they can be extremely leaky and cause infiltration, cause air leakage through the envelope due to pressure changes in the building. If that's a mistake and those weren't supposed to be struck, then I wanted to make sure that the testing would be required. I would recommend that you keep that part of the code that duct testing is required and keep the leakage rates, because the original leakage rates that were published in earlier sessions are impossible just due to physics. You can't have more leakage.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Then you have total duct leakage. And once again, I would like to really also push for one amendment. There's one amendment I'd love to see, which is that you allow a HERS rating index as well as the energy rating index to qualify, because the energy rating index is going to be harder for the builders to achieve. I also wanted to say that $4,530 additional to go from an 80 to a 75 is way out of line. You can do that basically by putting in LED lighting if you allow a HERS index. And so you do not have to upgrade the equipment as much as they were saying. There are many other ways. Tight ducts, tight envelope, and the increase in insulation will take care of that 5 points for you right there without any other expense. So that pricing is a very high. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Next, we have Parker Hall.
hello there. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you for staying late. I know that building codes are not the most interesting subject for most people to talk about, but it is an important one. I am a mechanical engineer. I live in Roland Park, Kansas, and I deal with the International Energy Conservation Code every day at work. I design HVAC systems for various building types. So I have a lot of knowledge on this subject, and I'm always advocating for better energy codes to create more energy efficient buildings. I also found the $4,500 increase for the HVAC system to be quite high. I found that as you increase the insulation values of houses, your size of an HVAC system that you need actually goes down. So there's a cost savings there. And I also agree that there are many other cheaper ways to achieve a more energy efficient house. From all of the energy models that I've put together, I found that the updates to the IECC return on investment for energy efficient attributes is usually 1 to 2 years. I've never seen anything that has gone beyond that mark. My last comment is that I'm also searching for a house right now. And I can tell you that IECC requirements for any of these houses has nothing to do with how absurdly high the housing costs are right now. So if these houses are high, then people should at least get something that's worth buying and keeps them both comfortable and creates a healthier environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Looks like next we have Ashley Yusi. I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly.
It's all right. I think you nailed it, actually. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I'm Ashley Yusi. I'm the head of sustainable services over at Hafer Welker, an architecture firm that does work in the area. And I am also a professional engineer myself. And so, and on top of that, I'm also a mother. And one of the things I don't think anyone's really touched upon is bringing people into the area. And so like the millennial generations and Gen Zs are looking for sustainable measures in their houses. That's why my daughter and I have moved to Lenexa, because we've heard the city made really strong sustainable commitments. And that's why we're here. And many more in my generation and those after me are making the same commitments. So maybe the concern might not be the cost of the houses, but people just not being interested in coming in the area at all if they know that the city hasn't made any strong sustainability commitments. Because it's not just as much about what we're doing here now, but it's about the future and our future generations, and also modeling that to those that come after us. So that's a consideration as well. Also, reiterating what Parker Hall said earlier, we've done similar calculations, and especially on testing, air testing, that's less than a year because so much of your energy is lost through leaks in your house. It's one of the number one ways that you can rack up those energy bills. And so with housing prices as crazy as they are right now, the last thing anybody needs is ridiculous utility rates. And then, as we've kind of already mentioned before, there is a level of comfort that can be lost with heat or cool coming in and out of your building. And as with these extreme weather events, they're only going to get worse with the way climate change is going.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. But we really need to start thinking about resilience houses, and if they can not only just handle the weather and things that are going on right now, but the weather and things that are going to be coming in the times to come. So I think making a stand now and making resilient and smart and efficient communities will not only take care of the residents, but also bring residents to your municipality as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Sean Woods.
Hello, this is Sean Woods with Ashford Homes. I've been building in KCK now for going on 12 or 13 years. I understand what all the prior speakers were saying, but I don't think that any of them has evaluated how a home in Kansas City is built. I think they're pulling from examples of other parts of the country And we build a lot here with single wall construction, which I'm the one that made the statement that the exterior walls would have to be re-engineered to get the continuous insulation and weatherproofing that we need to meet the new energy codes. One comment was just made about leaks in the home is one of the ways you lose energy now. In the last 5 to 6 years, we've had to begin sealing our ducts as part of codes. We've had to start foaming and caulking our header packs and all of our walls in the house to where we are building houses too tight. So to say that we're losing energy in a new home because of leaks in the home we are not doing that. I mean, so many advancements have been made in technology and code advancements, from the 2000 to the 2012 to possibly the 2018 are already taking care of many of these energy concerns. Somebody made a comment that this was like taking the seatbelts out of a car. I mean, these are not life safety things. These are energy codes, which was said earlier. You're setting the minimum standard here. And I think you have to step back and think, do you want to set a minimum standard that precludes people from being able to afford housing in your community? Because that's what's going to happen. You're driving the price higher than surrounding municipalities, which means that when somebody's out there looking for a home, they're always shopping on price. That's typically what they are shopping for. And you're going to set that minimum standard higher than surrounding communities to where that house is no longer affordable for that family to come and live in your community. Yes, there are people out there that are looking for energy features in their homes, and they're more than welcome to select that. We currently have more than 20 houses under construction in Kansas City, Kansas. And one of those 20 has made a selection to upgrade their furnace to a better, more energy efficient furnace. Every client was given that opportunity, and 1 out of 20 took that opportunity. So I think you need to set the minimum standard while thinking about affordability of houses and how far houses have come in the last 5 to 10 years, and let builders make that their mark. If they want to build more energy efficiently, or a customer wants a more energy efficient home, they can choose that all day long. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeremy Knoll.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Jeremy Knoll. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Missouri, but please don't hold that against me. I'm an architect and associate principal at BNIM Architects. I've worked on both commercial and residential buildings all over the greater Kansas City area and across the U.S., including schools, single-family homes, apartments, labs, the Kansas City Zoo, parking garages, and a lot more. And over 18 years, I've learned that code is really the biggest single driver to energy reduction. It's not voluntary measures. I've been trying to push voluntary measures on projects for all 18 years, and the code is what drives. The Department of Energy actually publishes a detailed cost effectiveness analysis for each state, so it's designed for the specific state and municipalities impacted, and they use evaluation methodology agreed upon with the National Association of Home Builders, who typically lobby against any changes whatsoever ever. The cost effectiveness report for the state of Kansas notes that updating a home's energy code from 2009 to 2018 has a positive consumer cash flow in under 8 months and generates an annual positive cash flow of over $300 per household after that 8 months. Using a simple payback method, which is basically just it assumes that energy costs aren't going to change and doesn't include mortgage or financing details, still yields only a 4.3-year payback. So it's not as enormous of an issue as is being made of it. The 2018 code uses slightly more stringent prescriptive insulation value for attics and wood frame walls, which contractors, I was going to say will argue, but have been arguing, forces them to use 2x6 construction. The 2018 Energy Code, though, includes a 2x4 assembly option with the 13+5 wall insulation that's not difficult or expensive to implement, as well as a performance pathway through the Energy Rating Index, or as Charlotte was mentioning, HERS, the HERS rating index as an alternative, which gives contractors a menu of choices.
1 minute remaining.
Thanks. Which gives contractors a menu of choices for making trade-offs to improvements to yield the exact same savings. This trade-offs can include simple things like using LED lights, adding insulation jackets to water heaters, using slightly better air conditioning system, probably not the $4,300 one. And in the previous committee meeting, there was a lot of discussion about providing energy cost relief to seniors and low-income families. And I just want to say that updating the energy code is another way to support that exact same benefit and conversation, helping to protect families suffering from an increasingly heavy utility burden in Wyandotte County. And finally, in extreme heat and cold events, a more efficient and resilient home can make the difference between a family being displaced and having to go to a hotel or a friend's couch, or being able to shelter a storm comfortably at home. And I think ultimately the question is, who are you serving? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Will Reuter. It looks like Mr. Reuter may have dropped up. No, he's back.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity. A pleasure to be here with you this evening. As you stated, my name is Will Reuter. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Home Builders Association of Greater Kansas City, a 501c6 serving the broader Kansas City metro, supporting about 22,000 jobs in the metro, adding about $1.8 billion in annual economic activity. I think what is important to note is a sense of proportion. There is an insinuation that a failure to go to an unamended code would essentially turn each home built in Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas into a mini coal-fired power plant. And I think that we need to look back and see just how big of a jump we are going to be making in Kansas City, Kansas, relative to the change from 2009 to 2018. The amendments that have been offered in option A aren't going to amend the code back to the way that we built houses in the 1970s, of which, you know, the housing stock in major parts of Kansas are even older than that. This is simply a way to harmonize the building codes to allow builders to satisfy the enormous amount of demand for housing in the Kansas City metro. The entire metro is going to require about 9,000 single-family homes in order just to meet current demographic demand. Last year, there were 6,545 permits pulled across the Kansas City MSA, so about a 2,500 home deficit. And so we're not building enough homes in the metro to meet demand. It is difficult to keep up. Availability and the pricing of materials certainly has a governing factor on the volume and velocity of construction. And so if there is an entity that does set itself apart as a more strict environment in which to build, there will be at least an environment in which people may see other options. Thank you. It may see other options in which to add this very necessary housing inventory. As Commissioner Townsend mentioned, for every $1,000 added to a new home, the new number is 951 families would be priced out of the market. And so with 670 some thousand households within Kansas City, only 230,000 of those households are currently able to purchase a median price home across the metro. And so when we're looking at, you know, what the decisions are between whether or not to go to the most energy efficient construction possible as our baseline, the decision for many families, or the decision is sometimes made for them, in that they are either able to get into a home, or they stay put in one of those underperforming homes built decades ago using methods and materials that we no longer use. So with that, I'll conclude, and I appreciate again the opportunity to visit with you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ty Gorman.
Hi, this is Ty Gorman. I live in KCK on Parkwood Boulevard, and just wanted to ask the committee to pass the option C to have an unamended 2018 IECC standard. We've been talking about these efficiency like it's a cost for the person living there, but for every dollar you spend on energy efficiency, you save $6 for the person living there, and it really is a huge health and utility bill add for especially low income and vulnerable health-wise citizens. The energy burden around KCK and the KC metro area is very high, especially for Black and Latino families that spend 2 to 3 times more on on their energy bills as a percentage of their income than their white neighbors here. And as a couple folks have said, the added cost that's being claimed by the builders association, kind of famous around the country for pushing back on any kind of energy efficiency because they want the highest profit for their house that they're building. The margin between what they build it for and what the market prices it at. So that's disingenuous claim there, sure, that it prices everybody out of a home. Affordable housing is a need in a community that needs to be addressed by policy, but not by gutting energy efficiency and hurting the health of our community and increasing energy bills for folks. So I'll leave it at that. Sorry, I was prepared to talk a while back, but now I'm in a car, so I'll leave it there. And thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Charles Pattison. There we go, sir. We have talking enabled. If you'd give us your name, city of residence, and your comment, please.
Charles Pattison. I work for Community Housing, Wyandotte County, but live in Prairie Village. As far as the pricing increases, it really affects what we do most. We're builders inside the 635 I-70 loop, and while we don't do affordable housing, we try to make housing as affordable as possible for those living in that area. I'm currently doing an Energy Star house under the older codes, and we're experiencing about a $7,000 increase over our normal pricing. And for what we do, we are already up against the appraisal values of the area, and any extra increase in cost, while detrimental to the purchase price, and I understand it also affects energy pricing and energy costs for the homeowner, it just really limits their ability to even get into a new home. And the houses, for any of you that are familiar with what we do, there's not a lot of extras in there, while they have a lot of opportunities to upgrade as well as add more energy efficient items. Most of our buyers are doing the best they can just to get into our lower end homes. So that $7,000 price increase really makes it unattainable for a lot of the people that we deal with.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I don't see any other hand. Oh, we have Courtney Reyes.
Hi, I'm Courtney Reyes. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Workforce Development at the Home Builders Association of Greater Kansas City. I'm located in Kansas City, Missouri, but we do cover the region, as was mentioned earlier. So when I'm hearing this conversation, a lot of the advocates on the call, they're talking about amendments to the IECC when we are actually looking at amendments to the IRC, the energy chapter. So just wanting to highlight the point of maybe some confusion that might be happening on this call in regards to what some of the individuals are speaking to. That's one. And then also two, like when we're looking at your housing stock, and I want to remind you, you are making quite the jump from 2009 to 2018. And when we're looking at the newer housing stock in the region, we're looking at mostly a 2012 code. All of the jurisdictions in the surrounding area have really just moved to the 2018, which means that it's not really putting you guys really far behind, as has been mentioned. Another thing that I also want to address is we are the only top 50 housing market in the nation that does not have a top 50 national builder, which means when you're looking at our margins, we have some of the smallest margins in the country trying to create housing at all of the various basically price points that we need to hit to provide housing for everyone. So I really want to hit home and remind you guys of that. And adding this cost is really going to be a detriment to your community. in regards to adding home ownership, economic development. And I know that it's been spoken about a race to the bottom, but as we continue to add cost to housing, it sounds like that's exactly what you're trying to do, is be a race to the bottom of creating a housing market that is just not attainable for everybody. So I just wanted to bring that to light to you guys, and I hope that we can come to a good spot to where your residents are able to get into new housing and fill some of the gaps that we've had. So that's really all I'd like to add to tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who is online with us on Zoom who'd like to make public comment on this item? I don't see any additional hands up. And so we'll close public comment. Mr. Talkin, if you're still online, I did have one question for you. One of the callers, or one of the speakers rather, referenced the city of Lenexa. Now, if we adopted, for example, option B tonight, wouldn't we be on an equal, on a par with city of Lenexa when it comes to codes?
Commissioner, so the city of Lenexa adopted the 2018 I codes with the exception of the energy code. They adopted the 2012 standard, I believe. So we will be ahead of Lenexa on the energy code.
Interesting. One of the other comments that I just heard here was that it's not like option B represents no change for us. It does represent a change from our current code. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you so much, Mr. Talkin. I'll ask if any of the members of the committee have additional comments or questions. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask Mr. Talkin if he would put back up on the screen the exhibit that he showed. I can't identify it other than it's the one that showed the costs and all of that we talked about earlier. I'm not interested just only in the cost, but I wanted to see that one more time. Okay, past that. Okay, so can we go back to that one? So just to kind of summarize in my mind, option A would carry amendments.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, what was that again?
Option A that you're proffering would carry amendments.
Yes, there are amendments that we went over that that we are proposing there.
Okay, and what about B with regard to the amendments? More amendments or fewer amendments?
Option B is still basically the same amount of amendments when you look at the code we're adopting. However, instead of an R13 requirement in the wall in option A, we're requiring an R15 in the wall. And then the energy rating index for A was 80, and for option B would be 75. So we're requiring them to do additional things to get those additional points for option B.
So more energy efficient under
Yes,
B.
more energy efficient.
Okay, all right. And of course, option C was no amendment.
Option C is no amendments. And let me just, as I believe I heard Courtney Reyes comment from the HBA, just for a point of clarity, once again, we are not proposing any amendments to the actual IECC. We're adopting that as it's wrote, which is all your commercial, but it includes your apartments, anything less than single or more than single family and two family. So these amendments only apply to 1 and 2 family dwellings, nothing to commercial.
Okay. So essentially, and this is so not my area, but essentially the difference in B is the increase in efficiency. That's the proposal the key difference between A and B right there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Simply put. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will go back and just state this is my opinion and my opinion only, that I believe option B represents a positive change for us. And I think it hits a sweet spot if there is one. And I know that no one on either side of this argument can see that it is a sweet spot between minimizing upfront costs and maximizing energy savings in the long run. I do think that cross-jurisdictional symmetry or being consistent across jurisdictional boundaries is really important for us. And since this does put us on a par with our metro area partners, I still am in favor of that option. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important to note that the cost of housing is not solely dependent upon codes, and that right now, housing is very, very difficult. If you look at the increase in rent, if you look at the market, if you're trying to buy a home, it's already expensive. And so that's not to say that the cost of having an unamended code cannot be passed on and that it would make it more difficult, but it's already difficult right now. And so we are left with a very difficult decision of saying, where do we want the burden to be? And I am leaning towards an unamended code. And I know that that means that this conversation will graduate to our colleagues, but I after listening to months of conversation on this, I think that it's tough for me to come to the conclusion that by continuing to amend the code, we are going to make housing affordable when housing is already not affordable, yet utility costs continue to rise. And so I understand the argument for option B. I want us to get somewhere, but at the very least wanted to share my opinion of where I am at right now. And again, thank you, Mr. Talking, and all of the folks that commented, because you all have really educated us on a very important conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Comments or questions from any other commissioner, or is there a motion on this item? Seeing no hands, I will make a motion that we adopt option B as put forward by the Neighborhood Resource Center. I do not hear a second. Oh. Here, I'm looking down at my screen. I should be looking to my right. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will second the motion for the purpose of passing this on to our colleagues for further discussion. And I know there will be other discussions as we move along, but I'll support the motion for option B at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Commissioner Townsend, I see you have your hand.
Yeah, I thank you, Commissioner Townsend, District 1. I had a similar thought that I think this deserves to be moved on, whether or not B or A or C ultimately is it. I can only say again what I am considering after hearing all of this, and certainly being a novice at this, uniformity with regard to where this would put our area, our city, our county, with regard to similar municipalities in the metro area, and that the code as proposed, even A, or I guess B, A is a baseline. And so improvements beyond that could be made. my concern again is whether or not, as Commissioner Davis said, housing is expensive right now, whether people can get, would be able to get into the homes at all. So those would be the things I'll still be considering. So for purpose of this, I would, I'll be voting to move this on. Whether ultimately B is adopted by the full board or something else, but appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions from members of this committee? If not, there is a motion and a second to move option B forward to the full commission for consideration. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. The vote is 4-1. That item does move forward to full commission. Thank you, committee. Let me jump back to my agenda here. That takes us to item number 2 on tonight's agenda, which is consideration of a resolution of support for neighborhood business revitalization, NBR organizations in all of Wyandotte County, including Edwardsville and Bonner Springs, and authorizing the review and the development of additional policies pertaining to NBR organizations. I do believe that Chief Counsel Misty Brown will be presenting this item this evening. Please tell me if I'm correct.
Commissioner, this is Z Bishop with the legal department. I'm actually handling this on behalf of Misty this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. It's a pleasure to have you here tonight.
Thank you, sir. You have already provided the synopsis on this. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. But again, this is just a resolution in support of exploring the option of creating an NBR in the Edwardsville and Bonner Springs area.
Well, Ms. Bishop, I'll start. I have a few questions of my own as I will open this up to other members of this committee who have reviewed the ordinance. I'm sorry, it's the resolution draft. So this resolution draft has five items to it. Item number 1, that the unified government wishes to support neighborhoods in all of Wyandotte County in a fair and fiscally responsible manner. I personally have absolutely no problem with that. As a matter of fact, I think, yes, that is a statement of truth. Number 2, that the unified government wishes to utilize county funds to support and contract with an NBR organization that would service an identified area in Edwardsville and Bonner Springs, Kansas. And I'll defer to Commissioner Stites for maybe some further insight on this. But I guess I'll ask you, Ms. Bishop, can we use county funds for an organization that, at least in Kansas City, Kansas, is supported by city funds?
So, Commissioner, we have been looking at that issue, and the reason that it is specified as county funds is because the other NBRs that we have here in Wyandotte County are specific to Kansas City, Kansas, and their funding is city funding. Our office's opinion is that we would not be able to use Kansas City, Kansas city funding to fund an NBR in another municipality, which is why the funding would have to come from the county side. I don't know if that answers your question.
So perfect. So the unified government then, valuing the presence of NBRs in communities across the county, would choose to use whatever funding source is necessary to support, whether it be in the Kansas City limits or just in the limits of the county itself. So we value the presence of an NBR and we choose to use whatever monies are appropriate for that particular location. Would that be right?
That is correct, sir.
Perfect. Thank you. And then number 3 talks about that the unified government directs and authorizes additional review and development of policies surrounding NBR organizations to address the application process, term, boundaries, performance reviews, community satisfaction, contractual requirements, and funding sources. And it was my understanding that we had a good deal of this review already in place, that there were already guidelines that guide the operation and the reporting of our NBR organizations. Does item number 3 contemplate additional guidelines?
And sir, I don't know if Andrea Genero is here. Actually, I do see her in the panelist list. She may be able to provide a little bit better in-depth information about the review and the policies that already exist. But my understanding is that yes, we do already have policies in place for many of these issues that are addressed in item number 3. However, some of that may need to be tweaked a little bit as we go forward, especially if we are adding an NBR and specifically adding an NBR that is not in the city of Kansas City, but is in another municipality in our county. And again, I don't know if Andrea is on. Oh, she just unmuted, so hopefully she can speak to this.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Andrea Genero with Livable Neighborhoods, and we don't currently have a list of requirements that are to be met by the MBRs when they sign their contracts every year. They also report quarterly, and we review the contract with the MBRs on a every few year basis. And we actually had intended before this came forward to do a review of the contract over the course of the year.
So very good. So Ms. Genero, then item number 3 here would suggest that we value periodic review and that it basically just says now is the time to engage in that across the board. Would that be right?
Yes. Yes.
And who would lead that review? Would that be Livable Neighborhoods?
Yes, that would be me.
And then you would solicit participants from among what bodies?
So I would engage all of the MBR directors to be part of that discussion, as well as relevant staff. So probably legal and any other relevant staff that might need to be a part of that discussion.
Beautiful. My suggestion, just mine alone, would be that you consider including 1 or 2 commissioners to provide just a different level of perspective on the review process.
Okay.
And then I assume that any recommendations for change following that review would come back, I guess, to this standing committee and then to the full commission.
What I'm not 100% sure of there, if the changes need to be made just to the contract, then that I don't know if that would go to the full commission.
Well, actually,
and
it will,
maybe
because
Z
item
can.
number 4 says that any development or change
Okay,
will come
then
back
yes.
here. So
Sorry. Yes,
we'll
it
be
will.
fine. And then I just had one question about item number 5 in this resolution. Says that the mayor, the county administrator, and unified government's other officers, agents, and employees are hereby authorized and directed to take such further action and execute such other documents, certificates, and instruments as may be necessary or desirable to carry out and comply with the intent of this resolution. I have to confess, I don't know what that means. And maybe Ms. Bishop, you're the one who can help me understand that, because it sounds as if things could be executed without coming back through this committee.
And sir, again, this is Z Bishop with the legal department. I think the intent of this resolution is to ensure that any of the major policy changes absolutely come back through this body and to the commission for consideration. Bullet point number 5, the way that I understand it and the way that I think we conceptualized it is to allow staff in particular the opportunity to move forward in this exploration.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ms. Bishop. To the committee, I apologize for monopolizing the conversation so far. I would ask if any other members of the committee have comment or questions regarding this item. I do not.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. I guess this would be for Andrea Generu. Do we have any NBRs that aren't performing that may need some additional guidance or anything like that? And I don't need to know who they are. I'm just curious if there's any NBRs that haven't been performing or representing their areas as they should.
I have not received any I have not received any feedback that would indicate that any of them are not. And so far, they're all currently meeting the requirements of their contracts.
And the next thing I would ask is the budget for the MBRs, because if we're going to add Bonner Springs and Edwardsville out of the county budget, I think it would behoove the commission to know what we're spending on the NBRs out of the city budget, the collective 8. Give us some guidance on what we might do on the county side.
Yes, the 8, and I'm sorry, I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but they each received $27,500.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. I'm just curious as to why now? What sparked this? Was there outreach from either Bonner or Edwardsville that they were not included, or what's driving this? Just curious.
Sir, this is Z Bishop with the legal department. I will field that question. Our office received a request from the mayor's office to put together this resolution.
And when you say the mayor's office, was that the Kansas City Unified Government, the mayor, or Bonner or Edwardsville's mayor?
Oh, I apologize, sir. It is from Mayor Garner.
Okay, so I guess the other question would be, has there been communication with the other 2 mayors or city managers of either Bonner Springs or Edwardsville to gather their information, thoughts on this process?
Sir, I apologize, but I don't have that information, so I'm unable to answer that question.
Okay, is there anybody else that may have any information regarding that question available on the panel?
I don't know if Andrea has any information about that or not. Again, our office received a request, and so we began working with Ms. Genero to put this together. Andrea, do you have any information about whether there is any interest in Bonner Springs and Edwardsville?
I have not received any requests from either the city of Bonner Springs or Edwardsville, or any organization within those areas that have shown interest in starting an MBR.
Okay. Chair, I personally would like to see us table this until those 2 cities were contacted and get their response back on this item.
Mr. Stites, thank you very much for that observation. We'll park that for just a moment, and I have 2 other commissioners who wish to speak. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. This is a question as we're talking about the possible addition of MBR organizations for Edwardsville and Bonner. There's a general question, Counselor, are all the contracts the same for all MBRs, or do they vary based on circumstances that may be unique to the various neighborhoods or areas served?
And thank you, Commissioner. Again, Z Bishop with the legal department. I can speak to this partially, but again, I think that Andrea Genero is going to be able to give you a little bit more detailed answer. Generally, yes, the basic contract is the same. However, part of the contract is going to be the goals that each of the NBRs sets in terms of meeting commission objectives. And so those portions of the contract will vary depending on the particular needs of the neighborhood and the way that particular NBR chooses to try to address those. And again, Andrea, I don't know if you have anything that you can add to that to provide a little bit better detail.
Yes, so all of the contract requirements, like documentation and everything that they provide, is all the same. And then they all of their goals have to fit within the commission goals. So they have to meet one of the commission goals, but then they're each individually able to identify goals and objectives, as Z had mentioned, that fit within their particular areas of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll recognize Commissioner Ramirez, who has joined us this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner McKiernan. I wanted to make sure I went very last because I wanted the committee members to have a chance, as this is their committee and I am just as a guest tonight. The only comment I'd like to make concerning this, and it was mentioned by Andrea and Commissioner Townsend, you helped lead into my my statement. Just to remind colleagues, these are contracts, and by our charter, we have no authority over contractual agreements. That is solely the county administrator. And so with Section 3, and I know we deal with policy, but I feel with the NBRs, there's a fine line we have to walk between what's in the contract and what's actual policy. And so with Section 3 pertaining to the new review of policies and procedures, I think we need to engage with the mayor's office to see exactly what changes would like to be made to ensure that they're not contractual changes rather than policy changes. I just want to make sure we walk that fine line perfectly and carefully. So thank you again, Commissioner McKiernan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. Appreciate that. Commissioner Bynum has also joined us this evening. Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. It's Commissioner Bynum at large, District 1. Just a question as I contemplate what changes could come. I appreciate Commissioner Stites' desire to table for a conversation with leadership in Bonner and Edwardsville, but what I'm thinking about is, and Andrea Genero will have to confirm, I believe that her office is provided financial support through community development block grant funds. And those, I think, are specific to City of KCK. And I just wonder, what would we do? I suppose what we could do is look at some calculation, perhaps based on population, and provide some level of support to her office from county funding, in addition to the annual funding provided for an NBR for that area, that would provide the support. I hope my question makes sense, but I think CDBG monies are dedicated to KCK. Thank you.
I don't know if anyone has any follow-up to that or if it's necessarily needed at this time, but Ms. Genero or Ms. Bishop, if either of you have any insight for Commissioner Bynum?
We do receive, Livable Neighborhoods does receive community block grant funding. Actually, the Livable Neighborhoods Task Force is who receives those funds. And the task force is within Kansas City, Kansas. And those are, and I oversee the task force.
Thank you so much. Any other comments or questions from members of the committee? Don't see any other hands up there. One thing I will just say briefly is that I'm blessed in my particular district to have 3 different rock star NBRs on Minnesota Avenue, on Central Avenue, and then in Armourdale. And I certainly appreciate and value the positive contribution that NBRs can make to a community. And so strengthening our NBR program certainly makes a lot of sense to me. I just think there are some questions that we need to answer as we move forward in that direction. I guess I'd ask the clerk's office if there was any comment received from the public regarding this item.
There were no comments received in the
Thank you
clerk's
so
office.
much. I'd ask if there's anyone who is here in the room or who is present with us online, if they'd like to make any public comment. I'll just ask when I recognize you that you give your name and city of residence for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. I'll recognize Edgar Galicia.
Edgar Galicia, Central Avenue Betterment Association, Kansas City, Missouri. As the Central Avenue or the Central Area NBR, we as an organization are very thankful for the partnership that we enjoy and have enjoyed for many years. We want to grow our services, and definitely we want to grow and support our family of organizations that together serve the community. But there are 2 situations that I want to call attention to before anything is decided or pushed through. The first one is the fact that we have been talking about a contract. And by a contract, there are 2 parties to each contract. And I hope that there is opportunity for the MBRs to negotiate part of those contracts as it affects us both, the unified government and each of us NBRs. Not just determine what should we do and how should we do it, but also tender to the experience in the fields that we have generated through the times. And the second thing is that at some point, it has felt that the MBRs are being questioned for their performance and for their reason of existence. And I hope that this is not becoming a political movement for the different positions in which we
You have
all
1 minute
feel
remaining.
obligated to stand in the generation, in the creation, and in the delivery of betterment, and in our work for the greater good. Support us, let us grow, and look at the fact that for the last 10 years, we have only gotten $27,500 a year, and how much of deliverance we have been able to generate. We work with you, we work for the community, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galicia. I'll recognize Aaron Stryka.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to, first of all, second everything Edgar just said. I've been I'm sorry. My name is Aaron Stryka. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I'm director of Rosedale Development Association, and I have been for about 4 years now. I want to say that the MBRs do just fantastic work throughout Kansas City, Kansas. And Commissioner Stites, I definitely recommend one for Bonner and Edwardsville. We've been able to really accomplish some great things in Rosedale and throughout the city. And I think the MBR model is a really good, solid one. I also wanted to say, Commissioner McKiernan, thank you for your kind of questions and clarifications at the beginning. I've also had a lot of those questions and just been a little bit confused as to the goal of this policy review. particularly because, as Andrea mentioned, we do review and renegotiate those contracts regularly. So I haven't really been able to come up with a position on this because I haven't entirely been sure what the plan is with it. So I appreciate knowing that the plan is for the MBRs to sit down with Andrea and the commissioners and staff and talk through things. And Edgar, I appreciate you adding that the amount of the contract should be under discussion too. It's been the same for a very long time, and we do a whole lot of work within that $27,500. The only thing I wanted to add to that is the part of the contract that the MBRs generate is our annual goals. And if we're doing our jobs right, those goals are within the commission goals, but they come from the community. They're the goals that each of our individual communities want and need us to be working on. And so I hope that the community can also be part of that process and that we can maintain that independence and variety among the MBRs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strika. Appreciate that. Any other comments from among our attendees, either in person or on Zoom? I don't see any other hands raised. I will return to Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. And I want to be clear also, I'm not opposed to the the NBR extension out to Bonner and Edwardsville. My years of working at the police department and working directly with the NBRs, I think they do great work, and that I am in support of that negotiation being looked at, as been stated by the last speaker there. And but I just think my thoughts were just, I would like to have that engagement with Bonner and Edwardsville so they can discuss that. But I'm in full support of the NBRs. I think they do great work. I worked with Andrea many years, and I'm full support of them.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, based on what Commissioner Stites has said, I was wondering if that's a motion I'd be willing to second, if that's his motion, to delay this for another month or whatever he thinks is appropriate to allow time for those discussions, particularly regarding Bonner and Edwardsville, to take place.
Well, with that being said, I'll go ahead and make that motion to table it for next month.
And then I will second it. Thank you.
And I want to make sure that we are tabling it to ask staff to reach out specifically to leadership in Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. Are there other things that we want to direct staff to specifically accomplish before bringing this back? Commissioner Davis?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this section 5 is very concerning to me and dangerously vague. If staff could give us more information on just the reasoning, and I know some of this is coming from the mayor's office as well, and maybe it'd be good to have representative of the mayor's office come in and kind of, engage with us on this conversation. We tabled this last month, if I'm not mistaken, in hopes that Bonner and Edwardsville would be engaged, and they have not. And so, I would, in addition to, with that stipulation, this section 5, if we can just get more information on the reasoning behind it, what scenarios would come into play where this would be necessary, because I just, for the life of me, I can't figure it out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. So to Commissioners Stites and Townsend, it sounds as if we just want to make sure that the intent of sending this back is to specifically contact leadership of Bonner Springs and Edwardsville, but also to address commission questions that have been brought up here this evening. Is that correct?
Commissioner Stites, District 7, as the one that made the motion, I would say I concur.
As the second, I would concur.
Thank you very much. There's a motion and a second to send this back to staff for further work. Any other comment or discussion among the committee?
Commissioner
Seeing
McCarran.
none, roll. I'm sorry, I did hear a voice.
Yeah, this is Wendy Green from Legal. I just want to clarify. So this is technically a motion to defer it to the next standing committee with the understanding that staff will reach out and answer those questions, correct?
That is my understanding. Commissioner Stites and Townsend, do you understand that as well?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Beautiful.
Very good.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Green. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you so much, committee. That takes us to item number 5, which is land bank option applications. And I do think we may have some people here in the room who deserve endurance prizes for sticking with us until that point, because I figured the only reason they're sitting here is for land bank items, which we are getting to right now. So at this point, we're going to consider land bank option applications. And I am going to turn the floor over to Mr. Judd Knapp, who is director of our land bank.
Thank you, Commissioner. So for on the agenda tonight, we have 8 single-family homes, 48 multifamily units, 5 commercial, 5 garages, and 4 property transfers for a grand total of 70 tonight.
Mr. Knapp, if I could just interrupt 1 second, if you could either move a little bit closer to your microphone or be a little bit more forceful in speaking, just so we're sure we can hear you here in this room.
Yes, Commissioner. All right, so first I'd like to share with you a win. In March, we've had a ribbon cutting for a home built on a land bank lot. The address of that home is at 1268 Pennsylvania Avenue. To give you a little brief overview of where we've come at with the option process, we've completed 16 option agreements. This means that the applicants have completed a building permit, they've gotten planning approval, and they got the financing to cover their building estimate. So then we deed them the property once we're supplied that. We also have 137 active option agreements that are waiting for those completed items. So we'll roll into item A is for the single family homes of 8. Items A1 through 6, they all meet zoning and master plans. There's no negative comments from staff, land bank advisory boards, or neighborhood groups. Our first application tonight is for requesting 3 land bank lots for 2 single family homes. The first home at 3815 Strong Avenue and 3813 H Strong Avenue is at the bottom of the picture here. 3813 H Strong Avenue is only 12 feet wide, so we're including it with 3815 Strong Avenue. And the second home will be built at the top of the picture at 1302. Both of these houses meet the zoning. And there was no comments from staff or the Land Bank Advisory Board. The next one is at 1536 South 49th Street, a single family home, and it meets zoning. And there was no comments from staff or the Land Bank Advisory Board. The next one's at 741 Shawnee Road. It's for a single family home. This home meets the zoning. And there was no comments from the staff or the Land Bank Advisory Board for this project. The next one is at 4015 Coleman Court. It's for a single family home. It does meet the zoning, and the applicant is planning to build this home to live in it. There were no comments from the staff or the Land Bank Advisory Boards for this project. Next one's at 1047 Riverview Avenue. It's for a single family home. The home meets the zoning. This applicant came forward at the last standing committee meeting. It was approved for a home to be built on a land bank property at 618 North 11th. The applicant would like to move their application to this new location. And staff had one comment, said garage access from alley, and the Land Bank Advisory Board did not have a comment for this project. And our last home application is requesting 7 land bank lots. This is actually a change from what your agenda says. Your agenda says 5 homes. This is changing it to a total of 3. So there's the first 2 homes are going to be built on like 1914 and 1920 North 6th Street. That totals, if they combine those lots, at 75 feet of frontage per home. The next one's at 1922 and 1926. And the one home across the street from 1927 and 1931 is also combined. All 3 of those lots could equal 75 feet of frontage. It is zoned RP5, so this is the planned apartment district, and it does meet the zoning for a single family home. Here are some pictures, examples that I was provided that the homes could look like. Next is the experience of the builder. They have 45 years of experience. They built single family homes, condos, and shopping strip centers. And they built 30 homes for Habitat for Humanity. They did provide some addresses where they've actually built homes. Staff and the Land Bank Advisory Board didn't have any comments for this one. And that completes item A, Commissioner.
Okay, so committee, we have under 5A, 1 through 6, and Mr. Knapp has presented all of the locations and the proposed builds on those spots. I would ask if any members of the committee have comments or questions for Mr. Knapp. I'll recognize Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7, and I'm excited to see new rooftops, the potential in this area that's in dire need of it. And this is exactly what the land bank and what I believe that that we want to see go in there, and full support. And with that being said, I make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll put that motion on hold for just one moment. I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. I do have some questions about item 6. These are the community cares homes. And to make sure I understand, Mr. Knapp, there are a total of, you're saying 3 homes that would be built on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lots?
That is correct, Commissioner. And when they all combine all of those lots together, they all equal 75 feet of frontage.
Okay. Just a couple of questions, because I know some of these may be answered later if it gets that far in planning and zoning. However, this commission, this committee, back in August of 2021, looked at a proposal for some homes near these locations. It was off of, let's say, 5th and Parallel heading west, about Hallock. The plan was to build about 15 3 to 4 bedroom homes. And for the record, I'll mention one of the ladies who proposed it was Miss Sinitra Monk. And so my question deals with whether what's proposed here by Community Cares will be similar in style, price point to those proposed by Ms. Monk's application, because they are very close in proximity. And I'd love to see development there, but I don't want it to look like a mismatch or mismatch. And again, that may be for later discussion, but what can you tell me about, from what you know, the compatibility and the type of homes and price point? And also, if a representative of Community Cares is present, they present some nice depictions, but you know, which one of these are we talking about specifically for the 3 homes that they're coming forward for these land bank lots?
All right, Commissioner, this niche amongst applications is for Halleck right here. It's like it's these lots highlighted right here to build 15 homes in that whole block. Those homes are slated for 3 or 4 bedroom homes, and the homes here are 3 to 4 beds also. I do have to say that planning will make these a requirement of the Northeast Area Master Plan that these homes go through a narrow lot review. So planning will review the plans for both of these projects.
I'm sorry, just a minute. You said what kind of review?
Narrow lot review, because these lots are under 50 feet, so they all have to go under that narrow lot review per the Northeast Area Master Plan. So I don't have the price point information for you.
Okay.
Mr. Knapp, what I'd ask is if either of the 2 gentlemen in this room with me are part of Communities Cares. They are not. And I would ask if there is a representative of Communities Cares who is with us on Zoom this evening who can address Commissioner Townsend's questions. If you are, I'd ask that you go ahead and raise your hand so that we can identify you and give you the opportunity to add to the discussion. I don't see any hands going up among the attendees. So Commissioner, I'm going to assume that we do not have a representative of Communities Cares with us this evening.
Okay. I too am very excited when I see people who want to come forward and build in District 1. But I do want to be cautious about, you know, how this is going to look, particularly within so close a proximity to some other developments that have come. So I would appreciate if we could just in this case for item, what is this, 1-6, hold this for 1 month so I might get those questions clarified. And I know all of them won't be. There'll be another process from which they would go through, but I would appreciate having the answers to those kind of high level questions before a vote.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That would be my motion with regard only to the items on 1-6.
All right, so Commissioner Stites has made a motion to approve item 5A 1 through 6. I'd ask Commissioner Stites if he is willing to modify that motion to be item 5A 1 through 5.
I do. That is fine.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is there a second for that motion?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any comment on items 5A 1 through 5? I'll ask the clerk's office if we received any public comment regarding any of these applications.
The clerk's office has received no
I'd
communication.
ask if there's anyone present online who'd like to make public comment regarding any of these 5 groups of applications. I do not see any hands. This motion is to approve items 5A 1 through 5. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you, Commissioner Townsend. I think we would be open to a motion on item 5A6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I move that with respect to items 5A6, the community cares proposed homes, that we take that item up next month pending additional or clarification on some of the questions that I've already placed on the record tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Well, I'll go ahead and do that. Commissioner Stites, second.
Thank you, Commissioner. There is a motion and a second to take item 5A6 and hold it for a period of 1 month and bring it back to our next committee meeting. Roll call, please.
Roll call: Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you, committee. That takes us to item 5B. Mr. Knapp.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the first one is requesting 7 land bank lots for new construction for townhomes, 9 to 10 units. The zoning is RP5. Very little bit of it's RP5, but most of it's R1 for a single family district. This would require a change of zone, which requires a public meeting. Here's a list of the addresses with the parcel numbers. Each unit's going to be 3 bed, 3 baths, 1,500 square feet. The next step is there's a change of zone, so that this would require another public meeting. Staff comments are the applicant is currently working with planning to come up with a design that will work for the lot selected. This will more likely be the garages moving from the front to the back. That concludes this B1. I can keep going to B2.
Mr. Knapp, I'll bow to your expertise here. It almost seems as I look at these that we might be better served to consider B1, B2, and B3 as 3 separate items.
I would agree, Commissioner.
Thank you. Then in that case, we'll pause momentarily. We have item 5B1 under consideration. Commissioner Townsend, oop, your hand went away. There we go. Commissioner Townsend. And if you're talking, Commissioner, you are muted.
Okay, thank you. No, I was not. And I didn't have any particular questions necessarily about this, just out of curiosity, if I missed it, the price point on these.
Once again, I'll ask if either of the people sitting in the room with us represent, and if you wouldn't mind, if you could come up to the podium here in the middle of the room, make sure that the button is pushed and the little green ring is lit at the bottom of the microphone. And as you're doing that, I can say that some of us in this room remember when there used to be houses on these lots. Hope that doesn't date me. Oh, oops. So if you wouldn't mind, as you're gathering your materials there, we would ask you to just give your name, your city of residence for the record, and then if you wouldn't mind addressing Commissioner Townsend's question about proposed price points.
Certainly. My name is Travis Wilson. I am the owner architect at Veritas Architecture and Design, located right over here on 6th Street. If it were still daylight outside, you could probably see my office. But I also am represent the owner of this development company. I'll be developing these sites as well. In response to your question, we are not yet sure if these will be for sale or for rent units. They are going to be designed under IRC townhome requirements, which will allow us to individually plat them so that they could be made available for sale. But given the current housing market, we may retain them for rent for some point. Our goal in constructing these is to create family-friendly, 3-bedroom homes at an affordable price point, given the location. So that's kind of where we are. I provided some initial pricing to Judd. And of course, even though I've been here for about 5 hours, I don't have that up in front of me. So maybe I should have been a little better prepared. I'll take any other questions.
I can tell you that I am well aware of this site, and McKinley Elementary School is just across the street to the north. So it is very well located for families.
Well, thank you for your endurance for tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You all are here too, so thank you.
Do we have any other comments or questions regarding item 5B1? On this, I'll ask the clerk, did we receive any correspondence regarding 5B1?
No.
No. Is there anyone present with us here in this room or with us online who'd like to make public comment regarding new construction on the 1300 block of Ann Avenue? Seeing no hands raised, I'd ask the committee if there is a motion. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move item 5B1 for approval.
Commissioner Davis, second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to approve 5B1. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows, McKiernan.
Aye. These units will have the most spectacular front window views imaginable. Thank you for your pending investment. That takes us to 5B2, Mr. Knapp.
Yes, for this project, they're requesting 8 land bank lots for 15-unit townhomes and an urban orchard and garden. It is zoned RP5, and that is in line with what is proposed here. So the townhomes are going to go in these lots here. And these lots are the garden and orchard. That is in the Northeast Area Master Plan as parks and open space. So the applicant wants to build a garden and orchard there. Here is a little rendering of what these homes plan to look like. They did provide us how they will lay out on the property. You see that there's 6 units here. There's 6 units here, and then there's 3 units on this back lot. They all face the street, and the garages come from the back of the property. So you won't see the garages from the road. Each unit will be 2 beds, 1.5 baths, 895 square feet. They will need a narrow lot review. And the narrow lot review doesn't allow for flat roofs. So if the applicant doesn't meet these requirements, it will need to have a variance. And here is the Northeast Area Master Plan as lower medium density residential, where the townhomes are planned, and townhomes are an allowed building type. And I did highlight the parks and open space. The star. Commissioner, that concludes my presentation on, wait, hold on.
5B2.
I got a little bit more. The Land Bank Advisory Board from a previous meeting like a month ago, Groundworks in NRG is not supporting the project. The reason the reason given was the project needs appropriate vetting, needs support from the neighborhood groups or surrounding neighbors. The applicant did create their own presentation, but I've been told that they're having connection issues and are not available. Commissioner, that completes my presentation on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Knapp, you said the representatives of this proposed development and land bank application are available with us now or are not?
I have an email that says that they are having connection issues and cannot get into the meeting.
Okay. Out of fairness to them, and also out of concern for the advisory staff comments, which I did not see in the material provided, and I was looking for it. I would like to have this particular item, this would be 5B2, rolled to the following month's meeting of this committee to give the applicant developer full opportunity to be able to participate. And also to talk to them and see who they may have talked to in the neighborhood to allay concerns about that. I would also want to hear about price point, and it will also give me some opportunity to see some of the other homes that they've built in the greater Kansas City community. I think you mentioned that there were some others that were constructed out of these concrete homes. I do have some concerns that what I'm seeing here is so vastly different than what is in that area. So I think it would be wise for that developer applicant to have some conversations with areas in that neighborhood. However, I am happy to see, again, people looking at District 1 for this type of development. So that would be my motion to table this item until the next monthly meeting of this standing committee.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Commissioner Stites, District 7, second.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion and a second to hold item 5B2 over until the next meeting. Roll call, please.
Roll call: Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye. Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. That takes us to 5B3. Mr. Knapp.
All right, so this is requesting a land bank lot at 2110 North 51st Street. It's for a two-story row housing totaling 24 units. It's zoned RP5 apartment district, but this is a split zoned parcel. So that means there's two zoning categories within this parcel. The zoning will need to change to RP3. Also, they need to comply with the multifamily design guidelines. Any deviation from these guidelines will need a request asking for the said deviation from Planning Commission during their entitlement at a public hearing. Their experience, this is their first actual build, but they are supported by an experienced team with an architect, engineer, and a builder with experience in multifamily construction. They currently own 6 rental properties in Overland Park and in Kansas City, Missouri. The building details are 24 units, 2 to 3 bedrooms each, 1,100 square feet. There will be a change of zone, so that would require another public meeting. And the questions from the last standing committee, because this was held over the last, was about their experience, and then their expected rent that they plan to get is $1,400 in rent. Commissioner, that concludes my presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Do any members of the committee have comments or questions regarding this item? Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, this is in my district. I am very much intrigued, as I said last month, by it. I do have a question for Mr. Knapp. I think the other question that we had was proof of funds, and I know we answered the question on experience. Was there any update on that from last month?
Say, I did not get that one. I'm sorry, Commissioner. But we do require proof of funds to cover their building estimate before we will deed them the property.
Gotcha. Okay. With that being said, Chair, I move to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Commissioner Townsend, District 1, second.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion and a second. I'll ask the clerk's office if we received any communication regarding this particular application.
No.
We did not. I do see that the applicant is with us online and has been promoted. And so, Mr. Batia, and apologize if I pronounced that wrong, if
No,
you'd
you
like to
did.
address the committee.
No, you didn't pronounce that wrong. That was, can you hear me first?
We
Let me check.
can.
Okay. Thank you very much for considering my request for option. And I'm extremely sorry I couldn't stay till the end last month. I got called away. Let me just leave it at that. But if there are any questions, I'm willing to answer. But I had provided Mr. Knapp's, the questions that were raised earlier. But thank you very much. There's nothing else I had to say.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your application and your interest. Any other comment from those who have joined us online tonight? I don't see any other hands up among the attendees. There has been a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. That takes us to item 5C, which also has 5 items. Mr. Knapp, let's do 5C1.
All right, the request in the land bank lot at 1604 Minnesota Avenue. It's for a co-working space, office space. It is zoned C3. It does meet zoning. It plans to be 2,400 square feet. Be a co-working space for people to come rent out the space and use it for their small business. Staff's comment was must follow the commercial design guidelines. The Land Bank Advisory Board, the downtown shareholders did email me and said they liked the idea of a co-working space. And Commissioner, that completes this item.
Thank you. That location is in my district, and I have to say that I do believe that there would be a positive impact from a co-working space at that location. I'd ask if any other members of the committee have comments or questions about this item. And Zoom just crashed again. Okay, I'm temporarily unable to see hands raised. Commissioner Davis.
Oh, Chair, if there are no other questions, I'll move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Commissioner Townsend?
I'm sorry. Move to second Commissioner Davis's motion.
Thank you so much. There has been, I guess I'll ask the clerk, if was there any comment received about this particular application?
No.
There was not. I can't see the online attendees list. Can we put that back up in the corner of the screen there for me so I can at least look up there? There we go. And I don't see any hands raised among the attendees. There's been a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Thank you, committee. That takes us to 5C2.
All right, Commissioner, this is the requesting a land bank lot at 3510 Strong Avenue. This is for the same co-working space, office spaces. It is zoned CP1. It does meet the zoning for this building. Staff advisory comment was must follow the commercial design guidelines, and I didn't have any comments from the Land Bank Advisory Board for this item. Commissioner, this completes my presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Comments or questions from the committee?
Commissioner Davis moves to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Townsend, second. Commissioner Townsend, District 1, second.
Thank you. I just got Zoom back, so now I can see all of the attendees again. There is a motion and a second. I'll ask if we received any communication regarding this application.
No.
We didn't. Is there anyone who is present with us who'd like to make public comment on this application? Seeing no hands, roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. 5C3, please, Mr. Knapp.
So this is a little summary of this request. The applicant wants to open a convenience and grocery store at 704 Quindaro Boulevard. They currently do not have enough parking to open the store. This request is for the adjoining land bank lot to their property to build a 20-space parking lot so they can open their store.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You're not finished.
No, let's see. Staff's comments on it must follow the commercial design guidelines. Nope, that is the wrong one. No, I'm done, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. If you could go back to the previous slide. You said 704, but it says 2310 there. Is 704 that? Tell me where 704 is.
.704 should be right here.
It's the narrow lot. Yeah. That's just about the same width as 706.
There is 2 lots there. I have no idea why my map only shows 1 address, but the applicant does own the building that's on the corner and the 704 lot.
Okay, thank you so much. Any comments or questions from the committee regarding this application? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Mr. Knapp, the area encased in white, right there at the corner of 7th and Quindaro, 2310, is all of the property encased in that outline owned by the applicant?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And I believe you said something about the need for the lot at 706 arises from his desire to open a convenience store. Do you know where that is in the process? Because without that, I mean, he wouldn't be asking for 706. And this is the first I've heard of this project, and it is smack dab in the middle of a major intersection in the Northeast end. I don't know if the applicant is present tonight. I have some questions about that overall project and this area, the 2310.
Commissioner Townsend, I do see that the applicant is in the attendees list. Mohammed Chaudhry. I believe we're working on getting him moved over so that he can. There we go. We now have promoted. So if the applicant could address Commissioner Townsend's questions about the project. And I apologize. If you would just give your name and city of residence for the record as you start your comments.
Mohammed Chaudhry. I'm living in Kansas City, Overland Park. And my business is Wyandotte County. You hear me, sir?
Okay, so Commissioner Townsend, if you would then direct any questions you have to the applicant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chaudhry. If you can see the display that's on and the block that's encased in white, is it your intention to put a convenience store there that would encompass all of that area?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to put the convenience store in the building, which is already existed. When I contact with the city, and they said that I needed 19 car parking. I do have around 11 car parking in the back of the building. And that was the request. I would like to take another lot next to my building so I could make a huge parking lot. So obviously, you know, I can make a big a store there.
Okay.
Because that's a big, you know, demand in this community. They don't have any store around here. So I had a store on 13 Canderos gas station. I was leasing this property from the owner, and my property, you know, lease will be expiring soon. So I would like to, you know, make another store there. So at least I could have a, you know, I could make my living. That's all.
Mr. Chaudhry, it was hard for me to understand what you were saying. There seemed to be some kind of resonance there or something. No fault to yours. I don't know. Here's what I would like to do. That is a major intersection. I think I understand you to say that you're leasing or in business at a property off of what, 13th and Quindaro?
Yes, I do have a gas station. That property I'm leasing from somebody, and I'm renting that property. I have a gas station and convenience store, and I would like to, I purchased that building 700 Quindaro, and I would like to make a convenience store and obviously grocery store, you know, like a mini mart, which could provide the necessary items to the community. And I need a parking lot next to my building.
What I would like to do, Mr. Chaudhry and members of the committee, this is a major intersection in my district, and I have some questions about who's been contacted, where this project is with regard to a convenience store right there. It's always been kind of a commercial, but a settled, quiet type of commercial activity. And without that, there would be no need for 706. What I would like to do is to have this tabled for 2 months. That would give Mr. Chaudhry, the neighborhood, and me some time to ferret some more information out about this. Have you contacted any neighborhood groups or residents about your plans for a convenience store on that corner?
Yes, ma'am. I did ask everyone, and they were so happy. They come every day to me when you are going to open the store. And they were it was very much convenient for them. And they said, we need a store in this area. I said, that's what I'm trying to make a store over there. So everybody was very happy. So there was no problem with the people. You know, they could have any objection on that.
Again, it's hard for me to hear you, and I will make the distinction, at least in my opinion, there's a big difference between a convenience store. Are you planning on putting gas station there also?
No, ma'am, no gas station, just the store.
Okay. big difference between a store and a convenience store that the neighborhood is looking for. And on that corner, that is a major intersection there. So it would be my recommendation or motion here to table this, well, for at least 2 months and bring this back so I can have more opportunity to talk to Mr. Chaudhry. I also have concerns about the way that area, that corner, especially that would be the north west corner was kept. How long ago did you purchase this property that's encased in the white outline?
Yeah, miss, I purchased this property in 2018. And since
2018?
Yeah, 2018. And I have done a lot of work in the building, and I really make a very nice store inside. And whatever I've been making from this business, I've been spending over there. So thank God, it's almost done. It's completed already. So everything is, I have installed. So there is no problem. I just need your, a recommendation. If I could have a parking lot, so then I think city is not going to have any problem to letting me open the store, because their requirement is like a 19 car parkings must be there.
Yeah, I do have some questions about how, as I said, some of this property that's within the boundaries outlined here has been kept, and what that might mean with respect to how any future business would be kept there on a major corner. So I would ask the committee, would be my motion, to at least table this and bring it back within the next, what is this, May? Bring it back in July. I also want to talk to planning and zoning to see exactly where this is in the process, because without that, there'd be no need for 706. Not saying no, but this is a major corner. I have some concerns about who in the neighborhood has been contacted, and that would be my motion.
This is Wendy Green.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will recognize legal counsel Wendy Green.
Thank you very much. That unfortunate motion is against our rules of procedure. The most item can be deferred is 4 weeks or to the next meeting.
Thank you, counsel. Well, I'll amend my motion to be within the boundaries of the law, so to speak.
Thank you.
So if that would, it would be appropriate, this is made then to the June meeting.
Stites, District 7, second.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second. I would ask if the clerk's office received any communication regarding this project.
No.
Did not. I do have one attendee who would like to make public comment on this. Ms. Jefferson, we're promoting you now. And if you could just give us your name and city of record, city of residence for the record, and then share your public comment.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. This is Elnora Tullis Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. And Commissioner Townsend has addressed the concerns that I have. So I really do not have anything else to add. I'm the neighborhood president of that neighborhood group, and she has addressed everything that I would have said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. We have a motion and a second to table until next month's meeting. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. That takes us to 5C4. Mr. Knapp.
All right, so this one's at 6116 State Avenue. It's a little summary about this one. The request is to build a small restaurant and boutique out of containers. The applicant plan is to provide a location for affordable small eating and boutique center that the owners will be able to rent out and build their business. This project does meet the zoning of C1. Staff comments on this: must follow the commercial design guidelines. Will need a right-of-way permit because of such a large right of way off of State Avenue. And it might be easier to access the property, not from State, but from 62nd Street. Commissioner, that concludes my presentation on this project.
How much is this?
So
It's 449. Okay.
is that statement in the upper right-hand corner of the slide that we're looking at a statement from the applicant?
Yes. Yes, Commissioner.
So this appears to be along the lines of a co-working space for businesses? Like an incubator space?
I believe it would be more of like incubator space for like a small restaurant or like small boutique shop that sell like crafts and things like that.
Would this need to go through the entire planning and zoning process? Or I guess let me amend that. What sort of planning and zoning process would this need to go through?
I do know it probably need to go to the DRC committee.
So at the very least, Development Review Committee.
Yeah, but it definitely meets the zoning of this lot. When I met with planning, they did not tell me that it would need another public meeting.
Okay. Do any members of the committee have comments or questions on this particular item? Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, this is in my district. I am intrigued by the design and where this can go. I know that there's a process in which this would be vetted, but I do want to push my support just for innovation here in Wyandotte County, especially in the 8th District. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do see that it appears that the applicant is online with us. And so if anyone on the committee has questions for the applicant, I believe she is here.
Yeah.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm assuming these are containers, if I'm looking at it properly. Will this be on a concrete pad? And how will they be anchored collectively together on piers? Looks like the one in the back is taller. I'm just kind of curious to ensure that if it's going to be a pad, that they'll fit properly on the pad to be utilized properly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Sims, I see that you are here with us. And at this point, I think if you wouldn't mind giving your name and city of residence for the record, and then just sharing some of your thoughts as you make this application with the committee.
Yes, my name is Chantel. I was born and raised in Wyandotte County. I'm currently living in the Northland. I'm a realtor, a notary public, as well as a life insurance agent.
Ma'am, I hate to interrupt. If you could get just a little bit closer to your microphone, we're having just a little bit of trouble hearing you.
I apologize. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Chantel. I was born and raised in Wyandotte County. I'm currently living on the north side of Missouri. I'm a realtor as well as a notary public in both states. My plan for this was just simply, I was mocking the Iron District. I don't know if anyone ever been to the Iron District, where they have containers with small businesses. It's more like sit and eat, and as well as boutiques. It is mounted on concrete. Most of the planning will be left up to the builders. This is just simply my idea, and then I'll just leave all the other to them.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Ms. Sims. Thank you for hanging in there with us as long as you have. It's no secret that in the past I've not been a fan of containers, but because of where this is, it's not so much located in a residential area as had been some past proposals. I'm curious, are you saying, I was reading your statement. Are you looking to remain as the owner of this and just rent the space out? Are you limiting it only to eateries and some other type of boutiques? And I'm not quite sure what that entails. So could you share with me a little bit more about the vision of what this is actually supposed to be and to house, and who will own it, who will own the space?
Yes, I plan to tend to stick to being the owner, and it's just for small businesses. Even if you own a lash tech, esthetician, someone who has a little restaurant, a boutique, cosmetologist, someone who does hair. It's just simply for things of that nature. Because I know here in Wyandotte County, I tend to always have to go to Overland Park or deep down in Zona Rosa. Even though I stay in this area, I'm more likely to be in Wyandotte County area. I just can never find like a centralized station to where I can get something to eat, my hair done, a lash tag, or just somewhere to simply just hang out, and have fun. So it's just simply for people who Black businesses or any business that wants to find something more affordable. Because sometimes I'm more likely. I have a lot of friends who have boutiques, and I'm meeting them at Snack Pack or I'm meeting them at a Speedway. I don't really like to meet people in different places, and everyone has a goal to owning their own building one day. But leasing a building can be somewhat expensive. It's just the cost of the construction or coming up with the money to get a expensive stove to go in a big restaurant. It's just a lot of expenses with that. So I feel like this is somewhere that they can start. I don't know if anyone ever been to like Kind Food. It's like a vegan place, and they start their business from like the container homes because it was more affordable. And now they're leasing out a building over on 47 over there in the KU area. And this is basically just where they started from, something more affordable, and they gathered people to the area. They had games like Connect Four. They sometimes had music going. It was just a dope environment, and I just like the atmosphere. So this is why I came up with the idea.
I couldn't hear some of what you said. You mentioned a building or something similar over near KU.
Kind Food. So it's like, I'm a vegan. It's like this vegan place I started with. I used to go to the Iron District, and that's where they started their vegan food. And then they leased it there, for a reasonable price. And then once they came up with the money to lease out a bigger building, that's what they did. And they're able to bring in more revenue. They were able to open up to a bigger menu option and things of that nature. It's just the fact that they started here and then they were able to move to something more, big. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for this. I'm a little shy, but
it's all right. Well, I guess what I was really wondering about is if you're telling me that this business over near KU is a similar design, is it a cargo? Did it start as a cargo container development? That's what I was looking to see.
Yes, that's where they started. So now they're actually in an actual building. So they started in a container in the Iron District, and they were able to build enough revenue to where they can afford to lease out a building. So the containers is just where they started because it was more affordable. And then they were able to lease out a building.
Okay. Do you happen to know the address of the place that you're talking about? I'm all for businesses moving onward and upward. Since we're really talking about this particular type of design, I'm just curious as to where I might go to see something that's already been established as what you're proposing, similar to what you're proposing.
Yes, I have an address for their new building. It's 2820 West 47th Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. And
but
then,
Is
So-
that the container that they move from? Did they move from a container type of building similar to what you're proposing?
The container district is at 1599 Iron Street, North Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Commissioner Townsend, any other comments or questions?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, I think this project is innovative, and again, it's in my district, and so I know this would be something that if you know Ms. Sims can pull this off, it would be huge for small businesses. With that being said, I will move to approve.
Stites District 7, second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Clerk's office, did we receive any comments regarding this application?
No.
None. Anyone else in attendance who'd like to make public comment regarding this application? Seeing no hands, roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Mr. Knapp, 5C5.
So this is at 5211 Parallel Parkway. This location is the old Wyandotte Swim Club. The parcel is 11 acres and the applicant would like to build a community center on it. The programs that includes would be Olympic-sized swimming pool, lazy river, indoor courts, running tracks, cafes, and childcare. Staff comments on this one is the next steps would be they'd have to have a master plan amendment that requires a public meeting, a change of zone to C1 from their R1 they have now, special use permit for the daycare. And then staff's comment on this was they will have to avoid the creek on the property, parking on the side or the rear of the building, and they would be required to build a sidewalk. Commissioner, that concludes my presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Any comments or questions from the committee on this application? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. I'm going to ask if the proponent is with us tonight.
Her name was Debbie Jennings.
Let me look in our list. I do not see that name in our list of online attendees.
Okay. Well, I will say I've spoken to the proponents, very ambitious. I kind of feel about this as just Commissioner Davis said with the preceding project. If they can pull it off, that will be huge. It reminds me of another project over in my district for a writing academy. Very ambitious, but that's what this option process is about. They're not asking for funding. So that was one of the first things I said. And for those of you who have been around in Wyandotte County for a while, this is the site of the former, I think it was the AAU private swim club that sat on the south side of Parallel next to the 3-and-2 baseball stadium. So if you go by looking for it, you know, you may miss it. So you don't see a lot from the street. I would move to approve the application. That's what the purpose of these option agreements is. I see the Olympic-sized swimming pool. That's great, but you know how sensitive I am to what you need with that beautiful pool. So I putting a bug in the ear to the proponents on that one. And with that, I would just move to approve the application.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis?
I second that motion. I will say, with this either being near or in my district, I'm not sure. Parallel, especially, or kind of that midsection in my district, and I think some of it goes to Commissioner Johnson's district, is in need of just more development, period. And so, I'm excited, and it's go big or go home. So I'm all about it. Second.
Well, now this is in my district. I checked this one. If it doesn't go well, then it's
I second this one.
But I just think it's worthy of a shot, so watch that swimming pool though.
Thank you, Commissioners. We have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. I'll ask the clerk's office if there's any public comment received regarding this item.
No.
There was not. I do see we have one hand among the attendees. Ms. Jefferson, if you'd like to offer public comment on that, we will get you to where you can unmute. Looks like we're still working on that. Ms. Jefferson, if you would like, go ahead and unmute. And there we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McKinnon. It was a total error. As we were in it, no, I had no intention of raising my hand, so I apologize.
Well, no worries at all. No worries at all. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call: Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Mr. Knapp, we've graduated to 5D, new construction of garages. 5D1, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we have 5 total garage applications, and the staff comments for all these garage applications is that the lots would be better used for homes. First one is at 4200 Leavenworth Road. We currently own the neighboring property, 4100 Leavenworth Road. They want to build a 2-car garage. The staff is not recommending for approval. That concludes this item, or if you want me to go on and do all 5.
Hang on just one second, Mr. Knapp. I do see Commissioner Townsend has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, since that was it, that was a very brief presentation. I have gone by this place, and I too agree that property could be better used. It's definitely buildable. The owner owns adjacent property, but I think it is, the house seems to face 41st Street. There as opposed to Leavenworth Road. So I just believe that this is not necessarily the right project for this location.
Thank you, Commissioner. Based on your comments, it would seem that the committee has, many options, including a motion to deny or no motion to move forward.
Mr. Chair, I think as you just said, it can be resolved even with no motion to move forward. And I just would not recommend it's moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will ask if any member of the committee has any comments or questions or a motion. Do not see any hands. Do not hear any motion. I'll just ask one more time just to make sure we're clear if there's a motion on 5D1. Thank you, committee. This item does not move forward for lack of a motion. 5D2.
Thank you, Commissioner. So there are 2 requests with this one. One for a garage that's built on 2624 North 21st Street, and for the yard extension for this unbuildable lot at 2636. For the unbuildable lot part, there was staff's conversations about how this lot was originally platted, how it got that way, how that parcel is shaped like it is. So through our research, the plat was filed in 1904. It did have writing on this lot that said 21st place. So this parcel was originally meant to be a future street that was never built. Staff did review to see if the parcels should be kept for right-of-way for any reason. The answer we received was no. So in summary, this is an unbuildable parcel because it is landlocked. For the garage, staff is not recommending for approval. Commissioner, that is my presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Any comments or questions from the committee? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. This too is in District 1. Mr. Knapp, for clarification, the applicant is seeking two parcels, the 2636 parcel, which is landlocked, not a buildable lot. So could they even build a garage there, which I think is what they were seeking to do?
They didn't request to build a lot there.
Okay.
To build a garage there, they wanted to build it on 2624.
Okay. And 2624 is a buildable lot.
It is a buildable lot, yes.
Okay, this 2108, that fronts Georgia, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
And the 2624 would front 21st Street?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. I would not recommend the awarding of the 2624. We've dealt with situations like this in the past. This is a buildable lot, and that's a frontage problem. I would not recommend passage of this request with respect to the 2624.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Pull back here. It's on the wrong item. So I guess I would ask if we consider both of these lots as being the application for 5D2, is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, might I ask or separate this? I was going to confine my motion to 2624 and see if have staff go back and ask the applicant if there's any interest to the 2636, if that is only what would be, you know, if would they be interested in pursuing the 2636 only?
So are you asking that we table this for a period of 1 month to allow staff to clarify that?
That would be a good motion as well. So that would be my motion then, to allow staff to inquire, would they be interested in the 2636 alone, if that were to be the recommendation of the committee.
That is the motion. Is there a second?
David, second.
Thank you so much. There's been a motion and a second to table pending further information. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. That takes us to 5D3, Mr. Knapp.
All right, so this is at 701 Parallel Avenue. They currently own 2010 North 7th Street. They're planning to build a 2-car garage, and it is zoned C3 commercial district. A summary of this is they plan to use the garage for maintenance and repairs and storage of motorcycles currently being worked on. The current company name is Mayday Motors. Staff's comments on this one was not recommending approval next door to a residential area, and SUP would be needed to expand their use. And no comments from the Land Bank Advisory Board. That concludes my presentation on this item.
Mr. Knapp, remind me, what's the zoning for this? The requested
C3.
lot?
C3 commercial
C3,
district.
okay. And the applicant owns 2010. What is on 2010? A building?
It is a building. I believe they currently use it as their a garage for their motorcycle shop, they said.
Okay, I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. Once again, in my district, I wholeheartedly support the recommendation and the view of the staff committee that did not recommend the sizable lot that fronts parallel in a residential area for a garage, which sounds like there also would be seeking to do business in there. The 2010 fronts parallel, and I believe it's the side of a motorcycle club. This would not be the best use 701, but I would hope that maybe some developer would seek to put a house there, but not for the purpose of the presentation here for a garage.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just ask our staff, does the red light on the base of this mean the battery is going out? No, I mean right here. And if that's the case, then all of the microphones at these tables are currently in that same condition. So if we could proactively stick a couple on the charger, just in case. Beautiful, thank you. All right, we do have the applicant with us this evening. I will ask the clerk if we can promote Aaron Cheney to be able to speak. I do believe we have allowed that. If you just give your name and city of residence for the record, and then you can address your comments to the committee.
Okay, is everyone able to hear me now?
We are, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Aaron Cheney. My residence currently is in Junction City, Kansas. About this area and this property, I have been managing this lot for over about 12 or 13 years. The city hasn't had to manage it. It's been open. It's been completely flat. I cut it. I maintain it. I do everything with that lot. The house to the left of it, that is the residential home. I actually have a good relationship with the guy that lives there. He helps me maintain things in my building. And the church across the street, I actually support them and have for a long time as far as Thanksgiving dinners, Christmas dinners, their fundraisers, our fundraisers. I take care of everything that's in that area of that building, and I have done so for over a decade. I'm asking for this property because that land, although it may be sizable, it fits right up against my building. The edge of that property line is the start of my building. So even if something was built there, it would literally be pushed up against my building because that property line, I don't know how it was designed, but it lands right up against my building. But again, I have maintained this area for over a decade. I tried to purchase it before it went into this holding position that you guys have. I came to the meeting before this happened, and the meeting that I came to is when there was a decision made that no one could buy the land in this area. I'm really just trying to do whatever it takes to acquire the land that is attached to my building. If something else needs to be built there, then please let me know that. But it makes no sense for me to build a home there because I have no use for one there. I do have a use for a garage in addition to that building. I would like to put maybe some paved parking to be able to pull vehicles into there. I maintain and work on motorcycles inside the building. I don't get city complaints. I don't have problems in the area. I'm just looking to take ownership or to have ownership over something that I have already been maintaining with no assistance for over a decade. There's not been anything there since I've been there, and I have been the only one that has taken care of it. If there's any questions, please let me know.
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Cheney? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Good evening, Mr. Cheney. And I can tell you're sincere about your request. However, as commissioner, I get the complaints about that property. I have driven by there and seen any number of times. It's an unimproved surface. Anything from tractor trailers to, the big trucks and all that parked on that property, which are clearly code violations. And any number of times during the summer, there are big motorcycle rallies there. So the police and I, as commissioner for that district, are getting the complaints. That is just, in my opinion, not the place for that kind of business. And I'm glad that you support the dinners and whatnot of the church, but it's bigger than just, in my opinion, the use that you need for what you say you want to use it for, and would not be appropriate for that area, which is being redeveloped. There are projects that have been brought to this committee across the street and down the street on 7th Street. And those are the kinds of things more in line with what's already there, and not something that may continue to create problems for that corner. So I appreciate your sincerity. You did say that you do not live in the Kansas City, Kansas area. Is that correct?
I'm a United States veteran. I'm actually in Junction City right now. This is where I'm working at Fort Riley on the military installation. So no, currently I am not living in Kansas City, Kansas.
Well, let me say thank you for your service to our country, but I cannot support this application for the reasons stated.
So that leaves me with a question. I managed, maintained, and have taken care of this property for over a decade. And when I went to go buy it, I was told, oh, we're changing how we do things. That is a lot of time, effort, and money that I have taken out of my pocket to manage it. Yes, this is an unimproved surface. And when someone has told us there can't be something there, we have moved it. The police do not come by. To the most I've ever gotten is you need to turn your music down or something like that. But we don't have things going on as far as we don't have incidents, we don't have arrests there, we don't have, and has not for over a decade. I have been managing this location for over a decade is what I'm trying to get at. I understand better things may have been planned for the area, but I have been doing this myself with no assistance from the city, spending my money, my time, and my effort to maintain this lot. No one has had to do it besides me. So I don't think that it's fair. That's something I've managed for over a decade. And when I went to attempt to buy it, I actually came to the meeting there in Kansas City and stood in front of everyone. And the very first meeting that this was designed for the lease a lot program. And I think that's unfair to me. I've managed, maintained, and everything. And when I try to buy this, I'm unable to. So while I understand there's things that are being made down the street and across the street, the area I am in supports what I have there.
Well, Mr. Cheney, I don't know how you can manage property that's not owned by you. So I'm perplexed about that.
Because it's
And
it's basically right against my building. That's what I want you to understand that too. It's
I
there is
know
no
very well where it is.
okay.
And again, I'm perplexed as to how you can say you're managing.
Because your city has done nothing to that property. No one in the city has ever cut it in a decade. If I don't manage it, it'll be a 30-foot grass area right there. No one cuts it. No one manages it. No one comes out and does anything.
No, there won't be. And
Yes, ma'am. I'm the only one who does it. No, if I don't do it, it does not happen. I've sat there and done
Mr.
nothing to
Cheney,
see what happens.
I live in that area. I am by
Okay.
that quite often. There are no weeds and overgrown now or
Because
there
I cut it.
now.
Because
And
I cut
has
it.
to do
That's why
with,
it's not overgrown.
well, Mr. Cheney, I appreciate what you think you've done.
It's not what I think I've done. I know what I've done,
Well,
ma'am. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Cheney, and
That's
I
not
appreciate it,
words matter, ma'am. And
but
you're saying what I
I
think I've done.
cannot support that. And I tell you as a resident, full-time resident here, what I see there. So,
And I understand that completely. So let me first explain that words do matter. So you say what I think I've done is incorrect. I know what I have done, and I know what happens if I don't do it. If I do not manage that, no one will come cut it. I have been there over a decade. I don't know how long you've been watching this area, but if I do nothing, that lot will overgrow and no one will do nothing. I've done it just to see what will happen because again, I have been there over a decade. No one manages it. So you're telling me that for over a decade, it just happens circumstance that no one cuts it? I manage it.
I know that's what you're saying. I take issue with that. I am by there far often as a resident of KCK to see that, that's not true, to say nothing will happen. I appreciate that the code violations that had been there are not happening with the frequency that they were. So that is my position on that property and the desired use.
Thank you, Commissioner. Recognize Commissioner Davis, please.
Yeah, I Commissioner Davis, District 8. I'm newer to the commission, so I appreciate Commissioner Townsend's perspective, and we've had a lot of conversations about this. However, my perspective is different. I do not necessarily think that given the magnitude of open lots that we have in the land bank, that all of them will be used for whatever said desired use. We change our master plan for different developments. We make changes, even if they are the desire of a master plan or the desire of whatever said zoning requirement. And so, Mr. Cheney, your efforts echo a lot of the things that I've heard. This is just me speaking for myself throughout my short time here in Wyandotte County, where a lot of folks have seen the properties that we own as a unified government, and we do not have the manpower nor the funding to maintain them. And we cite our residents for code violations and things of that sort, for things that if we privately held and there was another government, they would also cite the unified government for us not keeping our own properties up to par. This is one property I do not believe that giving this over to Mr. Cheney will completely destroy some of those efforts. I completely understand what Commissioner Townsend is saying. I understand she brings a wealth of wisdom. However, I disagree on this one. I am going to make a motion to approve and give Mr. Cheney this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Well, again, as one who lives near there and goes by there very frequently, this is not the right project for that location. I appreciate that right now there aren't weeds and everything there because there are no longer vehicles illegally parked there. This is not appropriate for the residential area in which this property sits. And I would say that just because the lot is vacant doesn't mean we should jump at any proffering for something there. This is not the right place for that type of business, which would support the club right there at 2010. It is not. In a residential community.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do any other members of the committee have comments or questions regarding this item? It's the clerk's office if we received any public comment regarding this application.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Cheney, I'll get back with you in just a second. In the meantime, I do see that Mr. Galicia has raised his hand for the purpose of giving public comment on this application. Mr. Galicia, I believe, have you ready that you can share your public comment.
Thank you, Edgar Galicia, Central Avenue Betterment Association, KCMO. I've never repeated that so many times. Here is a thought that I hope sheds some light into this situation. The first point I want to make is that this lot is already commercial, that the parallel and 7th Street is surrounded and populated by commercial facilities all throughout, and that there is a building that this gentleman has already owned for such a long. He's expanding his business. He has invested in the community when no one has wanted to invest. But even if any of that makes no sense, I would like to hear, instead of a negativity, nobody talk about a club, nobody talk about the hard work that he's put in, but instead of this negativity, why don't we give the neighbors, the people next door, a chance to express their feelings and a chance to recognize this gentleman's character before we go against it? That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galicia. Mr. Cheney, if you'd like to close with some comments.
Yes, sir. And this is literally my closing on this. And I appreciate everyone that's made comments in a positive way. I have been invested. Ms. Townsend, you remind me that I do not live in Kansas City, Kansas, and I do understand that. But I have lived in Kansas, served this country and this state for over a decade. I have been in Kansas City, Kansas every weekend, throughout the week, every week for over a decade, managing my property. I take care of the area. You can say there's overgrown, but not on that lot. On that lot, there's not overgrown. You've given, and then my question is, how can I get a code violation on something that's not mine? But so if I'm able to get a code violation on a property that I'm maintaining, how am I not able to own that property that I'm maintaining? But my thing is, I've invested in this community. I invest in the people that are around. I give work to the gentleman that lives right next to me. He comes and does repairs and maintenance or anything that I need. I volunteer over at the church across the street. We donate to their needs as well. We've had police officers come to our fundraisers for the church and tell us that they appreciate what we do. I've set up food tray tables on the corner of the street and just gave out free food to anyone who walked by. I am trying to make the area that I live in better. You may live in that area, but I'm there in a considerable amount of time making sure that area is better. And no one has invested in this property but myself. I get what everyone is saying. I have personally been there taking care of that property for a decade. And if I do not do it, nothing will happen with that property. And that's the fact of me being there for a decade. No one can tell me that, oh, there's so much interest in this property. It has sat vacant for a decade while I've maintained it. So now that I want to buy it, the person that's maintaining it, now we're saying there's so much more interest in it. I don't understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney. Appreciate your comments. Commissioner Townsend?
Yes, again, I appreciate your input into the city in terms of what you do to help the church and all that. That is not the issue before us tonight. And with regard to your question about how you can get a code violation, it's a code violation to have vehicles on that unimproved surface, which is what 701 is. I've also seen, and the police have had to address the over-the-road vehicles that are parked in front of the 2019, the 2010 property. So just because the property is vacant doesn't mean that someone else may not come along with a use that is more compatible with that neighborhood and the residential area there. It's not about, somebody mentioned about your character. It is not about that. So I don't know where that came from, but this is not the right use of this property.
And that's a commercial zone. So only thing that's going to be put there would be commercial. So I understand this is a residential neighborhood, but my building and that lot are commercial. I'm trying to put something on there to further a commercial use, which is what is on this property. Yes, there is over the road trucks that were parked on the street. There were over the road trucks that were parked on a lot that we moved. But if I'm allowed to purchase this property, I can improve this unimproved surface, but I am not allowed to do anything to it. That's the problem. I can't improve a surface if I'm not allowed to buy the property that the surface needs to be improved on. I have submitted multiple plans over the years. I will do whatever it takes or whatever is requested of me with that lot. That's not the problem. Just allow me to buy it so I can do it.
But what you've come forward with is what I'm saying is not appropriate. And I think will just foster more problems with noise and all that because of what goes on at the 2010. That is not the appropriate, in my opinion, use of that lot. Commercial or resident, even if it's commercial, it is in the midst of a residential area. And so that is, again, as I say, not the appropriate use for that lot.
Commissioner Townsend, if I might, and I apologize if I'm out of line, we have held several other things over for the period of a little bit more discovery or discussion. And I wonder, would this item benefit at all from a little bit of visioning in the neighborhood with Mr. Cheney?
I would not be opposed to holding it over. I personally do not see that the arguments I've made here would be any different, but out of courtesy, I would not oppose that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe we have a motion to approve submitted by Commissioner Davis. And at this point, I would ask if there is a second to his motion. I see no hands. There is no second. Would there be any appetite for a motion to hold over for a period of 1 month for the purpose of additional discovery and discussion? Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is who's going to conduct that information gathering and I understand Mr. Cheney is, he's here on the weekends. Is that something that we're asking him to do, or are we, I'm just trying to find out, what type of fact gathering are we going to get in this holdover?
Thank you, Commissioner. My thought was that this might give Commissioner Townsend and Mr. Cheney an opportunity to share visions for this, but I certainly do not want to task any member of this committee with additional work.
Sir, if I may, I can gather whatever signatures, notifications, notarized signatures, whatever I need to do, sir. The area supports me, regardless of what anyone believes. I have been doing good business for a long time. So if I need to gather reports from the neighbors, I can do that with no problem.
Commissioner Stites.
Once again, Commissioner Stites, District 7. Would we also, is it out of line to ask for staff to gather any complaints? And I'm just, maybe we'll just go, we can put a time frame on it over the last maybe 2 years, or I'm not sure how long 2010 has been in operation there, but to ask if there has, what police calls, codes, issues that have been, tractor trailers, calls for service within our police department.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Well, I started to say that some of that may or may not be available, but we tell our constituents and citizens they can call in and be anonymous, but there still should be a record. Again, this is not the right use of this property. And that's not to say Mr. Cheney may not come forward with something else, but inconsistency with what we have done tonight and in the past with these type of huge lots that are buildable. Again, I just have to state that I do not believe that that is the appropriate use and what it will bring to that corner. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Remind me, did we have a motion to hold over? We did not. So there is no motion on the table at this point for this application. I would ask members of the committee, is there a motion on this application? I don't hear any. I don't see any hands among the panelists. I'll just ask one more time for clarity. Is there a motion on this application? Hearing and seeing none, this application does not move forward for lack of a motion. Mr. Knapp, item 5D4, please.
All right, Commissioner. So this request is for 950 Reynolds Avenue. The applicant currently owns 946 Reynolds Avenue. They plan to build a 2-car garage. Staff's comments on this one is not recommending for approval. Commissioner, that sums up my presentation on this item.
Mr. Knapp, what's the frontage of 950?
Give me a second, I'll find it.
Is it based on this picture? It appears that 946 is already double wide, if you will, for the way the other homes or lots appear to be sized in that neighborhood.
It's Commissioner, it's a 25-foot lot.
What's 946? Yeah.
Have to go somewhere else for that one.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm going to have to go to another. I have to go somewhere else to find that information. But I can get it.
Okay. Well, one thing that I know about this is this the property? There's a stone retaining wall here that appears to be wider than 950.
Commissioner, 9446 is 50 feet wide.
50. So the applicant already has 50 feet. And at least based on this aerial, it would appear that this is a house that was originally built on a 25-foot front. Is the land to the west of the existing structure? Yes, right there where your mouse cursor was. Is that land vacant?
From this aerial, yes. I did not drive by to confirm it, Commissioner, but
First of all, my question would be, what kind of engineering marvel is going to be required to build a garage on this? Because there's probably a 10-foot elevation difference between the street and the level at which this house is built. And second of all, I would ask, if the applicant already has 25 feet of clear space, why does the applicant need 25 more feet? Now, I'll counter argue that and ask, who's going to take 950 and put a 25-foot structure on it? Well, 17 by the time you get setbacks. Do any other members of the committee have any comments or questions regarding this application? I'll ask if they're seeing no comments or questions. Is the applicant with us tonight? And that would be Jesus Valle. I do not see that person in our attendees list, which is dwindling. So let's be getting close to the end of the agenda, right? Seeing no comments or questions from the committee, I would just ask if there is a motion from the committee for this property. I see no hands. I hear no motion. I'll just ask one more time for clarity if there is a motion for this application. Seeing no hands and hearing no motion, this application does not move forward for lack of a motion. Mr. Knapp, 5D5.
all right, Commissioner, it's our last garage application. So it's at 1859 North 28th Street. They currently own 1865. They want to build a 2-car garage. Staff's comment again is not recommending for approval. That concludes my presentation on this one, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Does any member of the committee have comments or questions for Mr. Knapp on this application? Seeing no hands, is the applicant with us this evening? This applicant, Marisol Villa? The applicant is with us. Ms. Villa, you have been unmuted. And so if you would just give your name and city of residence for the record, and then if you could please address the committee regarding your intent for this application.
My name is Marisol Villa. I live here in Wyandotte County. And so I have been taking care of this lot as well. I'm sorry, for over 13 years since the house was taken down. And I wanted the lot for yard extension for my kids, but I was told that it was not acceptable. So I needed to do it like a 2-car garage. So I just really want the lot. I don't know what else to tell you. It's, I have 2 boys and they like to play soccer. And if I don't have space for anything else. So I'm just asking to see if there's any way I can just, the 2-car garage is okay with me if you guys approve it.
Thank you, ma'am, for those comments. I will ask if any members of the committee have comments or questions regarding this application or for Ms. Villa. we are late in the game tonight, but I think that one of the things that is brought home to me again is that we as a committee need to re-energize the comprehensive review of land bank policies and procedures that we had begun to do work on last fall. And then for various reasons that was shelved. I believe the time is right for us to bring that again and to resolve some of these questions so that some of these applications can get answers even before coming before us as a committee. And so I will, hopefully he's okay with this, I'll reveal that I have asked Commissioner Davis if he would be willing to spearhead and energize such a comprehensive review committee. And bless our hearts, he said, why, yes, he would. So I think members of this committee, as well as other members of the commission, can expect to begin getting information about re-energizing the comprehensive review of our policies and procedures. That being said, we have an application before us for 859 North 28th Street. And I would ask if any members of the committee have any additional comments or questions. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A while back, I had asked staff about the garages that are coming forward, a proposal. Some of them are on very narrow lots. Some of them are on lots like this that's buildable for a home. But at the same breath, if we were able to connect the garage to the home via a breezeway, would it be considered a part of the residence, which would address it? And I don't know that we ever really got any guidance. So it may be that in the study of those policies and priorities, that may be a point of discussion if we can continue a roof line across the property and to the garage with a livable area or a patio area that's covered as a breezeway, is what I would call it. But that connectivity would then make it part of the home versus just a garage, and would address some of the concerns that we have with parking in front of a home with a garage versus the back of a home with a garage.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows. I do appreciate that clarification needs to be brought to resolution as we go through this. So I would ask the committee if there is a motion on this particular application. Seeing no hands and hearing no motion, I'll just ask one more time to clarify if there is a motion regarding this application. Again, seeing no hands, hearing nothing, this application does not move forward at this time due to lack of a motion. Mr. Knapp, that takes us to item number 6, property transfers. We have item 6E1.
Right, so this, so our current rules for yard extension is it has to be an unbuildable land bank lot, and it has to be adjoining the applicant's primary residence. This request is missing the primary residence, but it really doesn't make sense for this lot to be joined with these other two parcels here. This is an unbuildable lot, but it is missing the primary residence rule that we have. But
Mr. Knapp, I'll ask, what access would anyone have to 2105R without crossing 2105?
unless they came from the other two parcels that are, but that's it. There's no other access.
Appreciate that. Does any member of the committee have comments or questions regarding this application?
Stites motion to approve.
There is a motion to approve as submitted.
Davis, second.
There's a second. Ask the clerk's office if we received any correspondence regarding this application.
No.
We did not. Is there anyone with us tonight who would like to make public comment regarding this item? Seeing no hands, I'll recognize Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. Just for clarification, I'm looking at the handout. The 2105 that is in green. Well, what is the yard extension area being requested? Is the 2105 in green what's being requested from the land bank? Or is it the other?
Mr. Knapp, if you would, my guess is that the 2105 in green is missing the R for rear, and that is the property that's being requested. Is that correct, Mr. Knapp?
That is correct.
And so, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. What Mr. Knapp, again, did you say is the element that's missing here? What is the other surrounding 2105 then?
For yard extensions, we require that the for the land bank to grant a yard extension, that it has to be your primary residence. But 2105 doesn't have any improvements on it, so it doesn't meet that primary residence requirement.
Oh, okay, but it is owned by the applicant, correct?
Yes, 2105 is owned by the.
Okay, in the dark area, there's just no residence there.
Yes, Commissioner.
But everything that surrounds it, the 2105R, I guess as Commissioner McKiernan says, is surrounded by the applicant's property. Is that correct?
Well, minus the third, there's one side that's not touching, but it's split between two properties.
But if you put 2105R into 2105, that property line would be contiguous on the east, correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. That clarifies some.
And in this case, given the unique circumstances of this property, I have absolutely no problem with overlooking for this application the primary residence requirement given the unique circumstances of this property. I have to confess, I've lost track. Did we have a motion on this? We did. And a second. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Mr. Knapp, that's 6F1.
All right, so for this application, the OCP Neighborhood Association is requesting 3 land bank lots to build a park on. The OCP Neighborhood Association and CHWC have received a grant to build a park. The long-term maintenance will be provided by CHWC plus OCP to do some volunteer-based maintenance, as well as hiring Groundworks NRG's green team for regular trash pickup and mowing. CHWC will also pay for the insurance for the lot. Staff and the Land Bank Advisory Board did not have comments on this project. And Commissioner, that concludes my presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend, District 1. This is in my district. The questions that I had about upkeep and who would take care of that and oversee it, what the actual plans were for not just acquiring the land, but also getting the swings and the zip lines or play structures, whatever you would expect to see in the neighborhood park, has been addressed apparently by OCP in conjunction with several other well-known community organizations. So I would move to approve the application.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Davis, second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to approve as submitted. I'll just ask if we've received any correspondence on this application.
No.
We have not. Anyone in attendance who'd like to make public comment on this application? Seeing no hands, roll call, please.
Roll call Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Mr. Knapp, 6F2, please.
All right, for this application is at 727 Central Avenue. It's for a pocket park. This is an unbuildable lot because the lot is under 2,000 square feet. We did get a picture example of what is planned to be built there. Staff and the Land Bank Advisory Board didn't have any comments for this, but I do have to say the property owner with the mural on their building did submit an application for a yard extension 1 week ago. But this application from CABA was already in, and we already started the process.
So clarify that timeline for me, please.
So CABA submitted this maybe it's been over a month ago. And then soon after I got the application from CABA, the Klimp Electric contacted me that wanted this lot. And I said, all you have to do is fill out an application to get it. Not to get it, but to fill out an application to start the process. And they just filled it out last week.
And did they indicate for what purpose they wanted the extension?
I tried to get that information. I did not get an answer for what they wanted. Their application just said yard extension.
Fascinating. Commissioner Stites.
Stites, District 7, motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Davis, second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to approve the property transfer to Central Avenue Betterment Association as submitted. Any other comments or questions from the commission? I'll ask the clerk, did we receive any correspondence regarding this?
No.
And is there anyone in attendance who would like to make public comment regarding this application? I will recognize Edgar Galicia.
Thank you, Edgar Galicia, Central Avenue Betterment Association. I'm just making myself available for any questions that anyone would have on this property and the future use for the pocket park.
Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question, we heard about the other park being supported by the OCP. I would assume that CABA would accept all responsibilities for maintaining the park and trash and whatever else might be available from the pocket park. Who will be responsible for that?
Absolutely. CABA would be responsible for all maintenance and care of the facility.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Galicia. I think that's important because we had, as stated, we had a prior commitment from another park, and if the park turns out like it's designed here, it'd be a very nice addition to the corner of 7th and Central Avenue.
Thank you very much.
We have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Mr. Knapp, item 6G1, please.
This is our last item, Commissioner. So this one is a little different, so I'm going to do my best to explain it. The home at 731 Tinney Avenue is in the process of being remodeled, and the plan is for the home to be a rental. 731's here. A zoning requirement for the home is to have off-street parking. To fulfill this requirement, the home will have to have a driveway built for the parking in the rear. So there's public right-of-way here, and they want to build a driveway here to get to the back to have parking. On the current lot, there's no room for a driveway, The request is for the home to take all of the right of way and not have it split between the neighboring land bank lot. So the rule is when we vacate right of way, half of it goes to both property owners, like on each side. So basically the land bank is giving up its share of the right of way to allow for this neighboring home to have a driveway. If approved, the land bank lot will still be a buildable lot.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. I just want to clarify on the drawing here, both lots are labeled 731.
Yeah, the land bank lot is 731H Tenney Avenue, and the other lot is 731 Tenney Avenue.
So the lot that's on the right in this picture, its property line would then be extended to be contiguous with the green rectangle. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
The space between them would disappear, and we would still consider 731 buildable.
Yes.
Any comments or questions from the committee? Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7, motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Davis.
Commissioner Townsend.
Second.
I apologize. I cut off Commissioner Davis, who had a second there. I do see
Yes.
Commissioner Townsend has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Townsend, District 1. So again, Mr. Knapp, as Chairman Commissioner indicated, the space between the residents on the right of this picture and the 731 with the vacation, that space would disappear. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Would it reduce the volume at all of the lot at 731?
It will not, Commissioner.
So they're not really asking for any part of 731, or are they?
They are not. When they vacate a right of way, they split the right of way in half and split it between the two property owners. So what this vote is basically is we're giving up the land bank's share of that right of way and giving it to that house so they can have a driveway.
Okay, you answered my follow-up question, the other owner being currently the unified government. Correct, with part of 731H.
I think it's actually the land bank.
Land bank.
But
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we have a motion and a second to approve as submitted. We do have the applicant with us. And Ms. Bishara, if I got that correctly, if you
Yeah.
go ahead and just give us a little bit of perspective about your application, please.
Yeah, I mean, he explained it correctly. I just wanted to be available if anybody had questions. Yeah, it's pretty, yeah, it's exactly like he said. The driveway is currently partly the land bank. And so we've gone through the entire rezoning process with the property itself already. And this is just the last step for us to complete that.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Just ask for the record if we received any correspondence regarding this application.
No.
We did not. There's been a motion and a second to approve as submitted. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
McKiernan.
Aye. Committee, thank you very much for your work. We have one last question. Is there a motion to adjourn? Commissioner
there
Burrows
is.
makes the motion. Is there a second?
Yes, aye.
We'll make this
Second.
an assent vote. All
Yes.
in favor? All right.
Aye.
Thank you very much for your work. Staff, thank you very much for your work. We are adjourned.